Chapter 15:05 Consequences of Offending a Master. 15:05 Consequences of Offending a Master. Are you satisfied now? Sigh. Big sister has never suffered such a big loss before being this hall master, Ihan said with bitterness on her face. Yi Yuan did not want to get too entangled on this topic, so he said, Lord Hall Master coming personally, you should have a notion about the other half of the favor, right? Ihan laughed, her breath smelling like orchids, as she said, sly and cunning, can't hide anything from you. Yi Yuan did not follow up, quietly waiting for Ihan to continue speaking. Our blood Yama Hall discovered an ancient ruin. It's too bad that ruin, only those below the Fiend Lord Realm can enter. Moreover, Fiend General Realms can't exceed 1,000 years old. Fiend Commander Realm are not to exceed 3,000 years old. At that time, eminent Orchid Imperial City's most elite juniors will gather there. Our Capone capital city's Fiend General Realms only have one spot. Therefore, the strongest person has to go. And that person is you, Ihan said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, so that's why you guided Ka Xian in my deathmatch in secret. It's to see who has the qualifications to enter the ancient ruins? Ihan also smiled and said, this is the world of the strong. Weaklings will only be eliminated. When saying this, Yi Yuan finally felt that this one in front of him was a ruler who dominated a region. In front of her, those that had no value to be exploited could be abandoned at any time. He was merely a chess piece in her hands. Yi Yuan said without batting an eyelid, when is it starting? Ihan said, 1 year later, I'll come and find you. You still have a lot of room for improvement in the Fiend General Realm. This period of time, set aside the matter of medicinal pills. Use it on improving your strength. Yi Yuan nodded his head, showing an expression that he understood. Sending away Ihan, Yi Yuan could not help but ponder. This trip to the Fiend race, his goal had already been achieved. Originally, he was already not planning on staying. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually attracted the attention of the Blood Yama Hall's Hallmaster. Since Ihan chose him, his every movement and action was under her control. Wanting to escape from under the hands of a Fiend Lord powerhouse was virtually impossible. As for the Blood Essence contract, Yi Yuan did not think anything of it at all. That thing was indeed very ingenious. To others, it had a fatal binding power. But to Yi Yuan, it was totally useless. Yi Yuan had refined the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Wanting to use this kind of contract power to deal with Yi Yuan was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. How could Yi Yuan possibly put his fate in the hands of others? The reason why he caused a bit of difficulty was to put on an act for Ihan to see, let her feel that he was very apprehensive of this Blood Essence contract. Looking at it now, the effect was pretty good. It was just that this trip to the ancient ruins was most likely imperative. These few days made Kong Xiao very depressed. Only afterward did he learn that Wu Hao and Metal Heart sent people to Capone Fiend Medicine Hall first to make a trip. They discovered that Capone capital city's Fiend Medicine Hall's level was already no longer what it was long ago. How astute were Wu Hao and Metal Heart? How could they still not know Master Source Knight's prowess? For half a month, these two fellows stayed at the Fiend Medicine Hall every day and did not come out. These two guys had clearly long known, and they actually tricked him. At first, Kong Xiao thought, no matter how awesome this master was, could he still not listen to the Hall Master? The matter that two great Hall Masters settled on was not up to Source Knight to turn down. Who knew that when he went to request an audience with the Hall Master, their Hall Master directly said that she could not influence Master Source Knight's decision either. Since he offended Master Source Knight, then it would depend on his fortunes. With this, Kong Xiao really despaired. An existence that even the Hall Master could not control. Then how incredible was his alchemy skills? Right at this time, another heavyweight news came. Meng Qi of the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders successfully broke through, and he already became a 3-star Fiend apothecary. This news, regardless of whether in Capone Fiend Medicine Hall or to the other capital cities' Fiend Medicine Halls, was a heavyweight bombsh. Meng Qi was a veteran 2-star Fiend apothecary and already stopped at this realm for 10,000 years. if barring no accidents, he would remain at this realm in this lifetime. But now he actually broke through. If this had nothing to do with Master Source Knight, they would not believe even if they were beaten to death as well. Staying for a long time in Capone capital city, some news naturally spread among the fiend apothecaries. Master Source Knight had merely preached about the Tao for the Fiend Medicine Hall's people for the greater part of the year. More than half a year's time groomed a 3-star fiend apothecary? This Master Source Knight simply transformed the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. Kong Xiao regretted until his intestines were green now. Looking around as one group after another of fellow professionals arrived, he was burning with anxiety. This was the mission that Upstairs ordered. If other people returned fully loaded, but he returned empty-handed because he offended Master Source Knight, this responsibility of his was not small. Seeing Yi Yuan arrive at the Fiend Medicine Hall unhurriedly, Kong Xiao immediately went up to greet him. "Huh, Master Source Knight, you're here." Kong Xiao bowed as he said with a fawning smile. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and walked past him expressionlessly. Kong Xiao knew that this round was not easy to clear. He did not mind either, following Yi Yuan into the Fiend Medicine Hall subserviently. "Master, that day, it was all me who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Hope that a great man like you don't stoop to harbor grievance for past wrongs," Kong Xiao said. With Yi Yuan entering the Fiend Medicine Hall, there were already a lot of people waiting to request for pills. He came before his exclusive medicinal cauldron and said coolly, "Words that have been said before, water that have been spilled, I won't take them back. Blackjade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall has already been blacklisted. If they are here, everyone doesn't need to wait here anymore in the future. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus everyone's gazes immediately gathered on Kong Xiao's face. Kong Xiao's expression also became extremely ugly all at once and said in a solemn voice, "Master Source Knight, must you leave no room for maneuver?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "People have to pay a price for their actions. Yesterday, if I crippled you with a sword, then say sorry to you today, will you agree? Therefore, please do as you please." Wu Hao had already hung out with EMO for quite a few days. He was already astonished by Emo's alchemy skill. Emo's alchemy skill, he was aware of it, just a bit worse than his. But now, Emo's alchemy standard already set him all around. This discovery made Wu Hao inexplicably shocked. More than half a year, Emo's strength actually had such great improvement. This was simply a joke. The advancement of alchemy skills, who did not grind it out using time. Half a year's time, even if there was progress, it would be negligible too. But Emo's improvement was too obvious. No wonder when seeing Source Knight, this 3-star fiend apothecary, even EMO, this 3-star fiend apothecary, was incomparably respectful. Now it was his Wu Hao's turn to perform. "Kong Xiao, not that I'm criticizing you, but what you said that day was too much. Since Master Source Knight said to blacklist you, could it be that you want to smack the Master's face in front of so many people? Please leave. Otherwise, you're offending everyone present," Wu Hao said in a solemn voice. Metal Heart also immediately stood up and said, "Kong Xiao, please go out. Do you want to cause so many people to not see the Master Refined Pills because of you alone?" Chapter 1506, Not Presentable if Lower than Heaven Grade. Chapter 1506, Not Presentable if Lower than Heaven Grade. Yeah, it's fine that you offended Master Source Knight yourself. But don't harm us. Quickly go, quickly go. We've already waited for Master Source Knight for half a month. Want to die, die yourself. Don't drag us into the water. I'm still waiting for Master Source Knight to refine pills to save lives. Still not getting lost? I'll fight it out with you. At this time, inside the Fiend Medicine Hall was packed with people. Everyone all turned the spearhead at Kong Xiao. Kong Xiao discovered that he seemed to have become a rat crossing the street, everyone yelling to beat, especially Wu Hao and Metal Heart, the two people's attitudes. It made him burn even more with rage. These two people wanted to step on him to get into Source Knight's good graces. he discovered that he really seemed to not be able to stay on anymore. Continue to thicken his face and stay on. He would be flayed and swallowed alive by these people. The two of you, I've remembered you. Go then. Who's afraid of whom? Humph. I don't believe that listening to this kid's sermon, one can still ascend to heaven? Done talking, Kong Shao left resentfully. He originally thought that he was, at any rate, a 3-star fiend apothecary, a fiend medicine hall's hall master, that Yi Yuan would more or less give some face. Who knew that this brat did not give any face at all? In front of so many people, this face was completely lost. Regarding this little interlude, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. Visit our comic site, Read Novel Full. Livey had his own pride. This kind of pride was not allowed to be blasphemed. Since Kong Shao desecrated his glory as an alchemist, he would have to bear the corresponding consequences. Next, starting the pill refinement. Yi Yuan said coolly. Other masters refining pills had all kinds of requirements. Yi Yuan did not. As long as you did not rush up to make trouble, even if you made a racket below, it was no problem too. This was everyone's first time watching Master Source Knight refine pills. Each and every one of them held their breaths, looking rather excited. Although Yi Yuan did not request for it, inside the Fiend Medicine Hall was incomparably quiet at this time. Even if a needle fell on the ground, it could be heard clearly. Only when Yi Yuan re-finished refining the first medicinal pills did those fiend apothecaries abruptly wake up. It's done? Wu Hao blinked a few times, looking somewhat not quite daring to believe it. This was a low-level 2-star divine pill. The majority of the people present could refine it. But from the beginning of the refinement until now, merely 2 hours had said. Wasn't this too quick? EMO and the rest had clearly long been accustomed to it, and said smugly. Otherwise, do you think that I'll call just any person my master? Ordinary 2-star divine pills. Master Source Knight doesn't take more than 2 hours to refine. Those a little harder wouldn't Serpa. 6 hours either. Wu Hao's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, no way, right? This is also too exaggerated. What about the quality? EMO smiled and said, won't you know if you take a look? At this time, Yi Yuan opened the furnace. The pill formed. The person who requested for the pill flushed red, incomparably agitated. Although the medicinal pill was not out yet, he was not worried about the medicinal pill's quality at all. Yi Yuan's palm shook. The medicinal pill flew out and landed in the jade container lightly. The gazes of Wu Hao and the rest turned intent, looking at the medicinal pill with unbelievable shock. Divine grade. My G. O. D. 2 hours to refine a divine grade divine pill. Are my eyes blurry? It was not just him alone who was shocked. The exclamations in the hall rose one after another, clearly all being stunned by Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. Yi Yuan's pill refinement was too profound. They could not understand it all and only felt a surge of Tao ACCU, mulations revolving around the pill furnace. However, they could understand the medicinal pill's grade. A 2-star fiend apothecary refined a divine grade divine pill in 2 hours. This was simply inconceivable. Divine grade medicinal pills were normally all high-rank fiend apothecaries refining low-level medicinal pills before there was a certain chance of being refined. Just the level of these fiend race fiend apothecaries. For a 3-star fiend apothecary to be able to refine a 1-star divine pill to divine grade, he could already burn incense and wars. H.I. plus P the GODS. 2-star divine grade divine pills. One wouldn't even think about it. Divine grade divine pill. It's actually a divine grade divine pill. I've never seen before a 2-star divine grade divine pill in my life before, exclaimed a 2-star fiend apothecary. Those martial artists waiting for the pill refinement gave him a glance using a look for looking at a fool, and said, the medicinal pills that Master Source Knight refines, he's too embarrassed. Said to present it if lower than heaven grade. What are you all making such a big fuss for? Getting excited about a commonplace thing? Yeah, that was a 3-star fiend apothecary who was chased out earlier, right? That guy must be an idiot. That's why he would offend Master Source Knight. 3-star fiend apothecaries also have to obediently call him as a teacher when arriving in front of Master Source Knight. Said another person, L lower than heaven grade. Can't present it? The corners of that 2-star fiend apothecary's mouth twitched. He had never refined heaven-grade divine pills before in this lifetime. No, wait, never even refined superior grade before. Those Capone fiend medicine halls fiend apothecaries had clearly become accustomed to this scene long ago. They did not feel that there was anything wrong. Rather, if Yi Yuan really refined a heaven-grade medicinal pill, only then would they get a surprise. Wu Hao and Metal Heart, two people, exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment from the other's eyes. Although they had long known that Master Source Knight was very impressive, being impressive to this sort of degree still made them too surprised. Just looking at the pill refinement process earlier, Master Source Knight was a person from a completely different world than them. As a 3-star fiend apothecaries, they actually could not understand a 3-star fiend apothecary's pill refinement. In front of Yi Yuan, they were like mortals who did not know how to cultivate, watching immortals soar into the sky and tunnel into the earth. Knew that the other party was impressive, but just how impressive they could not understand at all. At this instant, they were extremely delighted to have drawn a clear line with Kong Xiao. Missing the sermon this time, they would regret it for life. Next, Yi Yuan said indifferently, that martial artist who received the medicinal pill previously expressed 1,000 thanks and left. The next one brought his own spirit medicines and pill formula over. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of resting in the slightest, directly starting to refine. Wu Hao and the rest immediately held their breaths, watching Yi Yuan refine pills without S-H-I, plus fting their gazes, fearing of missing any detail. Divine grade, still divine grade. Half a day, the people who came to watch and learn were all dumbstruck with amazement. Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Capone fiend medicine halls fiend apothecaries all revealed an understanding slight smile on each and every one of their faces. Only a short while ago, they were like these people too, extremely shocked. But as time said, they had long become numb. Master Source Knight's pill refinement level was not what they could imagine at all. It was precisely because of so that Capone fiend medicine hall would revere Yi Yuan like A-G-O-D from top to bottom. In the evening, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, let's call it a day here. Continue tomorrow. Everyone all stood up respectfully, automatically opening up a path, saluting with their eyes, seeing Yi Yuan away with their gazes. Marvelous work of art. Simply a marvelous work of art. Turns out that a marvelous work of art can still be refined like this. Wu Hao sighed with admiration. This trip wasn't in vain. This trip is really worth it. Sigh, really envious of you all, able to watch Master Source Knight refine pills every day. Metal Heart said with a look of endless envy. No wonder each and every one of you, your strength improved by leaps and bounds. With Master Source Knight teaching, you all are killing us with envy, said another fiend medicine hall's hall master. Chapter 15, 070 Wei. Chapter 15, 070 Wei. Younger sister Yi Han, you're a dignified fiend Lord Powerhouse and even a blood Yama hall's hall master. A puny little 2-star fiend apothecary. You can't even subdue him? In front of Yi Han was a man in black robes. His expression was somewhat dark, clearly very unhappy. Yi Han saw him getting angry, but she just smiled sweetly and said, Big brother Mohan, talk is cheap. Wait until after entering the ancient ruins. You can deal with him however you like. But right now, I really can't subdue him. Don't you question this. This brat is clever and isn't easy to knead. Things that he isn't willing to do, even if you break him in half, he won't take a step back either. This Mohan was Black Jade Capital City's Blood Yama Hall's Hallmaster. Kong Xiao could only this matter for him to know through secret channels in his helplessness. Mohan regarded this matter quite highly too and immediately rushed over from Black Jade Capital City. He knew that Black Jade Capital City had already become all of the capital city's laughingstock, angering him until he directly gave Kong Xiao 2 large slaps. If not looking on the account that his alchemy skills were pretty good, he would have directly eradicated Kong Xiao. Angry was angry, but what should be remedied ultimately had to be patched up. Hence, he personally found Ihan, but who knew that Ihan actually said that she had no way. A Fiend Lord Powerhouse was actually powerless against a Fiend General. Wouldn't it make people laugh their heads off if this got out? Mo Han said with a cold snort. You're powerless against him, is it? I'll go and meet him personally. I want to see just how tough his bones are. Ihan said coolly. If you want to pressure him with strength, I advise that you'd better not go. Putting aside whether he agrees or not. If you get on his nerves, my side isn't easy to clean up the mess. You also know what entering the ancient ruin this time means. I don't want him to show up for work, but not exert himself after going in. You have to know, I only tethered him with a blood essence contract. Emohan's expression was slightly dark as he said, Your meaning is to have me go and beg him? Ihan smiled and said, Why not? Don't think that your status is in. Oh, Blee. You aren't aware that his current standing among fiend apothecaries, probably even you, this Blood Yamahal master, can't compare to. Don't talk about 2-star fiend apothecaries. Even that bunch of 3-star fiend apothecaries all maintain manners of student in front of him too. It is just that his current realm is still significantly lacking. When he grows up, you and I are both not enough to look at in front of him. Emohan's gaze turned slightly intent, looking at Ihan rather surprisedly. This appraisal was also a bit too high, right? He knew this Yuan was formidable, but his understanding of Yuan was all gotten from hearsay. Emohan came to find Ihan straight away. He really did not understand the situation inside the city right now. Could it be that this Source Knight was really formidable to this kind of degree? All right then, I promise you not to overwhelm him with force. I want to take a look at just what kind of person this brat is, Emohan said in a solemn voice. No way. When Yi Yuan found out Emohan's intention of coming, he directly threw him these 2 words. Emohan's expression instantly turned dark. This punk was also too freaking arrogant, right? He was an exalted Blood Yamahal master, a Fiend Lord Realm powerhouse. You actually did not even acknowledge me? Emohan was just about to fly off the handle, but saw Ihan winking at him nonstop. Emohan forcefully pressed down the anger in his heart and said, This matter was all Kong Zhao's fault. I've already severely punished him and removed his position as the Hall Master. Master Source Knight, you're a magnanimous person. Don't stoop to his level. Although he said so verbally, a Fiend Lord powerhouse lowering his head to a Fiend General, this was simply unprecedented humiliation. After the matter of the ancient ruins had Pa said, he would definitely find a chance to deal with this brat. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, how could he not perceive that the other party's words were not sincere? He just said indifferently, I have my principles. Since I said to blacklist Black Jade Capital City, I never intended to take it back. Whoever comes to plead is useless too. You. Emohan could not help being exasperated. This punk was also too impervious to everything. He, a Fiend Lord powerhouse, already put the words to this kind of extent. Yi Yuan actually did not even give face. All right, you state the terms. As long as we can let our people listen to you preach on the Tao, I'm willing to pay a certain price. Emohan said. Ihan by the side could not help revealing a peculiar expression. Why did this sound so strange? A feeling of asking for it. But Emohan himself clearly did not think so. He was currently in a fit of anger and very aggrieved. How would he think of these? However, Yi Yuan still said coolly, Hall Master Mohan, I think that you're misunderstanding something. Even if you give me your position as Hall Master, I don't care for it too. All right, please go back. The Emohan, who had restrained his anger and suppressed indignation all along, finally exploded. Me? What a rampant punk. Do you really think that this Hall Master doesn't dare to do anything to you? While talking, a surge of powerful pressure spread out from Emohan. Cruz. I. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Ihan was long prepared. The power on her body suddenly released too, blocking Emohan. Brother Emohan, too far? If you're like this, I won't be courteous anymore. Ihan said in a solemn voice. And Mohan said with a cold snort, Ihan, I'll give you face this time. Punk, don't land in my hands. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Finished talking, and Mohan directly shuttled through the void, disappearing. Ihan looked at Yi Yuan and could not help saying with a bitter smile, Why did you have to do this? What's in it for you to offend a fiend Lord Powerhouse? But Yi Yuan said indifferently, Even if the sky falls, isn't there Hall Master Ihan to support? I have my principles in doing things. Some things that are done, one will have to bear the consequences. Ihan looked at Yi Yuan with gloomy resentfulness and said, You brat, really making people worry. A month's time, more and more capital cities fiend apothecaries gathered in Capone capital city. For some time, Capone capital city became the holy land of fiend apothecaries. Through Capone capital city's fiend medicine hall statistics, the fiend apothecaries that came to listen to Yi Yuan preach on Tao this time were a total of 5,000 over people. These fiend apothecaries were subordinates of the fiend medicine halls. The others, even Capone capital city's fiend apothecaries, did not have the qualifications to listen to Yi Yuan preach the Tao. Capone capital city's fiend apothecaries had long heard of Master Source Knight's great reputation. It was just too bad that they were not in a favorable position and could not get the moon first, too. How could the fiend medicine hall possibly let other forces' fiend apothecaries come and benefit from their own light? Capone capital city's fiend medicine hall's fiend apothecaries all felt honored. This kind of grand occasion they had never seen before from birth until now. All of the fiend apothecaries were akin to making a pilgrimage, pouring into Capone capital city. Due to overwhelming numbers, the fiend medicine hall had long been unable to accommodate the fiend apothecaries' observation. Therefore, it was stipulated later on that only the hall masters of the various capital cities' fiend medicine halls could enter inside to observe. Finally, it was time for the sermon on this day. Yes, sing from mouth to mouth. The fiend apothecaries later had already long learned how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was from the initialmost batch of fiend apothecaries. Regarding this sermon, it could be said to be antic. 1. P. Aided by millions. Chapter 1508, Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Chapter 1508, Great Tao Heavenly Melody. For the sake of this grand meet, the blood battle stage did not scruple for a lockdown for half a month. Although the losses were great, Blood Eagle did not care at all. Yi Yuan and Ka Xian's battle already helped him to earn 3 years of profit. What did a mere half a month count for? The blood battle stage that could accommodate several tens of thousands of people. Over 5,000 people sitting on it seemed somewhat empty. This time, on the main platform, there was only Yi Yuan's lone, solitary figure. But this figure was very strapping and powerful in the eyes of the group of fiend apothecaries. That was an existence that made them admire with great admiration. Martial artists held powerhouses in awe and veneration. Fiend apothecaries were respectful towards powerhouses, respect from the bottom of their hearts. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth. Alchemy Tao is all-encompassing. Sing, convoluted and disorderly, seeming to have a multiple. 1, 2 to things. As long as you sort out one end of the thread, you'll be able to reel silk from cock. OONS, reaching the other SH. ORE. Alchemy Tao isn't simple and inflexible pill refinement. If you all understand it as a dreary vocation, you'll become mediocre. Alchemy Tao is a great Tao, the Tao of medicinal pills. The core lies in the medicine and not the pill. Yi Yuan's voice rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire blood battle stage. 5,000 fiend apothecaries were dead silent, listening like they were intoxicated. After reaching the Alchemy God realm, Yi Yuan's understanding of Alchemy Tao became even deeper. Talking tirelessly at this time was like chit-chatting about domestic trivialities. But in the other fiend apothecaries' ears, each word was a gem, containing the maxim of great Tao. The sermon this time, Yi Yuan did not sleep nor rest for 15 days, talking for 15 days in a row. To deity realm powerhouses, Not resting for 15 days was nothing. But this kind of sermon that contained the whereabouts of Tao was extremely energy-consuming. For ordinary people to be able to last 5 days was already pretty good. Yi Yuan preaching for 15 days in one go was seldom seen in the world. For the sake of the sermon this time, Yi Yuan also tidied up what he had learned since becoming an alchemy God. At this time, he talked naturally and smoothly, without the slightest bit of sluggishness. Yi Yuan went from shallow to deep. The things that he narrated became increasingly profound. On the first day, everyone listened like they were filled with wisdom. Many areas of alchemy, Tao, that they did not understand were enlightened all at once. On the second day, the things that Yi Yuan talked about became much deeper. There was already a small portion of people who felt fogged up in the clouds. On the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the things that Yi Yuan talked about became more and more profound. Even 3-star fiend apothecaries also gradually felt somewhat taxing. However, not a single person left. They knew that the things Yi Yuan talked about were extremely hard to come by. Even if they did not understand a single word, it was also an exceedingly rare experience. Yi Yuan was using a very superficial way to display the Tao of medicinal pills to them. Although they only had a hazy nothing, this kind of experience was one of a kind. In the past, what was in front of them was a cloud of dense fog, unable to see the direction clearly at all. Now, Yi Yuan helped them to push aside the dense fog, letting them go in front to look around a bit. This kind of opportunity, not everyone had it, but they did not realize that a mysterious aura was gradually filling the air around. This aura developed from nothing, from weak to strong. Gradually, they discovered that Yi Yuan's voice became more and more distant. Yi Yuan was clearly speaking under the grandstand, but this voice seemingly came from the horizons. What's going on? The aura of Tao. This is the aura of great Tao. Great Tao heavenly melody. This must be great Tao heavenly melody. Master Source Knight's sermon has already triggered the resonance of great Tao. Right now, every word that he says contains the Tao. Didn't think that I could actually witness this moment. Great Tao heavenly melody. Legend says that it was only triggered once when the medicine ancestor preached about the Tao back then. My God, could it be that this world is actually going to have another medicine ancestor appear? Just what kind of level has Master Source Knight's alchemy Tao realm reached? Stop talking freaking rubbish. Pay attention to the lecture. This kind of opportunity one might not encounter once in a lifetime. We only have to comprehend a tiny bit, and it will be enough to benefit for life. The current Yi Yuan was already completely immersed in the ocean of Tao, his entire person in a state of emptiness. Preaching Tao was giving others an advancement. How is it not a kind of advancement for oneself too? In this half a month, Yi Yuan said his own understanding of Tao word by word. It could be said to be a summary and sublimation of his own alchemy Tao. Therefore, he was enlightened. The doubt and puzzlement enduring this period of time were brought together and understood thoroughly at this moment. Dustless looked at this scene with incredible shock and murmured, "It's really great Tao heavenly melody." Legends have it that back then, the medicine ancestor preached on Tao to a group of 8-star alchemy gods. Suddenly, great Tao resonated. Heavenly melody played, attracting the envelopment of laws. Only then did it establish the medicine ancestor's name. Could it be that Yi Yuan is already the same realm as him? But he's just 2-star alchemy God. No idea how long had Pa said either. Everyone suddenly woke up. Looking at the stage again, Yi Yuan's traces were already long gone. Master Source Knight already left. Amen. I feel that. I'm going to break through. Me too. Master Source Knight's sermon made me have a feeling of being enlightened. Coupled with the Tao ACCU, emulations of the great Tao heavenly melody, my realm finally loosened. Master Source Knight is truly a God. Perhaps he can really become the second medicine ancestor. Those whose alchemy realms did not improve for many years. As long as one's talent was not too poor, it all produced a trace of insight this time. Even if one did not break through realm, Their strength also had a civ advancement. These people left the blood battle stage in haste, all finding a place to enter close seclusion. Inside the world-suppressing Steel's S.P.A.C. in front of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan was wrapped up by the boundless aura of great Tao. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, revealing an understanding smile. The current Yi Yuan had already broken through his realm unknowingly, reaching grand completion heaven glimpse. I didn't expect that unintentionally planting a willow led to the willow becoming shade. A single sermon on the Tao could actually let me break through the shackles. Not only did I create the heart-healing heavenly mark pill, it even opened the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's third level's door. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Dustless said in surprise, "Just what realm are you right now?" Alchemy Tao was fleeting and ephemeral. Even comparing him with other two-star Alchemy G.O.D.S., the disparity in strength could be very great. But this realm, no one had been able to differentiate it. Perhaps this two-star Alchemy G.O.D. could only refine one more kind of divine pill than another two-star Alchemy G.O.D. But the current Yi Yuan had clearly already said knowing how to refine a few types of divine pills, this kind of category. That was why Dustless would ask this. Yi Yuan smiled and said this. I can't say for sure, but I think that right now, two-star divine pills shouldn't pose any difficulty to me anymore. Dustless' pupils constricted, somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's words. He knew that Yi Yuan was not someone who talked through his hat, let alone a man of hubris. For him to dare say so, he definitely had some reliance. Refining two-star divine pills would not have much difficulties. This kind of words, probably only the medicine ancestor, this level of existence, dare to say, right? A long time ago, the medicine ancestor was once like you, triggering great Tao heavenly melody when preaching on Tao. Laws descended, him achieving the realm of half-ancestor. Could it be that you and the medicine ancestor are already in the same realm? Dustless said in alarm. Chapter 1509 Messenger from the Imperial City. 1509 Messenger from the Imperial City. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but shook his head and said, although I don't know what the situation of the medicine ancestor was back then, my realm is definitely far worse than him. He could attract a portion of laws to descend, but I can't. But my current realm is still very low. Many high-level alchemy Tao laws are not yet comprehended. One day in the future, if I can step foot into the realm of Heavenly Emperor, I presume it wouldn't be worse than the medicine ancestor. Yi Yuan had confidence beyond ordinary people in alchemy. Although the medicine ancestor was an existence that the entire Heavenspan world's alchemists looked up to, he had confidence in being able to catch up head-on too. These words might be incomparably arrogant if others heard it. But Dustless had reason to believe that Yi Yuan had this strength and talent. One had to know, from when Yi Yuan entered the Heavenspan world until now, it was less than 100 years' time. Being able to reach his current strength, it was simply inconceivable. At least, with Dustless's horizons, apart from the medicine ancestor, no one could compare to Yi Yuan. And the matter of Yi Yuan triggering the great Tao heavenly melody set off a huge storm among the Blood Yama Hall's fiend apothecaries. Master Source Knight is really too incredible. The things that he talked about simply subverted my understanding of alchemy. Isn't that so? I feel that my understanding in the past was too superficial. Master Source Knight's understanding of the alchemy Tao is on a completely different level than us. That's of course. Otherwise, how would he trigger great Tao heavenly melody? I say, will Master Source Knight become the second medicine ancestor or not? That's hard to say. Medicine ancestor, that level of existence, is simply not what you and I can imagine. Master Source Knight is just a 2-star fiend apothecary after all. There's still a very long road to walk. However, if he keeps maintaining momentum, I feel that it shows great promise. She mustn't talk about this matter anymore. Upstairs already issued a gag order. If heard, you won't even know how you died. Inside Capone Fiend Medicine Hall, 2 fiend apothecaries who had heard Yi Yuan's sermon were discussing in whispers. Except The Fiend Medicine Hall had already issued a gag order. They also could not resist the astonishment in their hearts. That was why they would discuss softly. Everyone was all guessing whether or not Master Source Knight could reach the medicine ancestor's height. After all, this was the second fiend apothecary who could trigger the great Tao heavenly melody after the Tao ancestor. One. Of course, the heaven-span world was too big. Perhaps there were still other fiend apothecaries who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody, but they had never heard before. To be able to trigger great Tao heavenly melody while being a 2-star fiend apothecary, this was absolutely a sensational event. Slap, slap, slap. Inside Black Jade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall, Mo Han gave one slap after another, slapping Kong Xiao into a pig's head. When he heard this news, his entire person was about to go completely berserk. He could already imagine it. Black Jade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall standard would be Serpa S, said by all the capital cities very soon. Great Tao Heavenly Melody. That's Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Are you a pig? To actually offend a fiend apothecary who can trigger great Tao Heavenly Melody? The 2-star fiend apothecaries who broke through on the spot were 43 people. Half a month later, the people who broke through were 228 people. Now, there are still over 1,000 people in close seclusion, more than 1,000 people. But what about us? Not one, not a single one. You pig, it's fine that you lose face yourself. But you even want to cause this hall master to lose face together with you. Mo Han roared at Kong Xiao, flinging one slap after another. The others watched this scene, all silent like cicadas in winter. The moment a fiend lord was enraged, corpses would litter 1,000 miles. But they understood Mo Han's anger very much. This matter, if it were them, they would also be as furious as Mo Han. In reality, they had long already cussed Kong Xiao's ancestors several tens of thousand times in their hearts. Such a fine opportunity was actually missed just like this. Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Missing this time, there probably would be no next time anymore. Mo Han was seriously too angry. According to the news from the Hunter Nose Hall, all who went to Capone Capital City basically had 1 or 2 breakthroughs in every family. Those who did not break through, their strength made remarkable strides too. To be able to listen to great Tao Heavenly Melody, even if it was a pig, it could also unlock spiritual wisdom and step onto the path of cultivation, let alone people. But only their household alone did not have a single person present. The initiator of all this was Kong Xiao. How could Mo Han not be furious? Finally, Mo Han's anger subsided. Purple Cloud, from today onwards, you're the Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Kong Xiao will be degraded to a medicine slave from today onwards, and locked in the dungeons to refine pills for 3,000 years. Finished talking, Mo Han gave a cold snort and disappeared. Purple Cloud was a 3-star fiend apothecary too, but his strength was much worse than Kong Xiao's. He also did not expect that happiness came so suddenly. Demoted to be a medicine slave for 3,000 years, Kong Xiao basically did not have a day to hold his head up high anymore. 2 months' time had passed, said in a blink from Yi Yuan's sermon. During this period, Yi Yuan had been in close seclusion, cultivating the whole time, triggering great Tao Heavenly Melody this time. The others had all rode on his coattails. The benefits that he obtained naturally need not be mentioned. The melody of great Tao needed time to slowly digest. 2 months later, Capone Capital City welcomed a very distinguished guest. I pay respects to Lord Heaven Star. Ihan gave a deep bow to this old man in front of her, her words filled with respect. Oh, Ihan, this time, you've made great contributions this time. Heaven Star said with a beam. Heaven Star was eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall's 4-star high-rank fiend apothecary, a 9-layered heaven fiend lord powerhouse. His status was very venerated. Ihan smiled and said, Ihan doesn't dare to claim any credit. Heaven Star smiled and said, if there's merit, there's merit. Learning the human's pretense for what? I really didn't expect that the tiny little Capone Capital City could actually give birth to a fiend apothecary who can trigger great Tao heavenly melody. This boy must be controlled by my blood Yamahal. Ihan nodded and said, Lord Heavenstar rest assured. After the ancient ruin, I'll personally escort him to the Imperial City. But Heavenstar shook his head and said, Hey, such a prodigy. How can you detain him over? Got to make him willingly serve our blood Yamahal. Ihan's brows furrowed slightly and said, This is probably very difficult. Lord Heavenstar doesn't know this. Ihan used the blood essence contract before barely managing to tie him onto the blood Yamahal, this boat. This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. It's likely very hard for him to submit wholeheartedly. But Heavenstar did not care and said with a broad smile, How can a genius who can trigger great Tao heavenly melody not be arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Only people who are capable have the right to be arrogant. This seat naturally knows that you can't subdue him. That's why I came personally. You bring him over, don't startle anyone. This matter, the Hall Master has already issued a gag order. Other factions are absolutely not permitted to know. Although the matter of Yi Yuan triggering great Tao heavenly melody was sensational, it was also limited to within the Blood Yamahal's boundary. The sermon was conducted at the blood battle stage. It was too easy for the Blood Yamahal to seal off the news. The Blood Yamahal did not need to block all of the news. They just needed to seal off the news about the great Tao heavenly melody, this incident, and that would do. Yi Yuan's alchemy skill being formidable was already not a secret in Capone, capital city long ago. 1. This sentence is weird. Firstly, I think the author made a mistake and mistyped medicine ancestor as Tao ancestor. Second, this sentence insinuates that the first person who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody was a fiend. I think the author made a mistake. Chapter 15:10 Blood Soul Curse. Chapter 15:10 Blood Soul Curse, your source knight. Heavenstar sized Yi Yuan up and could not help being somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's good looks. He actually did not look like a fiend. However, the pure fiend energy on Yi Yuan's body made him unable to find any fault. I pay respects to Senior Heavenstar. Yi Yuan's attitude was neither obsequious nor haughty. He was not especially respectful toward Heavenstar, even though the latter was a 4-star fiend apothecary. He had long considered the consequences of the great Tao heavenly melody. There was no way eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yamahal headquarters would watch a genius like him slip by their side. In reality, Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would trigger the great Tao heavenly melody. Otherwise, he absolutely would not display it in front of people. If this kind of thing was known by others, it was impressive, but it was very easy to attract a fatal calamity too. Heavenstar coming to Capone, capital city, could only have one purpose. That was to have him join the Blood Yamahal, a fiend apothecary capable of triggering great Tao heavenly melody. His significance to the Blood Yamahal was absolutely extraordinary. Yi Yuan had long considered this result and also knew that if he did not agree, there was only one outcome. That was death. The Blood Yamahal absolutely would not allow him to join other forces, then become their enemy. But Yi Yuan could not be too deliberate either. Geniuses needed to have the awareness of geniuses. Arrogance was a natural attribute of geniuses. Even though Yi Yuan was not haughty, in front of Heavenstar, he must show arrogance. An alchemy genius capable of triggering great Tao, heavenly Tao, not being haughty at all. This did not conform to common sense. The other party would definitely be suspicious. Hence, his attitude was lukewarm toward Heavenstar. Of course, in Yi Yuan's heart, he did not have much veneration towards this so-called 4-star fiend apothecary. He triggered great Tao heavenly melody. Now, he already saw a world that others could not see. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the young are to be feared. Everyone says that my fiend race's fiend apothecary's level is too poor and can't groom powerful fiend apothecaries at all. Now, those people can all shut up. Heavenstar said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan objected incessantly in his heart. Just the standard of your fiend race's fiend apothecaries. It was simply too unsightly to look at. You actually still wanted to groom a powerful fiend apothecary? This Heaven Star was known as a 4-star high-level fiend apothecary. But Yi Yuan Ace, some that his standard was also not very high. Compared to the human race's 4-star alchemy GODS, it was probably far off. The strength of fiend apothecaries still need to depend on the person, nothing to do with the race. Although disdainful in his heart, Yi Yuan still had a proud appearance. Heaven Star did not mind either, chuckling and saying, "Sit down and talk. Come and sample the blood DT that this old man brought. This thing, ordinary people can't drink it." As he said, Heaven Star pushed a pot of tea in front of Yi Yuan. Fragrance immediately overflowed. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the blood-like tea and did not detect anything strange. But right at this time, Dustless warned, "Yi Yuan, this guy wants to put the Blood Soul Curse on you." Blood Soul Curse, Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. After Yi Yuan entered this room, he looked very conceited on the surface. Actually, he was very vigilant inwardly, except he did not detect anything strange. The Blood Soul Curse is a very sinister and profound method of the fiend race. It doesn't belong to the category of medicinal pills. Hence, you're unable to detect it too. See those lanterns with varying different shapes in the corners of the house? Dustless asked. Yi Yuan glimpsed with his peripherals. Sure enough, he discovered that each corner of the room had a bizarre, shaped lamp. The fiend race's preferences were very different from the human race to begin with. So Yi Yuan did not think too much either. He did not expect that a profound mystery was actually hidden in these lamps. Yi Yuan secretly thought what a close call. If not for Dustless being around, he would likely really fall for it this time. Saw it. What's wrong with these lamps? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless said, "These lamps have a name. They're called soul refining lamps. The wicks of soul refining lamps are refined with countless people's tendons. The refiner imprisons living souls in the wick of the lamps, incinerating with endless fire, tempering these living souls, making these living souls billow with monstrous resent. But on the surface, one can't tell it all. Don't talk about humans. Even the fiend race themselves, if they didn't understand this Tao, they can't perceive the actual situation too." Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. This method was a little too cruel. Members of the fiend race were indeed all vicious and cold-hearted people. Back then, the fiend race also used similar methods to collect sanguine power, and also went on a Ma's Saker. Then what does this Blood Soul Curse have to do with the Blood DT? Yi Yuan asked. The Blood DT is indeed a rare spirit tea of the fiend race. It can help them increase fiend essence, matching the result of medicinal pills. It's just that this Blood DT is a crucial link of the Blood Soul Curse. It is the prelude to launching the Blood Soul Curse. Blood DT is grown by watering with those living souls' blood. Once you drink the Blood DT, those living souls suppressed in the lamp wicks will collectively unleash the power of the curse, making you get hit by the Blood Soul Curse. People who get hit with the curse don't have the slightest feeling. But once someone activates the Blood Soul Curse, you'll suffer the torment of the soul being devoured, experiencing a fate worse than death. It looks like they want to use this method to control you. Dustless said. Yi Yuan's heart sunk. He did not expect that this Heaven Star actually set up such a trap for him. His wrath rose with a whoosh. This Blood Mahal was indeed well deserving of being a mysterious underground force, an existence even more horrifying than the City Lord Manor. He did not provoke anyone, and they actually used this kind of insidious method to deal with him. Senior, do you have a way to deal with this Blood Soul Curse? If I don't drink this pot of tea, that old thing probably won't let it go. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan felt a headache too. He did not expect that preaching on the Tao actually caused such a major trouble. He broke through the alchemy Tao shackles because of preaching on Tao, but he also attracted Ma's Civ trouble because of preaching on the Tao. It was really misfortune goes hand in hand with fortune. But Dustless smiled and said, "Did you forget what kind of existence I am? The soul-suppressing pearl is the ancestor of Soul Tao. Unless a heavenly emperor powerhouse comes personally, otherwise, how can a measly blood soul curse harm you? Moreover, I have a secret art that can absorb the power of the curse and feed it back to the soul-suppressing pearl. You just drink the blood, G. Oh, DT, leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart was put back in place. He smiled slightly, picked up the teacup, and drank the tea. Seeing this scene, the corners of Heavenstar's mouth revealed a smile of his wicked scheme succeeding. How's the taste? Heavenstar said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was full of praises. Good tea. Refres. H.I. Plussing the mind and actually has the effect of increasing fiend essence. Heavenstar laughed out loud and said, Haha, if you like, I still have some here. I'll give them to you. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, How can this do? Such a grade of spirit tea. It must be very precious, right? Source Knight cannot receive benefits without sowing anything. Heavenstar pressed him down and said with a smile, Younger brother Source Knight, I'll call you as my younger brother. You're a clever person and should have guessed this old man's intention of coming, right? My blood Yamahal strength is powerful until you can't imagine it. With your talent, there's only joining our blood Yamahal that can let you radiate splendor. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression and said with a smile, Senior Heavenstar is very kind. It's just that Source Knight still doesn't plan on joining any faction for the time being. Heavenstar was not surprised either and said very meaningfully, Don't be in a hurry to reject. You go back and consider it first. Perhaps you'll have a change of heart? Chapter 15:11 I have yielded. Chapter 15:11 I have yielded. After Yi Yuan left, Ihan's figure appeared. Lord Heavenstar, I didn't expect that you actually employed the Blood Soul Curse. Ihan said with some surprise. The Blood Soul Curse was extremely powerful. Even if it was a Fiend Lord powerhouse, once suck, you, bed, they would wish that they were dead too, without any room to resist. Using it to deal with Yi Yuan was simply using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Moreover, the materials to prepare the Blood Soul Curse originally needed to expend a lot of manpower and material resources before it can be successfully refined. Just a pot of blood G. Oh, DT was a priceless treasure. Even the Blood Yamahal would rarely use it too. Blood Soul Curse was normally in order to deal with some very troublesome characters. Heavenstar smiled faintly and said, Using the Blood Soul Curse to deal with a major figure who might become the medicine ancestor, it's definitely worthwhile. Ihan was still rather worried as she said, This kid is someone who would rather break than bend. Is the Blood Soul Curse really effective? Heavenstar laughed loudly and said, Effective? Take away the question mark. There was once a half-step fiend king's existence. After falling under the Blood Soul Curse, he laid P.R.O. and he in front of Lord Hall Master like a dog, begging for mercy. This kid is merely a fiend general. Do you think it will be effective or not? Ihan's gaze turned intent, clearly incomparably shocked. Half-step fiend king, what kind of powerful existence was that? In front of the Blood Soul Curse, he actually did not have any ability to resist at all. Ihan only knew that the Blood Soul Curse was powerful, but did not know how powerful the Blood Soul Curse was. The example that Heavenstar gave let her have an intuitive understanding. Heavenstar continued, The Blood Soul Curse won't kill, but the curse power of countless resentful souls, that agony of the soul being devoured, no matter how powerful the person's mind, they can't withstand it too. Tonight, let this boy experience it a little. I think that he'll take the initiative to come and find me very soon, haha. Talking about the exciting part, Heavenstar could not refrain from letting out a big laugh. For the Blood Yamahal to be able to solicit an alchemy genius who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody, how could Heavenstar not be happy? But does he know that we're playing tricks? Ihan asked. Although this boy is stubborn and unruly, he's incredibly smart, as long as he gets H.I.T. by the Blood Soul Curse, he'll know that it's definitely related to us, Heavenstar said. It was nighttime. Yi Yuan continued to meditate and visualize in front of the lesser Heavenspan mountain. deducing the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's third-level cultivation method. Suddenly, the soul-suppressing pearl in his sea of consciousness moved strangely. Indeed came. That old punk thinks of himself to be clever, but he doesn't know that it became a wedding gift for this old man. Dustless laughed coldly. The soul-suppressing pearl exited Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness silently and suspended on top of his head. The soul-suppressing pearl emitted rays of dark red light, appearing very strange. But inside the soul-suppressing pearl, Dustless started chortling with laughter. The soul force curse of the blood soul curse is simply a great tonic. With this soul force curse, I should be able to recover to Tier 3. Yi Yuan was still immersed in the visualization and was completely oblivious to the outside world's events. Dustless told him not to bother about anything and just care about cultivating. Amidst the dark red light, the soul-suppressing pearl's aura became stronger and stronger. Dustless's entire person was also coiled up by the dark red light, his entire person looking seemingly somewhat strange and demonic. But his aura gradually became stronger. In the secret room, sweat gradually seeped out on Heavenstar's forehead. This brat is also too able to hold out, to actually still not yield until now. Activating the blood soul curse had to use one's soul force as a guide to lead the resentment in the soul refining lamps out. The person being cast on naturally would not give in obediently. The other party would definitely use their soul force to resist the power of the curse. When the other party utterly gave up resisting, Heavenstar would be much more relaxed and not need to expend so much soul force. Heavenstar completely did not think that a puny little fiend general could actually resist for so long. How could he know that his opponent was not Yi Yuan at all, but an old monster who had lived for goodness knows how long? Furthermore, this old monster was even the blood soul curse's jinx. The current Dustless was simply feeling way too good, while Yi Yuan was currently immersed in creating the cultivation method and unable to extricate himself. Indeed worthy of being a genius able to trigger great Tao heavenly melody. This willpower, this soul force, it's not what a fiend general should have at all. Heavenstar also secretly praised. Finally, Heavenstar felt the soul force ease up. Clearly, the other party had given up resisting. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Heavenstar's mouth, and he said, even if your talent is outstanding under the blood soul curse, you can only submit obediently to. Forget it. I will only torture you for 2 hours tonight. If you don't come tomorrow, I'll continue again tomorrow. 2 hours later, Heavenstar withdrew the technique contentedly. In his mind, after Yi Yuan was brought to the limits, he should be lying P-R-O in E on the ground right now, without any strength at all. The second night, Heavenstar expended a Herculean effort again before settling Yi Yuan. 5 days said consecutively. Even Heavenstar himself felt like it was a little more than he could bite off. But he still did not see Yi Yuan coming over to submit. But Ihan was somewhat anxious already and said to Heavenstar, Lord Heavenstar, could this boy have played some trick and didn't get hit by the blood soul curse at all? Heavenstar's face fell, and he said, Nonsense. This old man watched him drink the blood G. Oh, DT with my own eyes. Could it be that a puny little fiend general can play sleight of hand in front of me? Ihan thought about it, and also felt that it was not too likely. But a measly little fiend general was actually able to hold out for 5 days. This made the two of them feel unimaginably queer. I don't mean that. What I meant was, no need to say anymore. This boy can trigger great Tao heavenly melody. He can't be judged with common sense in the first place. Tonight, I'll increase the blood soul curse's power. Let him know what's truly called agonizing until he wished he was dead. I don't believe that he can still not yield. Heavenstar said in a cold voice. But inside the soul-suppressing pearl's S.P.A.C., Dustless had a satisfied look. Absorbing the soul force curse these few nights already let him recover to the state of Tier 3. Gui Yun, advantages can't be taken up by me alone. Today, your turn. This power of curse is similarly a great tonic to you. 1 night should be enough for you to break through to 3-star. Dustless said with a hearty laugh. Gue Yun's strength had long reached peak 2-star already. Now, with Dustless's help, breaking through to 3-star was something that would happen without extra effort. The moment Gue Yun heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Dustless smiled and said, "Still saying this to me, for what? It's here. You prepare yourself. A.S. Salt 3-star. Another full night Pa-S, said, even with Heavenstar's soul force, he was somewhat collapsing too. But it was also precisely because of this that he was even more confident in Yi Yuan's prospects. A genius with hopes of reaching the medicine ancestor's heights was naturally extraordinary. The second day morning, Yi Yuan withdrew from within the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. Master, Gue Yun bowed down to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "You broke through?" Gue Yun also smiled and said, "All thanks to Senior Dustless. Last night, I borrowed the power of the curse and successfully broke through to 3-star." Yi Yuan laughed out loud when he heard that and said, "This old man really gave us a big gift. It's time to go and yield. Otherwise, that old boy will probably go crazy." Chapter 15:12 Fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure. Chapter 15:12 Fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure. In front of Heavenstar, Yi Yuan's expression was weary, his complexion pale, looking like he had a serious illness. Seeing Yi Yuan's state, he was very satisfied. Of course, he was also not much better than Yi Yuan. He was almost squeezed dry by Dustless and Gue Yin, two people these few days. Although Heavenstar's soul force was strong, it could not withstand the soul-suppressing pearl, this grade of Empyrean spirit treasure's extraction. Senior Heavenstar, the matter that you said a few days ago, I've considered it. I've decided to join the Blood Yamahal. Yi Yuan said, "Haha, he who understands the times is a wise man. Younger brother Source Knight, your future accomplishments are unimaginable. Joining our Blood Yamahal is absolutely a correct choice. This trip, I'll enter the mystic realm together with you all. After you come out from the mystic realm, I'll bring you straight to the Imperial City." Heavenstar said with a laugh, "Senior, arrange as you wish." The current Yi Yuan seemingly lost all of his edge, becoming very docile. Just putting on an act doesn't take a great effort anyway. As long as you are happy. Heavenstar only represented eminent Orchid Blood Yama, Hall's Hall Master, to come and subdue Yi Yuan. He really did not dare to offend too much. Yi Yuan was bound to be in existence, lording over him in the future. Offending now, it would be hard to avoid squaring of accounts after the autumn harvest. On the contrary, he even had to think of ways to dispel the unhappiness in Yi Yuan's heart for a period of time in the days to come. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan stacked the deck against him in the future, that would be bad. Besides, establish H.I. Plusing relations. H.I. plus P with such a genius had tremendous help to him too. Therefore, that was why he would call Yi Yuan as his younger brother again and again, sounding very cordial. "Haha, younger brother Source Knight, really sorry about it. It's truly that the Hall Master loves talent. But we also know that you won't give in obediently. That's why we would come up with this plan. You rest assured as long as you join the Blood Yamahal. The incidents these few days absolutely won't happen again." Heavenstar's words carried an ingratiating intent. But Yi Yuan did not appreciate it at all, and said with a displeased look, "Senior is too kind. Source Knight dares not." Said he dare not, but that expression was an unhappy face. Heavenstar secretly cursed and said with a laugh, "Oh, younger brother, don't have this expression. This medicinal cauldron, elder brother, I have used for 10,000 years. You shouldn't have a convenient medicinal cauldron currently yet, right? Elder brother will give it to you." A tiny little medicinal cauldron appeared on Heavenstar's palm, then rapidly enlarged and landed on the ground. An incomparably profound aura filled the room. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "Could this be a fiend Lord Mystic Treasure?" Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenstar finally let out a sigh in relief. As expected, to fiend apothecaries, a medicinal cauldron was an irresistible temptation. Gifting away a fiend Lord Mystic Treasure was also a Civ hemorrhage to Heaven Star. Mystic treasures were higher-order existences than celestial deity divine artifacts. Those suitable for divine Lord Realm martial artists to use were divine Lord Mystic treasures. Those suitable for celestial deity realm martial artists to use were called celestial deity mystic treasures, so on and so forth. It was just that the human race called it divine Lord Mystic treasure, and the fiend race called it fiend Lord Mystic treasure. The naming was different, but the function was largely the same. It was just that the fiend race's fiend Lord Mystic treasures were a little more suitable for the fiend race. The technique for forging a mystic treasure was extremely complicated. A 4-star artifact D might not be able to craft a fiend Lord Mystic treasure even by spending several thousand years. Hence, each fiend Lord Mystic treasure was incomparably precious. To a martial artist, a mystic treasure was a tremendous allure. Not every divine Lord Realm martial artist could own a divine Lord Mystic treasure, such as Ihan and Mohan. These Hall Masters, even though they were Fiend Lord powerhouses, they did not have Fiend Lord Mystic treasures in their hands at all. When Ihan by the side saw this scene, she made no effort to conceal her envy at all. Her eyes almost popped out. She had already become a Fiend Lord powerhouse for 20,000 years, but did not even have a single Fiend Lord Mystic treasure. Yi Yuan was great. A puny little fiend general actually had a Fiend Lord Mystic treasure. Lord Heavenstar really made a big move. Boo-hoo, younger brother Source Knight indeed has good eyesight. It's called Profound Yellow Cauldron, a low-grade fiend Lord Mystic treasure. It has already followed me for 50,000 years. Today, I'll give it to younger brother. Just take it as making an apology. Heavenstar looked very generous as he said this. Luckily, Hall Master promised that as long as I bring Source Knight back, he'll award me a middle-grade fiend Lord Mystic treasure. Otherwise, I'd really can't bear to give the profound yellow cauldron to people with both hands just like this. Heavenstar secretly thought. Even so, for Heavenstar to be able to gift the profound yellow cauldron to Yi Yuan, he had made a huge resolve too. Who would mind having too many mystic treasures? Yi Yuan was also greatly surprised in his heart, not expecting that he would have such a harvest. This Heavenstar was really a wealthy person. He had already expended soul force to gift Dustless and Gue Yun with breakthroughs. Now, he actually gave him a fiend Lord Mystic treasure too. TSK, really generous when making his move. Yi Yuan gave Heavenstar a suspicious glance and said, "Really giving to me?" Heavenstar smiled and said, "Can this still be fake? How is it?" Realized elder brother's sincerity, right? Planting the blood soul curse on you is truly no choice. It's really that we're eager and love talents. I've already removed the owners. I plus P. The profound yellow cauldron is a masterless item now. You just have to nurture it with fiend soul sanctification, and it's yours. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "All right then, since Senior Heavenstar is so sincere, Source Knight naturally can't put on airs anymore. This profound yellow cauldron, I'll accept it. Our matter is written off." The moment Heavenstar heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said with a big laugh, "Haha, younger brother is indeed forthright. In the future, when you reach Eminent Orchid Imperial City, whatever things that you can't settle, feel free to tell me. Elder brother still has some face in Eminent Orchid Imperial City." Yi Yuan smiled as he clasped his hands and said, "Then Source Knight will thank Senior first." Returning to the Fan family. After Yi Yuan had the profound yellow cauldron acknowledge a master, he tried refining a few medicinal pills. The more he used, the more he liked it. TSK, indeed, well-deserving of being a fiend Lord Mystic treasure to actually have the effect of strengthening divine fire. Refining pills in the future won't need to find them to borrow divine fire each time anymore. This pill refining efficiency also increased significantly. Now, when I refine ordinary 2-star divine pills, it only needs less than an hour. Amen? What's this? Yi Yuan discovered that inside the profound yellow cauldron formed its own SPAC. Inside had two wisps of auras circulating erratically. They were very mysterious. That's a wisp of profound yellow energy, Dustless said. Profound yellow energy? Yi Yuan was puzzled. Clearly, he had never heard of this name before. When Divine Lord Realm opens up a world, it will birth this profound yellow energy. Profound as heaven, yellow as earth. Inside this profound yellow cauldron incorporates a trace of profound yellow energy. Each time you refine pills, it will be equivalent to your great Tao pill refinement in the past, Divine Lord Realm explained. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Back then, he refined pills with great Tao, refining the Tao-defying pill. That scene was still fresh in his mind. The might of heaven and earth to refine pills was absolutely extraordinary. Indeed worthy of being a fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure. This is undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger to me. Yi Yuan said, being satisfied. Dustless laughed loudly and said, Heaven Star, this old punk used all sorts of intrigues and wiles, but gave you wedding dresses everywhere. When he discovers that it's drawing water with a sieve, all for naught, wonder what kind of expression he'll have. Ha. Chapter 1513 Heading for the Ancient Ruins. Chapter 1513 Heading for the Ancient Ruins. Outside the Fan family's front door, Fan Lin, Fan Yu, and Li Ji were all sending Yi Yuan off. Family head, please go back. This period of time, many thanks for family head's care, Yi Yuan said with cupped fists. Fan Lin hurriedly smiled fawningly and said, What's Master Source Knight saying? It's my Fan family that benefited from you. These few years, the Fan family could be said to be like the noonday sun, their limelight, even pus. Plussing down the city lord manners. Seizing this opportunity, the Fan family expanded its forces without restraint and obtained tremendous benefits. Furthermore, the Fan family already faintly had the momentum of Capone's #1 clan because of coming into contact with the Blood Yamahal, this Leviathan. Fan Lin understood in his heart, and all of this was thanks to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Family head is too courteous. Taking the king's salary, sharing the king's burden. Since I'm a retainer of the Fan family, I naturally have to contribute to the Fan family. Fan Lin smiled and said, This Fan knows that the Fan family's bit of salary, Master holds it in contempt. For Master to be able to keep on staying in the Fan family, this Fan is endlessly grateful. Li Ji, Master Source Knight, is leaving. Why aren't you sending him off? As he said, he winked desperately at Li Ji. Learning the news that Yi Yuan was leaving, Li Ji's entire person was listless, dispirited these few days. Her heart was long dedicated to Yi Yuan, but who knew that in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan became an existence that she looked up to. The gulf between the two became bigger and bigger. Now, Yi Yuan was about to leave straight away. Li Ji's entire person was fluid tiered. As Source Knight, have a pleasant journey. Holding in for a long time, Li Ji only squeezed out this one sentence. Suddenly, she discovered that there was already no common language with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Li Ji, take care. Mountains and water will meet. Perhaps we'll still meet again. All right, it's getting late. Source Knight will take his leave. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Long Zhan and turned around and left. With his current status, bringing away a slave was naturally nothing. Li Ji looked at Yi Yuan's back view foolishly, a row of clear years quietly falling. Fan Lin looked at this scene and said with a sigh, My good daughter, you're a person from a completely different world from him. He's like the sun in the sky, blinding until people can't open their eyes, while we're destined to be ordinary. Although the matter of the great Tao heavenly melody did not leak out, for him to be able to preach on Tao for several hundred capital cities' alchemy elites, this kind of strength was simply inconceivable. The Imperial City was Yi Yuan's stage to display his talents. Younger brother Source Knight actually didn't bring that lot. As from the Fan family, very surprising. Seeing Yi Yuan, Heaven Star went up to welcome with a big laugh. Li Ji and Yi Yuan's ambiguous relations. H, I, plus P, Heaven Star was naturally aware. He even thought that Yi Yuan would bring along Li Ji. After all, that little girl was indeed alluring. To me, cultivation is the most important thing. Others will only distract me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Heaven Star could not help being secretly shocked when he heard. For Yi Yuan to be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, what he relied on was not just talent. According to his understanding, Yi Yuan indeed secluded himself all year round. The majority of the time was used on cultivation. Haha, younger brother really makes me perspire in shame. No wonder younger brother can achieve such accomplishments at a young age. Yi Yuan smiled. Suddenly, he discovered that Heaven Star's attire was somewhat weird. It was a servant's attire. Furthermore, Heaven Star concealed his aura. One could not tell the actual situation from the exterior at all. Yi Yuan, Heaven Star, you're? Yi Yuan wondered. Heaven Star smiled and said, although the ancient ruins trip this time is led by our blood Yamahal, dragons and fishes are jumbled up together. There are forces from everywhere. Your existence is of great significance to our blood Yamahal. If we let them know that I personally went into action, it will surely arouse a lot of speculations. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. Ihan did not scruple to let him finish off Ka Xin in order to pick him out. The ones entering the ruins this time were definitely the various major capital cities' top geniuses. The lousiest were probably also Ka Xion's level. There were even quite a number of geniuses who were probably already Fiend Commander realm. For this, the Blood Yamahal probably also used up quite a few favors. Expending such a great cost seemed like the ancient ruins this time were extraordinary. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, let's go then. Long Zhan, you go to the Imperial City first and help me clean up a bit. Long Zhan bowed and said, yes, master. The current Long Zhan already broke through the bottleneck, becoming an origin deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan naturally would not let Long Zhan really go to eminent Orchid Imperial City. These words were just in order to set Heaven Star's mind at ease. He already instructed Long Zhan to make a detour to Tai Drain City halfway and wait for him. Yi Yuan would go and meet up with him after shaking off Heaven Star and Ihan, these two troubles. Sure enough, when Heaven Star heard Yi Yuan's words, he revealed a look of relief. Long Zhan was just a slave. He naturally would not put him in his sights. What was important was Yi Yuan's attitude. Looks like the profound yellow cauldron really had a considerable effect. Yi Yuan seemed to have already accepted the fact of joining the Blood Yamahal. After Long Zhan left, the party boarded the flying boat. Yi Yuan was also alarmed by the Blood Yamahal's strength, one mystic treasure after another. This flying boat was a middle-grade Fiend Lord mystic treasure. When flying, it had the effect of shuttling through S.P. AC, its speed extremely fast. Along the way, Heaven Star fawned on Yi Yuan in every possible way. How was there any heirs of a Fiend Lord? Yi Yuan naturally could not hide his inadequacies by keeping too quiet as well. Occasionally giving Heaven Star a pointer could make him happy for half a day. Although Heaven Star's realm was high, in terms of foundation skill solidness, Yi Yuan flung him more than 10 streets behind. Just like that, the three people rode the flying boat for more than half a month before arriving where the ruins were located. The ruins were near eminent Orchid Imperial City's west side's Tracelight City. The date was approaching. The various major capital cities' elites were also hurrying on the way. When the three people arrived at the vicinity of the ruins, a large group of people already gathered here. The three people's arrival did not cause too big of a disturbance. Yi Yuan swept a glance, his gaze suddenly stopping on a group of people in the middle. 6 young men, gazes sharp, auras extraordinary. One look, and obviously they were experts. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's gaze, those 6 people actually collectively looked over at Yi Yuan. But after they discovered that Yi Yuan was only Grand Completion Fiend General Realm, they immediately lost interest, all going to do what they should be doing. Those 6 people were all initial rank Fiend Commanders. Clearly, their strength was very powerful. What keen perception! I merely swept a glance, and they noticed me. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked. Those 6 people are conferred as eminent Orchid's 6 sons. Their strength looks down on everyone among eminent Orchid Imperial City's young generation. They're the same as Ka Xian, all killing their way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But they are stronger than Ka Xian. Ihan said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, so that's how it is. An imperial city's resources are indeed not what a capital city can compare to. Although Ka Xian was formidable, when placed in the imperial city, it was not quite enough to look at. Right now, there were roughly 100 to 200 young geniuses present. Each one of these people was not inferior to Ka Xian. Yo, isn't this our Master Source Knight? TSK, both an alchemy genius and also a martial arts genius. It really makes people admire him. Azure Phoenix, if you were to encounter Master Source Knight, you have to greet him properly. Chapter 1514, Purple Extreme, SEC. Chapter 1514, Purple Extreme, Secretary Emohan directly blocked the 3 people's path. Beside him even tagged along a youngster with bright eyes and refined features. Yi Yuan briefly sized up this Azure Phoenix and discovered that this person's gaze was deep and unusually calm. Clearly, he was not a simple person. Ihan's brows furrowed, and she said with a cold snort, Emohan, what do you mean? Emohan's eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, no meaning. Master Source Knight gained face for me, so I got to give back a little. Don't you think so? Toward Yi Yuan, Emohan was currently extremely resentful. He already became all of the Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master's joke right now. Just earlier, he was even mocked by people. However, if he was mocked, he was mocked. He could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Emohan was not a fool. He knew that Yi Yuan would definitely get the headquarters' heavy emphasis. After all, an alchemy genius capable of triggering the great Tao heavenly melody was seriously too rare. But before this, he still had to win back a bit of ground. Otherwise, it would be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. The news of Heaven Star coming to find Yi Yuan, only Ihan alone knew. Now, Heaven Star changed his looks and hid his aura, following by Ihan's side. He looked just like an old servant. Emohan did not recognize him at all. Yi Yuan gave Emohan a glance and said coolly, whatever tricks there are, feel free to use them. But Emohan grinned and said, still so arrogant. What's competed inside this ruins isn't alchemy, but martial arts. Do you think that by winning Ka Xian, that kind of weakling, you're invincible under the heavens? Even if you're a genius, if you perish inside the ruins, then you aren't a genius no more. These words were a blatant threat. Humph! Hallmaster Mohan is really so awe-inspiring. You even dare to scheme against a person that headquarters want? A thunderous voice entered his eyes, and Mohan's brows furrowed when he heard that and was just about to fly off the handle. Suddenly, he discovered that a pale blue flame danced on the fingertips of that old man behind Ihan. His gaze turned sharp, immediately recognizing this flame. This pale blue flame was called Cerulean Heavenly Fire, the divine fire of the Imperial City's Fiend Medicine Hall's Elder Heaven Star. This shock was by no means insignificant. This old man was actually Elder Heaven Star, coming in person, and Mohan panicked and was just about to bow when Heaven Star transmitted his voice once more. Hush up. Good that you know. This old man's trip is confidential. If you dare to call it out, be careful of your little life. Also, you'd best warn the people you brought. If they dare to touch Yi Yuan, you know the consequences. And Mohan sweat profusely, frightened until his soul left his body. HR originally thought that he could borrow the opportunity of the ruins this time to deal with Yi Yuan Upwell, but he did not expect that upstairs moved so quickly. They actually already sent Elder Heaven Star over. Haha, young Sister Ihan came, huh? Master Source Knight. Younger Sister Ihan, you came so slow. Younger Sister Ihan, Master Source Knight, our Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master, even made me pass on a message, insisting on thanking you all. At this time, there were also quite a few people who noticed Ihan 2 people. Those Hall Masters all came up to greet. When Emo Han saw this scene, It was like he was granted amnesty, retreating to one side obediently. How could he still dare to speak? Even though the matter of Yi Yuan triggering great Tao heavenly melody could not be said to the outside world, the matter of him preaching on Tao was not considered a secret. Those hall masters coming up to greet was also something within reason. Except these geniuses were all mostly kept in the dark, not knowing what was going on at all. A large group of fiend lord powerhouses was actually so polite to a fiend general. It frightened them badly. Who is that kid? His strength is so weak, but he can actually make so many important people go up to say H. YOLO. More than say H. YOLO. Why do I feel that the hall masters are currying favor with him? Could it be that this kid's strength already Serpa? S said us. This isn't possible, right? Bulls. HI plus T. What do you guys know? That kid is a fiend apothecary. Heard that his alchemy strength is extremely formidable. The last time at Capone capital city, he preached on Tao for quite a few fiend medicine hall's hall masters. What? A 2-star fiend apothecary preaching on Tao for fiend medicine hall's hall masters? This. No wonder these hall masters have this attitude. The geniuses all gathered around and started gossiping about Yi Yuan's origins. Very soon, Yi Yuan's details were figured out clearly by them. Hearing that Yi Yuan was an alchemy expert, they lost interest in Yi Yuan. How much threat could an alchemy expert fiend general pose to them? At this time, a wave of fiendish energy surged. A powerful aura descended from the sky. Elder Dian. The group of hall masters bowed. Clearly, this Lord Dian's position in the Blood Yama Hall was extremely high. Dian's gaze swept over Heavenstar there, and he opened his mouth to say indifferently, "The time has arrived. Now, I'm going to activate the ruins. Those who can enter and clear it in the end will have generous rewards. But all of the rewards inside these ruins all belong to my Blood Yama Hall. Whoever dares to pocket it will become enemies with my Blood Yama Hall." Talking to the back, Dian seethed with killing intent, making all of the geniuses' hearts turn cold. Yi Yuan was also surprised when he heard it. It seemed like the rewards inside these ruins were quite generous. Dian reached his hand out and waved. 1,000 milky white stones suspended in the air. He formed a seal. 1,000 milky white stones emitted a dazzling light, shooting straight at the door of the ruins. It's middle-grade fiend essence stones. My G.O.D. 1,000 middle-grade fiend essence stones. The Blood Yama Hall is so extravagant. Looks like this ruin is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Blood Yama Hall expended such a great price to bring us over. Looks like the rewards inside this ruin are huge. Those 1,000 milky white stones were a higher level existence than low-grade fiend essence stones. They were middle-grade fiend essence stones. One piece of middle-grade fiend essence stone was equivalent to 10,000 pieces of low-grade fiend essence stones. That was something used by fiend lord and above powerhouses. In capital cities, this level of city, it was extremely rare for middle-grade fiend essence stones to appear. Middle-grade fiend essence stones were very precious and tend to have demand, but no market. Dian's opening move was 1,000 pieces. It was truly extravagant. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black cave. Younger brother Source Knight, after going in, take good care. If you see that the matter can't be done, just directly give up. You have to know, your life is more important than the treasures inside the ruins. Heavenstar transmitted his voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder brother, rest assured. I won't treat my life as a joke. Everyone, all go in then. After entering, you all will naturally know what you should do," Dian said coolly. When the geniuses heard that, they did not hesitate either, directly entering in a single line, disappearing into the cave. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and was actually directly transported away. When he appeared again, he already arrived inside a vast hall. And he actually appeared on a ring looking again. Yi Yuan discovered that there were actually 12 arenas in the hall. And he just happened to occupy one. Same as Yi Yuan. There were 11 others standing on the rings, appearing somewhat at a loss. Welcome to the purple extreme sex land of inheritance. An archaic voice echoed out inside the hall. Chapter 15:15 Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. 15:15 Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. Purple extreme sect? What's that? Never heard of it before. Does the heaven-span world have sex, this sort of thing? These ancient ruins are so strange. The heaven-span world did not have sect forces at all. All of the forces were all under the control of cities, making clear distinctions. Now, a purple extreme sect suddenly appeared, surprising the group of geniuses greatly. But that voice clearly did not care what everyone thought and continued on its own. The ones occupying the 12 arenas are arena lords. The others each have one chance to challenge. The one who wins is the arena lord. The loser will be eliminated. Now, you all can freely pick your opponent. The 12 people remaining on the rings in the end will get the purple extreme sect's generous rewards. The moment the voice faded, a din immediately broke out in the hall. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus quite a number of martial artists reacted very quickly, all scrambling after one another, flying up toward Yi Yuan's ring. In a blink, 20 martial artists arrived on Yi Yuan's ring. Bang! When the number of people on Yi Yuan's ring reached 24, the martial artist at the back seemed to have directly hit a wall. He was ejected out far away. Ouch! Miserable screams echoed together. Seeing this scene, the others could not help being secretly regretful and angry. Clearly, Yi Yuan's arena was already full. It was already too late for others to want to go up. Yi Yuan was clearly the only soft persimmon in the 12 arenas, the easiest to need, while the rest were at least all half-step fiend commander realm. Wanted to win would probably still have to expend some effort. Sigh, those tortoise grandsons really know how to take advantage of this. In this blink of an eye, they filled the ring. Just this one soft persimmon. Looks like it won't be our turn to need. Looks like this arena is the best in standing out. Mustn't run into the eminent orchid's 6 sons, otherwise dead for sure. Below the arenas were animated discussions. Clearly, they were quite unhappy with the current situation. While at this time, the eminent orchid's 6 sons also each chose a ring and slowly stepped up. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one shrunk back at the sight of it. Among the people present, there were a total of 8 fiend commander realms. These 8 people had a tacit understanding, each choosing a ring. Therefore, the other 3 arenas became very popular. It was only to see figures swarming over toward those 3 rings one after another inside the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining people even came to blows in order to fight for these 3 rings. For a moment, spiritual energy crisscrossed inside the hall, tremors intense. Very soon, amidst a series of screams, those 3 rings were also filled. The remainder people wailed all round. These 8 rings were without the least bit of suspense. It would definitely be those fiend commander powerhouses who win in the end. Hence, some people started to be reluctant to go up the rings. Arg! Suddenly, a scream came over. A black, horrifying flame suddenly burst out on the body of a half-step fiend commander genius martial artist. In a blink of an eye, that person was burned into nothingness. It's the blood essence contract activating. This, we must go up the ring to fight. This, how to fight still. The eminent orchid's 6 sons were definitely not a match. Forget it, isn't it just a loss? Fight it out. Once these people shrink back, it would be equivalent to breaking the blood essence contract. Once the blood essence contract had a backlash, their outcome would still be death. Hence, everyone already had no way out and could only choose a corresponding ring. After everyone had chosen, that old voice sounded out once again. Very soon, the arena compet. 1. Tyne adopts the 1 versus 1 format. The challengers challenge the arena lords in proper sequence, according to the order of getting on the ring. The final victor will enter the next round of challenge. Now, the challenge begins. Ha ha ha! Everyone this rookie Ibuja will accept first. The first martial artist who got on the ring laughed his head off. Clearly, he was very satisfied with him picking up a bargain. When the others saw this scene, they could not help nos. Plussing their teeth in hatred. This guy's reaction is really fast. He picked up a huge bargain. Being smug for what? It's still uncertain who can laugh until the end. Despicable person intoxicated by success. Facing the indignant voices of the rest, Buja did not care in the slightest. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a smile, "Master Source Knight, is it? This place isn't a pill refining room. Wonder why you ran here to join in the excitement. But since you came, it's also giving this young master a big gift. Haha, this young master will kindly accept it." Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at a fool and said coolly, "Looks like you all treat me as a soft persimmon. Everyone wants a squeeze, right?" Buja laughed and said, "Isn't that so? Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a sneer, "What you said is very right. Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons." Ha ha! Since you already have the awareness, then bang! Buja was just laughing wildly when he suddenly screamed, the laughter abruptly stopping, directly being ejected out of the ring. Already said that the challenge started to actually still be in the mood to laugh. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Ha ha!" A wave of loud guffaws came over. When the remaining 23 people saw this scene, they all laughed their heads off. Getting on the ring and still so careless. Serve him right to directly be eliminated. Buja crawled to his feet with a grunt blus. Plussing until his entire face was red as he pointed at Yi Yuan and let loose a torrent of abuse. Despicable villain, to actually sneak attack. If you have the ability, let's have an open and above-board battle. Yi Yuan nonchalantly swept a glance over him and said, "Fool! You! Who are you scolding a fool?" Buja said furiously, "Scolding you a fool? Don't even know this?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Ha ha!" Another wave of roaring laughter. Buja was angered until he was about to explode. He roared furiously and said, "Brat, I want to fight you again." Done talking, Buja's figure moved, speeding over towards the ring. Bang! A streak of light flashed across. Buja was directly bounced flying out far away. Clearly, the ring already did not give him the chance anymore. "Next," Yi Yuan said indifferently. The second young genius who got on the ring looked at Yi Yuan with a sympathetic gaze and said mockingly, "I won't bang." He wanted to say that he wouldn't be like Buja, making this kind of low-level mistake. But he was the same as Buja, directly flying out of the ring before saying finish his words. Everyone's gaze turned intent, finally discovering that something was not quite right. This soft persimmon seemed to be somewhat hard. Yi Yuan's attack earlier was inconceivably fast. They actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. Those two earlier losing were not, because Yi Yuan making sneak attacks at all, but that they could not react to the attacks at all. Those able to come here were all geniuses among geniuses, all clever people. One could still say to be a fluke. Two was definitely not a fluke anymore. Next, right then, Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a death-hastening talisman, sounded out in their ears. Chapter 1516, The Strongest 18. 1516, The Strongest 18. Bang. 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 One figure flew down the ring after another. The faces of the people at the back got uglier and uglier. How is this a soft persimmon? This was clearly a bulldozer. These peak geniuses did not have any strength to retaliate in front of Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan was able to kill Ka Xin, this level of genius, when he had just become a high-rank Fiend General. Now, he already broke through to Grand Completion Fiend General. Regardless of whether it was Realm or Power of Laws, they were much stronger. If he faced off with Ka Xin again, Yi Yuan would absolutely be able to hang the other party up and beat him up. Even if these capital city geniuses were more powerful than Ka Xin, they were also not that more powerful. How could they be Yi Yuan's match? Furthermore, those who rushed over to Yi Yuan's side were mostly not confident in their own strength. People who wanted to take advantage of the moment, who knew that they kicked an iron plate. "Hey, you guys, look, is my eyesight failing?" That alchemy genius's martial prowess is actually so strong. Holy sh asterisk t. Cruce. H. I. Plussing an opponent with one move. I can't even see him make his move clearly at all. Luckily, I was a tad slower just now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any hope at all now. The other arena's people suddenly discovered that their side had not fought 2 matches yet, and Yi Yuan's side already had half the people go down. This speed was a little too fast. Very soon, Yi Yuan cleaned up the people on the ring while the other arenas were only just starting. Tsk didn't expect that the spot of an arena lord was so easy. Yi Yuan smacked his hands and said emotionally, "Poo work." When the people on the other rings heard this, they nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Their side fought for their lives, but Yi Yuan were exceptionally good to actually already sweep away his opponents. The eminent Orchid's 6 sons also revealed visible changes in countenance. Clearly, this Source Knight's strength greatly exceeded their imaginations. Congratulations, number 3 Rings Arena Lord is born. Obtained the Purple Extreme Sex reward, Void Jade Saturn Peach. A bright red Saturn Peach landed from the void, landing in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan looked at the Saturn Peach bar, I-N-G, with spiritual energy, his brows slightly furrowed. Senior, have you seen this thing before? Yi Yuan asked dustless. Never seen before. I believe this Void Jade Saturn Peach is likely an extremely rare item. Dustless said. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly astonished. With Dustless's experience and knowledge, he actually did not even see this Void Jade Saturn Peach before. No wonder the Blood Yamahal expended such a great price to let them come to this ancient ruin. It seemed like the good things here were quite a few. With Yi Yuan's understanding of spirit medicines, this Void Jade Saturn Peach was absolutely a good stuff worth several cities. The eminent Orchid's 6 sons' strength was indeed powerful. They also smoothly took the pleas of Arena Lord without the slightest effort. Time slowly trickled by. The other 5 platforms also respectively gave birth to their Arena Lords. Each Arena Lord obtained a reward belonging to themselves, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan noticed that these reward items, most of them, he had not heard before. Even Dustless completely did not recognize, too. But without fail, they were all good things. At this time, that old voice sounded out again. Congratulations to the 12 Arena Lords. Now the real test begins. Starting from now, you guys will be facing the real test. Your opponents are the Purple Extreme Sec's strongest 18 young powerhouses throughout the ages. Every 6 opponents that you all defeat, you'll obtain a corresponding reward. Work hard, youngsters. The 12 people on the rings all revealed solemn looks. Although they did not know what kind of existence this Purple Extreme Sect was, even the Blood Yamahal, this kind of Titan cannot do anything about it, and could only clear the hurdles honestly and in earnest. It showed that this sect's strength was definitely very strong. The strength of 18 of the young generation's strongest people likely could not be underestimated. Suddenly, 12 beams of light shone down from the sky of the hall. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he was transported into a region of S-P-A-C again. A ray of light flashed by. A young man appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a surprised look. This was his opponent? Looking at the other party, there was flesh and blood. Could he be a living person still? No need to be so surprised. We've long turned to dust already. Right now, we're merely a projection. The other party seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's thoughts and prompted with a smile. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in surprise, "This projection is also too lifelike, right? Moreover, you actually still have consciousness." An ancient era's projection could actually communicate with him. The other party smiled and said, "This land of inheritance has a trace of our divine sense attached, so we're naturally able to communicate. Your cultivation speed is very fast. 100 years or so bone age. Furthermore, you started cultivating from a small world's mortal. To actually be able to reach such heights, truly remarkable." Yi Yuan was greatly alarmed at his heart. His exact details were actually seen inside out by the other party. When the other party saw Yi Yuan's expression, he said, "You don't need to be shocked. When you were transported here, you've already been thoroughly checked by the land of inheritance. It's not strange that I know these." Yi Yuan came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is." The other party said, "I'm called Mei Fong, you." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "I'm Yi Yuan." Mei Fong nodded and said, "Fighting with you, I'm somewhat winning and scrupulously. But I have no command over myself, too. Begin then." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Please." Mei Fong's brows knitted slightly, and he said, "You're not making a move?" He discovered that Yi Yuan was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back and did not have the intention of making a move at all. This was also looking down on people too much. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior should have heard before, formless beats having moves." Mei Fong's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, truly. The young are to be feared. Then I'll have a taste of your formless beats having moves. This is my self-created sword move, literature 36 swords. You be careful." Drawing the sword and seeing nothing but emptiness all round. Mei Fong's sword was full of heroic spirit, profligate and unrestrained. The power of laws already reached late stage, sword Dao, third layered heaven. The power extremely daunting. Even though he had only half-step origin deity strength, he was one of the most powerful opponents that Yi Yuan had encountered. Similarly, being at the half-step origin deity realm, this Mei Fong's strength was more than 10 times stronger than Ka Xin. Right then, Yi Yuan made a move. Shatter. Yi Yuan's sword carried an incomparably bizarre power of laws, directly blocking Mei Fong's sword. Mei Fong's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of great astonishment. This sword move of Yi Yuan looked plain and ordinary, but the move directly attacked the place where he was the most vulnerable. Good sword. Flash. H.I. Plussing tiger and dragon divine sword soars. Mei Fong yelled out, his move changing. The power of laws suddenly changed dramatically. He changed moves fast. Yi Yuan was likewise not slow. It was only to see the tip of Yi Yuan's sword reverse, stabbing over like a shadow following. Yi Yuan did not know that their 12 people's battle situation was all being projected on the rings at this time. Those eliminated genius martial artists took their every move and action into their sights. The moment the battle began, those geniuses emitted a series of exclamations. Fan is so strong. Indeed, well-deserving of being the head of the eminent Orchid's 6 sons. He only used 10 moves to finish off his opponent. The eminent Orchid's 6 sons are the eminent Orchid's 6 sons, too strong. The slowest only used 20 moves too. Even though that Source Knight became an arena lord, his strength is indeed the weakest. 100 moves had already said he actually still hasn't finished off his opponent yet. Chapter 15-17, There's Something Shady. Chapter 15-17, There's Something Shady. I lost. Junior, you're very strong. Mei Fong said sincerely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is very strong too. Your sword art gave me great inspiration. Mei Fong laughed loudly and said, Actually, you could defeat me in 1 move, but you tangled with me for 500 over moves. It's in order to glean the strength of my sword art, right? Yi Yuan smiled and did not deny it. Even though Mei Fong's strength was much stronger than Ka Xian, Yi Yuan could defeat him in 1 move by unleash. H.I. Plussing Daybreak. The current Yi Yuan, it was already very hard to find an opponent within Heaven Glimpse realm anymore. Oh, what a fine formless beats having moves. Your sword art might be able to reach the acme of perfection. All right, you've already said the level and can go to your next opponent there. Outside, when everyone saw that Yi Yuan finally defeated the first opponent, they could not help revealing a mocking look. Especially Buzhe, he said with a mocking face. So what if he became the arena lord? Isn't he still a supporting character? Buzhe, don't say that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. He has at any rate gotten the arena lord's reward too. However, he indeed can only be at the bottom of the barrel too. With his strength, it's likely very hard to even pass the second round. These 18 people are called the strongest. They look like they are SOSO. D-Fan already defeated 3 people. Reckon that a few 106 people isn't hard. At this time, the D-Fan, who is known as the eminent Orchid Six Sons #1 person, already won against 3 people in a row and was currently in a fierce battle with the 4th person. But the D-Fan at this time clearly already could not be like the start, only using 10 moves to defeat his opponent. Their opponents were all half-step Fiend Commander realm without exception. Clearly, D-Fan, the 6 of them, were already straining more and more. Bang! An arena lord was directly smashed into pieces by his opponent. This crowd of geniuses was all taken aback with fright. Only then did they know that this round did not seem so easy. A single mishap, and it was life-threatening. The other 3 arenas' arena lord strengths were clearly much weaker. He only held on to the second round and was directly slaughtered by his opponent without even having a chance to admit defeat. Seeing this scene, Bouja looked even smugger as he said, "You all guess, will that punk called Source Knight be directly killed? This is very likely. It was already so grueling for him in the first round. Being killed in the second round is also something very normal." Someone immediately concurred. The others already secretly nodded their heads, clearly not having objections towards this claim. However, Yi Yuan disappointed them. Even though Yi Yuan still cleared the second round strenuously, after 300 moves, Yi Yuan still said the level. F***CK is there a mistake? Can even pass like this guy is also too freaking lucky. Bouja stomped his feet in anger. Although the rest would not be like Bouja, they were clearly all very surprised by Yi Yuan's clearing of the round. Quickly look, Batu lost. My G. Oh, D. Just how strong are these round guardians to actually be able to jump realms to battle? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Swaz. H." Plus Batu was directly transported back. Coming down from the ring, Batu's expression was very ugly. As one of the eminent Orchid's 6 sons, his strength virtually overlooked everyone. Now, he actually lost to a half-step Fiend Commander. It had always been him jumping realms to challenge others. Today, he was actually overstepped by others. Even though this was a young genius from goodness knows how many years ago. Batu, are these round guardians really so strong? Someone plucked up his nerves and asked. When they looked at the projections on the rings, they could only see both parties' moves and not the undulation of laws. It was very hard to perceive the actual situation. Batu's face was sullen as he nodded and said, "Very strong. Their power of laws basically all reached late-stage, third-layered heaven, even grand completion realm. Furthermore, their application of laws at least reached the point of unity of mind. Coupled with their martial techniques are extremely powerful. Their overall strength is very powerful. It isn't unjust for me to be defeated in their hands." Everyone drew a cold breath. Only then did they have a clear understanding of their round guardian strength. Before long, there were another 2 eminent Orchid 6 sons who were defeated in the 5th round. Now, among the ones still persisting in clearing this level, only 4 people left. 3 eminent Orchid 6 sons, as well as Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's progress speed was very slow. Everyone already lost interest. Everyone's gaze was focused on D-Fan. At this time, D-Fan was currently in a fierce battle with the 6th round's guardian. The 2 people were practically already rampaging, fighting until heaven and earth dimmed. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I really don't dare to believe that there's actually a half-step Fiend Commander who can force D-Fan to such an extent. Yeah, I didn't expect that the ancient era's powerhouses were actually powerful to such an extent. This is just the 6th person. How terrifying must the 18th person be? Even though there were no violent law fluctuations, just relying on the projections, they could already feel the intensity of the battle situation. Boom! Finally, D-Fan found an opening, blowing his opponent up with 1 punch. #1 Arena Lord cleared the 6th round, obtained a low-grade divine, Lord Mystic Treasure. That old voice sounded out once more. The moment everyone heard, their faces all revealed incomparably heated gazes. Divine Lord Mystic Treasure, which was also Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. That was something that only Fiend Lord powerhouses had the qualifications to use. Even though this Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure ultimately had to be given to the Blood Yamahal, the Blood Yamahal would definitely give a considerable reward. In the projection, D-Fan had a proud look. Clearly, he was also fully satisfied and content with defeating this 6th round Guardian. D-Fan is indeed worthy of being the 6 Sun's #1. His strength is too strong. D-Fan already said the 6th round. Wonder how many people he can still beat. I estimate he can at least clear until the 9th round. Oh look, that kid. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock. Batu saw that D-Fan obtained a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure and was currently not happy. The moment someone cried out, he immediately said in a deep voice, making an unnecessary fuss for what? That kid called Source Knight actually cleared to the 5th round. That person cried out as if seeing something beyond comprehension. Batu's face fell. Looking towards the #3 arena, he discovered that Yi Yuan had indeed cleared to the 5th round. Everyone turned pale with shock. They were all paying attention to D-Fan wholeheartedly, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually cleared until the 5th round unknowingly. Batu was defeated in the 5th round. Yi Yuan making it to the 5th round. Didn't it mean that he was already very close to his strength? You gotta be kidding. A rookie who did not even reach half-step Fiend Commander was actually about the same strength as him? Is there a mistake with this kid's realm? How can he possibly make it to the 5th round? Yeah, Batu was so strong and only made it to the 5th round. I don't believe that his strength is even stronger than Batu's. There's something shady. There must be an inside story. This Source Knight's opponent definitely isn't as strong as Batu. The group of people immediately exploded. They were unable to accept this face. Even Batu's strength only made it to the 5th round. What right did Yi Yuan's bit of strength have to make it to the 5th round? He was clearly very strained during the 1st round. Hearing these people's words, Batu felt a little better in his heart and said coolly, "Relax, he definitely can't pass. That's the 5th round." Chapter 15:18 Something's Wrong. Chapter 15:18 Something's Wrong. No one was clearer than Batu about the 5th Guardian's strength. If Yi Yuan could even pass through the 5th round, then he would really have to suspect that there was something shady. At this time, D-Fan was currently resting, preparing to continue challenging. After each round, said that SPAC would automatically help the martial artist recover their strength. It only took around a quarter of an hour, and the challenger would be at a peak state. While the other 2 of the Eminent Orchid 6 Sons were currently in fierce battles with the 6 Guardians. It seemed like it was somewhat taxing. At this time, the 2 defeated Eminent Orchid 6 Sons were also transported back. Seeing that Batu was already defeated, they could not help being somewhat surprised. "Batu, you were actually defeated so quickly?" one of them asked. Batu's strength ranked in the middle among the few of them. Logically speaking, he would not lose so quickly. Batu nodded and said, "I was too eager to win. A careless move, and I was defeated. However, even if I try harder, it's useless too. I can't pass. That's the 6th round no matter what." Those 2 people nodded their heads, indicating agreement. Suddenly, they glimpsed with their peripherals, their faces revealed a shocked look. This kid actually made it to the 5th round? Is there a mistake? Batu said, "I also can't make head nor tail of it." Just now, when everyone was watching D-Fan clearing the 6th round, this kid made it to the 5th round bafflingly. The 2 people were speechless. Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's strength was around the same as them? While at this time, Yi Yuan already faced off with the 5th round's Guardian. Everyone all stared at the #3 arena without shifting their eyes, wanted to see what capability Yi Yuan had to actually be able to make it to the 5th round. Yi Yuan still had that unhurried appearance, tangling in battle with his opponent. Under the opponent's fierce attacks, Yi Yuan seemed to be somewhat straining. But Yi Yuan was very stubborn. Each time, he could turn peril into safety. Something's wrong. I remember that when this kid was in the first round, he was this half-dead manner. Why is he still like this when he made it to the 5th round? Buja suddenly said. He discovered to his shock, Yi Yuan's current battle did not seem to be any different from when in the first round. It was as if his opponents did not become strong at all. This discovery immediately got many people's acknowledgement. Yeah, he was also being overwhelmed at the first round. After 500 to 600 moves, he won without rhyme or reason. The second round seemed to be like this too. Could it be that there's really something shady? Rubbish. This ancient ruins, it's everyone's first time entering. What shady deal can there be? Just as everyone was talking all at once, Yi Yuan's sword pious said through his opponent's chest bizarrely. Yi Yuan won. The hall was dead silent. Everyone all looked at this scene in disbelief. How could it be like this? Could it be that Yi Yuan's strength already surpa? Said the eminent orchid's 6 sons? This was also too fake, right? F asterisk King H. E. L. L. There must be something wrong here. This kid's opponent definitely isn't as strong as ours. Bak 2 said with an indignant look. The other 2 people also had SY looks and said in disbelief. There must be something wrong here. They also said earlier, this kid has always been half dead like this. Yet, he could clear the round each time. If there's nothing wrong, I'll ring my head off for him to kick like a ball. Whose? H. Plus a streak of cold light flashed by. One of the eminent orchid's 6 sons, his head directly flew out. His fiend's soul also ground into pieces. The purple extreme sect treats all challengers equally without discrimination. Those who question dies. The old voice sounded out once more. It was just that this time, it was unusually cold. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one dared to question whether there was something shady anymore. But for Yi Yuan to clear 5 rounds, this result, they still felt that it was unbelievable. They could not see it. Clearing 5 rounds in a row, Yi Yuan's sword art became even more erratic. Only his opponents could distinctly sense his power. Yi Yuan discovered that these ancient-era young geniuses were really incomparably powerful. Their application of laws serpa. Said Yi Yuan's imaginations. From them, Yi Yuan learned many things. Learning now and selling now, Yi Yuan discovered that his drawing parallels from inference, his comprehension towards spatial laws became increasingly deeper. Spatial laws were one of the highest-ranking laws, and also one of the hardest laws to comprehend that the heaven-span world universally acknowledged. The heaven-span world's spatial laws were on a completely different level from a small world's. Even grand completion origin deity realm powerhouses were unable to fly. This in itself indicated many problems. Only by reaching half-step divine lord realm could one touch the threshold of spatial laws, achieving the goal of temporary flight from there. Yi Yuan's chasing moon, daybreak. These 2 moves, after incorporating spatial laws, it made his sword moves become erratic, the power unimaginable. This was not purely comprehending spatial laws, but the spatial laws which Yi Yuan comprehended through Sword Dao could integrate with Yi Yuan's sword moves perfectly. One would never know where Yi Yuan's sword would appear or when it would appear. Congratulations to the number 3 Arena Lord for defeating the 6th opponent. Obtained a low-grade divine Lord Mystic Treasure. This voice sounded out, making everyone trembled all over. Clear the 6th round just like this? Are you kidding me? Could it be that this guy has no limits? Really seeing ghosts? Just what trick is this kid playing? Why does it feel like he's going to lose every time, but win in the end? Batu had a sullen look and said, if his opponent has no problems, then there's only one explanation. The moment these words came out, everyone all perked their ears and listened attentively. Batu paused for a bit and said, he's totally hiding his strength. Hiding his strength? He's clearly a grand completion fiend general. Conrel Mill. U.S. Trade anything? When I was at half-step fiend commander, I could completely hang you up and pummel you. Batu said with a cold sneer. That person did not say anything. He was unable to refute these words. This way it also makes sense. The strength that he displayed in the ring previously was already very strong, practically cruise. Plussing others with one move, unable to see his depths at all. Another eminent Orchid 6 son said. Batu nodded and said, he wouldn't be deliberately acting for us to see. I reckon that he deliberately slowed down the pace. He's probably comprehending those ancient geniuses' martial techniques. This is also too freakish, right? Such a strong opponent. He actually still has the mood to learn his opponent's martial techniques. Everyone drew a cold breath, frightened looks showing on their faces. How incredible the nerves for one to dare do such a thing. Very likely, if I didn't come out and see these projections, I wouldn't even know that the situation inside could actually be seen. There's no way he's deliberately concealing his strength, said another one of the 6 sons, agreeing with this. Right at this time, D-Fan defeated the 7th round's guardian, successfully clearing the round. Haha, this challenge is really interesting. So many powerful opponents. It's still my first time encountering such situation. Feels so good. Defeating 7 people, my strength improved a step further. The next opponent will likely make my hot blood boil with excitement even more. Those guys have probably all lost already, right? D-Fan said with a loud laugh. Chapter 1519, Catching Up from Behind. Chapter 1519, Catching Up from Behind. The 7th round opponent was clearly much stronger than the previous 6 rounds. But Yi Yuan himself similarly made great strides in strength and did not feel too great a difficulty. After several hundred moves, Yi Yuan's sword pass said right through the opponent's body. 7th round cleared. Yi Yuan's sword art became more and more erratic. His entire being gave people an illusionary and ephemeral feeling. At times, Yi Yuan's sword was clearly still very far away, but suddenly appeared in front of his opponent. It was impossible to guard against. And all these were attributed to his comprehension of spatial laws. 2 great laws combining together was not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. I didn't expect that you already comprehended spatial laws at just Heaven Glimpse Realm. Really an unexpected surprise. Dustless said with a laugh. Roughly what is the level of my spatial laws comprehension currently? Yi Yuan asked curiously. He could sense that spatial laws were too extensive and profound, far more difficult than Sword Dao. These few days he cultivated inside the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C. Coupled with the close seclusion this time, his improvement was already very big, but he still did not feel the bottleneck of the law. The more it was like so, the more Yi Yuan felt the difficulty of spatial laws. You're still early. Your current level isn't even grand completion for spatial laws, first layered heaven initial stage. Dustless said. So weak, huh? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Weak? Heh. Right now, your comprehensions in spatial laws are already stronger than the vast majority of half-step divine lords. Even if it's a true divine lord realm powerhouse, he's also merely able to use spatial laws first layered heaven. Spatial laws aren't as simple as you think. Yi Yuan could not help being very surprised when he heard. Him comprehending spatial laws was entirely because he drew parallels from inference. Just how powerful this law was, he was utterly clueless. Now, hearing Dustless said so, only then did he have an intuitive feeling. In the past, Yi Yuan only just touched a smattering. But now, after Yi Yuan went through a bout of bitter cultivation, the improvement of spatial laws seemed to show a trend of advancing by leaps and bounds. Spatial laws are actually so hard, Yi Yuan exclaimed with a sigh. And more than just hard. Time laws and spatial laws are the 2 most fundamental laws. In the entire heavenspan world, don't talk about being able to comprehend. Even learning the rudiments is also very rare. You don't look at how those divine lord realm powerhouses all fly in the sky and tunnel into the earth. Actually, they don't understand spatial laws at all. Being able to accomplish this is entirely because the power of the world itself contains a portion of spatial laws. Even with this innate advantage, The vast majority of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses are unable to learn the rudiments of spatial laws for all their lives too. While you have already opened this door, Dustless said, like this, I'm very remarkable. Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. He really did not know that the spatial laws he comprehended were actually so formidable. But Dustless said solemnly, very impressive. However, I can't help you with spatial laws either. How much you can comprehend will depend on your fortunes. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Suddenly recalling something, he said, oh, right, inside the world suppressing steel, it can actually alter the time flow. Could it be? Dustless nodded and said, that's right. Back then, Immortal Grove comprehended a trace of time laws by chance. However, he only comprehended a bit of superficial knowledge. Indeed so. The time that Yi Yuan came to the Heavenspan world was not short anymore too. He had never heard of changing the flow of time, this kind of thing. It turned out that it was actually Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's unique secret technique. Just comprehended a trace of superficial knowledge, and he could change the time flow ratio of 1 to 10. If one completely comprehended time laws, how terrifying was that? Yi Yuan felt terrified thinking about it. Gathering his thoughts, Yi Yuan continued to clear the rounds, challenging the Eighth Guardian. While at this time, D-Fan and the Eighth Guardian's battle was already drawing to a close. Boom! Once more, D-Fan blew his opponent up with a punch. Ha ha ha, awesome! D-Fan was covered all over with wounds and scars, virtually not an intact spot on his physical body. But he still killed his opponent and succeeded in clearing the round. When he was recovering his strength, D-Fan murmured to himself, it's a shame, definitely can't pass. That's the 9th round. But my battle achievement should be number 1 among the 12 arena lords, right? Those few people's strength can at most only make it to the 6th round. Heh, number 1 or not doesn't matter. The challenges this time caused a tremendous improvement for my strength. D-Fan was completely unaware of the outside world genius's shock. Yi Yuan actually even cleared the 7th round easily. I remember that D-Fan fought roughly more than 2,000 rounds with the 7th Guardian, right? This Source Knight settled it in 300 or 400 moves. This is simply unimaginable. Source Knight actually caught up from behind. Wonder what kind of expression D-Fan will have when he comes out and sees Source Knight. At the state, Yi Yuan's clearing speed was very slow. It could be described using turtle speed, but unknowingly, Yi Yuan actually caught up to D-Fan's speed. They saw from D-Fan's state, his limit was also just the 9th round. But they completely could not see where Yi Yuan's limit lay. In the 7th round, the time Yi Yuan used, it seemed almost the same as in the 1st round. The time was only a quarter of D-Fan's. This kind of strange situation made these geniuses even feel somewhat afraid. Finally, D-Fan was defeated in the 9th round. Afterward, he was transported into a foreign S.P. A.C. chose a fiend lord mystic treasure and was transported back. But after he came out, he discovered that everyone was using a strange gaze to look at him. D-Fan even thought that everyone was stunned by his battle record and said with a big laugh, all using this kind of expression to look at me for what? Ha! The challenge clears this time is really to my heart's content, making it to the 9th round in one go. Even if the mystic treasure is given to the Blood Yamahal, this trip was also worthwhile. He still had a young person's temperament in the end. The cheerfulness in D-Fan's heart inevitably had to be expressed. He seemed to be afraid that others did not know that he made it to the 9th level and showed off a bit without leaving a trace. But he discovered that everyone did not seem to have the intention of pandering to him. Among the 6 sons, Batu and D-Fan's relations. H.I. plus B was pretty good. Seeing the situation, Batu said with a strange look, D-Fan, stop showing off. You've met your match this time. Come over and take a look. D-Fan's expression turned struck dumb with amazement. Looking over in the direction Batu pointed at, and involuntarily shuddered all over, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. Regarding D-Fan's gaze, everyone did not feel surprised. After each of the Eminent Orchid's 6 sons came out, they practically all had this expression. Puffed. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's longsword was sent into the other party's chest once more. 8th round cleared. Di Fan was seemingly electrocuted by something, his entire person shuddering, as he said in disbelief, how is this possible? He, a grand completion fiend general, can actually make it to the 9th round? No, wait, there's something shut up. Batu suddenly shouted coldly, cutting off Di Fan's words. Di Fan was taken aback with fright and was just about to fly off the handle. But then he heard Batu say, with a cold bellow, "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth." Chapter 15:20 Spatial Laws versus Ice Laws. Chapter 15:20 Spatial Laws versus Ice Laws. Batu, you dare to get mad at me? Di Fan said with a sullen look. Batu looked at him like looking at a fool and said, "What you want to say, we all know." Nuad has said it, and then he died. Di Fan's expression changed. Looking at everyone's eyes, he suddenly understood something. Our thoughts were the same as yours at the start. But now, we discovered that maybe it isn't as simple as we think. His strength is really very strong. Batu said. Di Fan seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water. That valiant, imposing momentum from before disappeared all at once without a trace. He was actually not first. Looking at Yi Yuan, who was currently in a fierce battle in the projection, Di Fan suddenly felt somewhat doubtful of life. Could it be that he actually lost to a grand completion fiend general? This result made him somewhat unable to accept it. He looked at the Yi Yuan, who was somewhat struggling in the projection, and suddenly found a trace of consolation, and said with a cold smile, "Humph, this 8th Guardian strength, I'm all too clear. There's no way he can clear it." The moment his voice faded, everyone used strange gazes to look at him again. Di Fan was stupefied and said, "Why? I said wrongly again. You all look at his appearance. Does it look like he can win?" Some people wanted to laugh, but did not dare to laugh. After all, Di Fan's strength was placed there. Really annoying him would not have any good outcome. Batu seriously could not look on, recounting the situation of Yi Yuan clearing the rounds for Di Fan. After Di Fan heard, he stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. He himself also had great harvests in the challenges this time. But playing like Yi Yuan, he really did not dare. Especially after the 7th round. Each and every one of the opponents was too strong, virtually pressuring him until he could not catch his breath. As long as he relaxed a little, that was not a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of life and death. With this, Di Fan really had no temper anymore, watching the one and only projection on the arena obediently with the others. But in his heart, he was praying frantically for Yi Yuan to lose to the 8th Guardian. But he was disappointed very quickly. A plain and ordinary straight stab of Yi Yuan's directly struck his opponent's head. 8th round cleared. Looking from the projection, this move was too plain and ordinary. They could not figure out why the Guardian could not even block such a simple sword. Even though everyone did not dare to voice their doubts, at the bottom of their hearts, everyone's suspicions had never been relieved before. Humph! When this punk comes out, I'll definitely have a match with him. I don't believe that there isn't anything shady in here at all. Di Fan said in his heart with a cold snort. Yi Yuan's battle achievement had truly trampled on his dignity. As the eminent Orchid 6 Sun's #1 person, he was unable to accept this. However, the miracle was far from over. Yi Yuan seemed to have switched on a hack, still advancing unhurriedly. 9th round, 10th round, 11th round, 12th round. Congratulations to the #3 Arena Lord for clearing the 12th round, obtaining the 2nd reward. The old voice sounded out once more. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Just up to which level is this guy going to clear? Could it be that he's going to clear through? This is also too abnormal. The last 6 rounds are definitely even harder than before. Maybe he should have reached his limits too, right? Regarding the exclamations outside, Yi Yuan was completely unaware. Along the way, Yi Yuan's strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did his comprehensions in Sword Dao laws already reach the realm of grand completion initial stage 3rd layered heaven, but he also made great progress in spatial laws. Yi Yuan had a feeling that his spatial laws might be reaching the point of grand completion, initial stage, first layered heaven. The 13th round's guardian was an extremely beautiful and cold-looking woman. Young man, to be able to walk to this step, you're very remarkable. But it ends here, the woman said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop being long-winded. Let's start. My sword already can't bear the thirst and hunger." The cold woman's brows furrowed, and she said with a cold snort, "What a conceited brat. Watch the sword." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Another sword user. Perfect." Done talking, Yi Yuan unleashed a chasing moon, his figure instantly disappearing. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, unable to see with the naked eye at all. Clank! Two swords intersected. A burst of cold air transmitted into Yi Yuan's body from the long sword, virtually freezing him. Yi Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant, retreating like lightning. The cold woman's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Yuan's ear. On a run? Too late. Yi Yuan's heart thumped. This woman had such fast movements. While talking, the long sword already arrived at Yi Yuan's neck. Phantom kill. At the life and death moment, Yi Yuan unleashed Phantom Kill without the slightest hesitation, his speed suddenly increasingly explosively, narrowing dodging this sword. Clank, clank, clank. The two figures were unbelievably swift, exchanging 100 swords in a blink of an eye, almost evenly matched. The shock in Yi Yuan's heart could not be any greater. Unleash. H.I. Plussing Phantom Kill with his current strength, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as in the past long ago. Coupled with the augmentation of spatial laws, this move of Yi Yuan practically had no solution. However, this woman was actually able to keep up with his speed. Clank! Two figures separated. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed a look of trepidation. The cold woman also revealed a look of surprise. Clearly, she did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. No wonder you could make it here. Indeed, you have some capabilities, the cold-looking woman said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a smile, "You're very strong, too, to actually incorporate ice laws into Sword Dao." For the first time, Yi Yuan ran into a powerhouse who fused together two kinds of power of laws. This woman's Sword Dao laws were not high, only the level of late-stage, third-layered heaven. But the terrifying thing was that her ice laws already cultivated to third-layered heaven too. Furthermore, she was the same as Yi Yuan, merging two kinds of laws together, the power doubling. Before making a move, the cold woman blanketed her surroundings full of ice laws domain. As long as Yi Yuan entered this domain, his speed would unknowingly slow down. Hence, that was why this woman could contend with him in terms of speed. Yi Yuan's spatial laws were indeed bizarre, but it was only the level of initial stage, first-layered heaven after all. To be able to exchange blows with the cold woman in itself already demonstrated his might. That move earlier so fast. This punk indeed concealed his strength. My G.O.D. already made it to the 13th round before he used his full strength. This guy is really ridiculously strong. Although they could not sense the undulations of the power of laws, the speed of Yi Yuan's movement technique, they could still perceive it. Yi Yuan unleashed H.I. Plussing Phantom Kill. His speed soared tremendously. Those geniuses naturally took it into their sights. Looks like this time, he finally ran into his match. D-Fan, that movement technique earlier, can you keep up? Batu suddenly asked D-Fan. D-Fan thought about and shook his head and said, "Don't know. Can't feel the power of laws here. We can only see the surface. But maybe I can't keep up." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. They looked at D-Fan with incredible shock, not expecting that he actually personally admitted to being inferior to Yi Yuan. Chapter 15:21 Misty Sword Art. Chapter 15:21 Misty Sword Art. It's useless. Although your spatial laws are strong, the level that you comprehended is too low. Give up, said the cold woman indifferently. That might not be the case. Fight again. Yi Yuan's figure moved, unleashed. I. Plussing phantom kill once more. The cold-looking woman did not speak. The ice domain spread out, the sword tip not leaving Yi Yuan's surroundings. The two people were top experts in the power of laws. It was the first time Yi Yuan's power of law met its match. He urged his movement technique to the limit, but was still unable to break through the woman. Her ice domain was like a large net, binding Yi Yuan's hands and feet. Actually, Yi Yuan was not the woman's match. Yi Yuan's true killing move was using Daybreak under the state of Phantom Kill. Daybreak. This move shattered myriad moves under the heaven, especially when Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive toward sword moves. He had already found the cold woman's weakness long ago. It was just that this way, he would not be able to have comprehensions in spatial laws anymore. He wanted to force himself to the limits, making himself comprehend spatial laws under the state of extremity. Presently, a link already formed between his sword Dao laws and spatial laws. Yi Yuan discovered that communicating with spatial laws through sword Dao laws yielded twice the results with half the effort. Even though his opponent previously was strong, he did not reach the cold woman's level. Facing her, Yi Yuan really brought out all of his strength. Under this kind of state, it was easier for Yi Yuan to break through. Yi Yuan discovered that these ancient geniuses all had unique insights into the power of laws. Just like this woman, being able to integrate sword Dao laws and ice laws to such a degree, she was absolutely an extraordinary talent back then, her strength reigning that era. This kind of exchange was two completely different concepts from Yi Yuan fighting with himself inside the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C. Being his own opponent was Serpa S. Sing time and again, a vertical development. But competing with these geniuses was gathering the strong points of everyone, a horizontal development. Yi Yuan could fight with himself nonstop, but it was a rare opportunity to exchange blows with these ancient geniuses. It is no use. Your divine essence is consumed too fast like this. Still don't pull back, you'll die. The woman's icy voice came over. Although the woman was an ice beauty, she clearly had the appreciation of a talent stirred by Yi Yuan, and that was why she would warn like so. Except, Yi Yuan disregarded other people's opinion. He did not listen to her words at all. Stubborn and thick-headed. When the woman saw that Yi Yuan did not listen to the advice, she did not hold back anymore as well, her long sword suddenly accelerating. Sword clear like frost. This sword was the masterpiece of her sword Dao. A bone-piercingly cold sword Dao, law came from head-on, making Yi Yuan's phantom kill practically freeze in the air. The scent of death came from the front. Puffed. The two people's figures intersected, their movements instantly freezing. Drip, drip. Yi Yuan's abdomen was pierced by a large hole, blood running in torrents. This kid is finally defeated. Finally defeated. This time, it can't be wrong, right? Seeing this scene, Buja started laughing excitedly. Everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. The pressure that Yi Yuan brought to them was too great. Overcoming all difficulties along the way, he actually already killed his way to the 13th round. Especially D-Fan. He cleared until the 9th round in one go. He was deeply aware of how great the disparity between each round was. One could say that the difficulty rose geometrically, but Yi Yuan actually cleared 4 more rounds than him. This disparity was too big. Each time Yi Yuan cleared a round, it was like his heart had an additional large mountain, extremely heavy. Now, seeing Yi Yuan get defeated, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. But very soon, their expressions turned stiff on their faces. How is this possible? Batu said in alarm. In the projection, the woman's figure gradually dissipated. This was the hallmark of being killed. It was clear that woman should have won. How? How was she killed? D-Fan said with a puzzled look. In the S.P.A.C., the cold woman's figure condensed once again. Her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of shock. You're a madman, the woman said coldly. Yi Yuan's state was somewhat miserable. Even though he already revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, the recovery speed clearly could not quite catch up to the speed of the power of Law's destruction. Hearing the woman's words, Yi Yuan smiled tragically and said, "But I won, no? Furthermore, I comprehended it. Earlier, when Yi Yuan was pushed to the limit, the initial stage first-layered heaven spatial laws finally reached the realm of grand completion. In that instant, Yi Yuan finally broke through the ice domain's ceiling, his figure traversing through S.P. A.C. bizarrely, killing the woman first. However, the woman's sword clear like frost was also not for show. Under that small distance, it still pierced Yi Yuan's abdomen. The final outcome was that Yi Yuan was injured, while the cold woman died. The cold-looking woman's beautiful eyes swiveled, and she said indifferently, "You won. Go to the next round, then. You comprehended spatial laws. Those few people at the back are all not your match anymore." However, the final round, Zheng Jian, is known as Purple Extreme Sex History's strongest. You need to be careful. It's said that he's the same as you, also a madman. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern. To be able to make the cold woman so solemn, he was definitely formidable to the extreme. One had to know that this woman's talent was absolutely rare in the world. Being able to comprehend sword Tao laws and ice laws to the third-layered heaven at half-step origin deity realm and merge into one, this was absolutely not what the average person could accomplish. After Yi Yuan came to the heaven-span world, he had also seen quite a few so-called geniuses. He had never encountered any capable of merging the power of laws before. Among the people who came this time, he did not know if there were anyone who could fuse together the power of laws. But Yi Yuan reckoned that there should be no one able to make it to this 13th round. It seemed like he really had to be a little careful with this Zheng Jian. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with clasped hands, "Many thanks, I'll be careful." The cold woman nodded slightly and directly transported Yi Yuan away. In the array formation, Yi Yuan's injuries and divine essence were rapidly recovering. What a powerful array formation, to actually be even more powerful than ordinary medicinal pills. This purple extreme sex strength back then was likely extraordinary. Feeling the rapidly recovering injuries, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Phantom kill coupled with spatial laws. The power is indeed extraordinary. This sword art already can't be called phantom kill anymore. What to call it? This move's mystery lies in its unpredictableness, making the opponent unable to grasp it. Why not call it misty sword art then?" Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Currently, among Yi Yuan's sword arts, it already contained quite a few spatial powers of laws. The original phantom kill move already changed flavors. This was a move that fused sword Tao laws and spatial laws, similar to that of the cold woman's sword clear like frost. With the addition of spatial laws, Yi Yuan's sword move became even more erratic and elusive. Hence, Yi Yuan naming this new move as Misty Sword Art was rather appropriate. Chapter 1522, As Long As You Re-Happy. Chapter 1522, As Long As You Re-Happy. Sure enough, as the woman predicted, battling against the few guardians after her, Yi Yuan was unimpeded all the way. When he finished off the 17th guardian, all of the geniuses outside were all dumbfounded. Difan only felt that his mouth was somewhat dry. This Yi Yuan's strength was actually powerful to such a degree. He made it to the 9th round. Yi Yuan made it to the 18th round. The disparity between him and a grand completion fiend general was actually as many as 9 people. These 9 people were not merely as simple as doubling. These 9 people at the back, their strength were much stronger compared to the first 9 people. I really don't know just what aspect this guy is strong in. I really want to have a good fight with him when he comes out. Batu's heart was unbearably itchy. He was really somewhat doubting whether or not Yi Yuan's opponents were really the same as theirs. Especially that battle where he won against the cold-looking woman. Everyone clearly saw that the woman pierced Yi Yuan's abdomen with a sword. But why was the one who won in the end Yi Yuan? It's the final battle. What the result will be, it will be known very soon. Difan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at this man dressed in black in front of him, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Although the woman was strong, she completely did not give him this kind of powerful sense of oppression. Before seeing Zheng Jian, Yi Yuan also could not imagine that a half-step origin deity martial artist would bring him such a strong pressure. Humph! Those trash actually let a weakling like you make it to my place. Zhang Jian said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan's brows raised up. A weakling, is it? The 17 rounds guardians earlier, all of them were amazingly talented people. Reaching Zhang Jian here, he actually became trash. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said, "They all said that you're a madman. I didn't expect that. You're a condescending madman." Zhang Jian was indifferent and still said coldly, "Not that I'm condescending, but you're not fit to enter my eyes at all. I'm invincible in the same rank. You, a mere grand completion heaven glimpse, what right do you have to enter my arcane sights?" Zhang Jian's arrogance billowed to the heavens, completely looking down on Yi Yuan. In his eyes, he had no opponents in the same realm, let alone that Yi Yuan's realm was even a rank lower than his. It was just that these words were somewhat funny in Yi Yuan's ears. Invincible in the same realm, this kind of words, even he did not dare to say. This Zheng Jian actually uttered it shamelessly. The heaven-span world was vast, geniuses as plentiful as oxen hair. Who dared to say that they were invincible in the same rank? He believed that Zheng Jian was definitely a tough character. But to be able to say this kind of words, he was no longer confident, but conceited. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Sorry about it. All along, I have never encountered a match in the same rank too." Zheng Jian said disdainfully, "Is that so? You're very confident. Then I'll utterly destroy your confidence today. Let you know the disparity between genius and mediocrity. Come on, I'm looking forward to it, genios." Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the tone to express his disdain. He disliked this so-called strongest person greatly. Zheng Jian had a character unmovable like a mountain. Yi Yuan's provocation did not make him get angry. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows raised up. Zheng Jian's aura actually fell, finally suppressing a grand completion heaven glimpse, exactly the same as Yi Yuan's. "You're very surprised?" Zheng Jian said indifferently. Yi Yuan nodded his head honestly and said, "Indeed, a little surprised." Zheng Jian said, "I said before, invincible in the same realm. Still using half-step origin deity to deal with you. What difference is there from me and those trash?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "All right, as long as you're happy." Yi Yuan discovered that there was no way to communicate with this arrogant guy at all. At the outside world, a group of people looked at this scene wide-eyed and tongue-tied, full of puzzlement. F***ck me, is this guy R.E.T.A.R. dead? To actually suppress his realm to deal with Source Knight? This guy is too COCKY. This is a typical case of looking for trouble. In a while, see how he dies. Even though D-Fan and Batu, they all felt that Yi Yuan should not make it to this step. Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, they had no objections. Seeing Zheng Jian actually suppress his realm to deal with Yi Yuan, they also felt incredulous. Toward the other people's view, they also expressed their agreement. While at this time, two short swords appeared in Zheng Jian's hands like a magic trick. His entire person immediately revealed his edge. The swift and fierce aura coming from head-on also made Yi Yuan's countenance change visibly. While this guy was arrogant, his strength was definitely indisputable. Even though the other party suppressed his realm, Yi Yuan did not dare to underestimate it either. Within 10 moves, send you on your way. Understanding sword art, release. Zheng Jian gave a low cry, his entire person plussing out akin to a cheetah, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in virtually a blink of an eye. Two short swords, one sliced towards Yi Yuan's throat, one stabbed straight for Yi Yuan's abdomen. The cooperation seamless. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, the evil extermination sword shooting out strangely. Misty sword art. Zheng Jian only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's long sword actually reached first despite launching later, and already arrived in front of his face. This shock was by no means insignificant. He immediately changed moves, sweeping away Yi Yuan's sword. But this alteration of move lost the initiative. An inch short, an inch of peril. The secret of short swords lied in close-quarters combat. But Yi Yuan relied on the length of his sword and directly suppressed Zheng Jian. Exchanging a move, Zheng Jian was very aggrieved. "Lad, it turns out that you comprehended spatial laws. No wonder you're so OC, Kentucky. It's a shame. Your spatial laws are too shallow." Zheng Jian gave a cold cry, pouncing forward once more. This time, Zheng Jian's speed was swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, instantly seeing through Zheng Jian's actual situation. Short sword laws grand completion, third layered heaven, and integrated grand completion, third layered heaven laws of wind. Furthermore, Zheng Jian's short swords seemed to still have some secrets that he did not see through. Clank, clank, clank. Facing such an expert, Yi Yuan did not dare to hide his strength. The two short swords were erratic like his evil extermination sword. A moment of carelessness, and it would be fatal. But in the same rank, Yi Yuan really did not fear Zheng Jian. For Yi Yuan to be able to jump realms in battle, what he relied on was not just law's comprehension. There was also his thick divine essence. Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence made his martial techniques inherently incomparably heavy. It had the effect of augmenting his martial technique itself. Hence, for Zheng Jian to want to suppress Yi Yuan under the same realm, it was a very laughable thing. Zheng Jian discovered this point very quickly. No matter how quick his movement technique was, he could only merely catch up to Yi Yuan's speed. He discovered to his dismay that under the same realm, he could not do anything to the other party at all. The two people were evenly matched. Clank. The two people separated from a clash. Yi Yuan looked at Zheng Jian with a smile that was not a smile and said, "It's already been 80 moves, boasted too big, right? This is the invincibility in the same realm that you boasted earlier?" Zheng Jian's face was extremely dark, but he did not know how to refute Yi Yuan's words. This was still the first time in his life not gaining any advantage under the same realm. This kid opposite was powerful beyond imagination. Although unwilling to admit it, he really did boast too much earlier. "Looks like I really underestimated you. Kid, you have the qualifications to be my opponent. However, you also successfully infuriated me. Now, I'll use my full power to fight." Zheng Jian said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Most welcomed." Chapter 1523, Understanding Strike. Chapter 1523, Understanding Strike. This last round's Guardian is really amusing. To actually overestimate his own ability and suppress his realm. Now, he knows Yi Yuan's prowess, right? This is purely being bored and looking for trouble. Being able to make it to the 18th level. Can one's strength be poor? He seems to look down on Source Knight a lot. With this, his face is smacked resoundingly, right? Although they could not hear the conversation inside the S.P.C. from the general look, one could still infer Zheng Jian's attitude. That arrogant and condescension. One could distinctly feel it even through the projection. Although these geniuses outside disliked Yi Yuan a lot. For Yi Yuan to be able to make it to the 18th round, at any rate he represented them. Zheng Jian could defeat Yi Yuan, even kill Yi Yuan, but could not look down on him. This was slapping all of their faces. Under this kind of strange psychological influence, seeing Zheng Jian get smacked in the face by Yi Yuan, he felt very liberated instead. Source Knight's situation likely isn't good anymore. This 18th round's Guardian is indeed powerful. He's not what those people previously could compare to at all, Batu suddenly said. Regarding this, D-Fan clearly also quite agreed, and said with a nod, "If my conjectures are right, Source Knight probably already did his best just now, while this Guardian still suppressed his realm." Batu said with vicissitudes of emotion, "I really want to enter the place personally and watch this fight. This is absolutely the pinnacle battle of Fiend General Realm." Recovering to half-step Origin Deity Realm, Zheng Jian's entire person gave off an erratic aura. "Ready to die?" Zheng Jian gave a cold laugh, his figure gradually becoming blurry. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The misty sword art suddenly unleashed, his entire person similarly vanished. Plussing in place. The two people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Clank, clank, clank. In the void, metal clashed. Streaks of cold light flashed by from time to time. Two people, one was spatial laws, one was the law of wind. Their movement techniques were both extremely strange. After Zheng Jian recovered to half-step origin deity, his entire person's strength immediately soared a great deal. To experts like them, the impact of a minor realm was seriously too great. So fast, totally can't capture their figures. Turns out that this is their true strength. Too terrifying. Even though I can sense the law undulations, they can insta-kill me by just relying on this movement technique. I really want to know just who has the upper hand right now. At the outside world, those geniuses could not see Yuan Duo's battle at all. They could only occasionally catch traces of blurry figures. Such a battle made them incomparably stifled. The same fiend general realm, the strength was simply a world of difference. Batu and Fan both had solemn faces. Only all the way until this moment were they now convinced that Yi Yuan's strength was really not what they could compare to. The fights previously Yi Yuan utilizing spatial laws tend to be just that one instant. But now, Yi Yuan virtually operated spatial laws to the limit, his entire person seemingly shuttling through the void. The eminent Orchid's 6 sons could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed at all. I understand. Source Knight integrated other powers of laws in his Sword Dao laws. That's why we couldn't see through the mystery. Batu suddenly cried out, having a sudden realization. But straight away, his brows furrowed together again, and he racked his brain hard and said, "But what kind of law is it? Law of wind?" "It's spatial law." Fan suddenly spoke up. Batu's gaze turned intent, and he immediately retorted, "Impossible! Spatial laws are one of the two great paramount laws. How can he possibly comprehend it?" Fan gave him a glance and said coolly, "You look closely. Source Knight's movement technique disappears and reappears again, not leaving traces, just like traversing through the void. Only spatial laws can do it to this extent. That Guardian's movement technique is also extremely fast. Even though his traces are erratic, there are still traces that can be followed. It should be the law of wind." Fan's vision was very sharp. Two mighty experts' showdown forced himself to the limit, finally letting him see through a trace of inkling. Batu looked carefully. Sure enough, it was as Fan said. Although the two people's figures were unable to be captured, looking closely, they were indeed slightly different. This shock was by no means insignificant. How is this possible? This guy is also too freakish, right? Batu sucked in a cold breath and said. Fan's expression was likewise very solemn, and he said, "This can explain why he could defeat those guardians previously. His sword looks plain and ordinary. Actually, it's just that our naked eye can't capture it. His sword is actually already pious, said through the void, and killed his opponent. No wonder. Actually, dealing with those people earlier with his strength was originally very easy. It's just that he wanted to borrow his opponents to practice the sword." Batu suddenly felt that this world was filled with malice. How could there be such a freakish existence to actually be able to comprehend spatial laws? Right then, the two people's battle in the projection came to an abrupt halt, revealing their figures. Everyone's faces changed. Source Knight lost. As expected, his realm is at too much of a disadvantage. But being able to do it to this step, he's already very incredible. A freak who comprehended spatial laws. His future accomplishments are limitless. In the projection, Yi Yuan's breathing was chaotic. He was covered with injuries all over. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. On the other hand, Zheng Jian was completely unscathed. This battle did not seem to have any suspense. "You lost. I admit that you're very decent. Being able to force me to use 80% power, you could be sufficiently proud," Zheng Jian said coldly. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, 80% power, is it? Why don't you try using 100% of your power? Yi Yuan did not doubt Zhang Jian's words. Such an arrogant person would not stoop to lying. Zhang Jian's brows furrowed, and he said, "No need. As the round guardian, as long as you can win 80% of my power, it's considered successfully clearing the round. However, you can't do it." Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "If I insist on making you use 100% of your power?" Zhang Jian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "In that case, you'll die." Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, he was already very clear. In the battle just now, Yi Yuan already unleashed all of his skill and used Daybreak and the Misty sword art at the same time, but was unable to break through Zhang Jian's sword net at all. Zhang Jian's power of laws was too powerful, and his realm was also higher than Yi Yuan's. This was practically a certain defeat scenario. If you can kill me, feel free to bring it on. Use 100% of your power. Let me take a look at just how formidable you, the proclaimed strongest disciple in the Purple Extreme Sect's history, are. Zhang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "Have you thought it through?" Yi Yuan swung his sword horizontally and said coolly, "Thought it through." Zhang Jian nodded slightly and said, "Many geniuses all die being presumptuous, clearly. You're the same too. Since you seek death wholeheartedly, then, I'll see you off." After done talking, Zhang Jian displayed his stance. The aura on his body suddenly changed. Understanding sword art. Understanding strike. Zhang Jian said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Selfless realm." Chapter 1524, Why Dante? I'll give it a try, too. Chapter 1524, Why Dante? I'll give it a try, too, man. What's going on? This Source Knight actually still isn't admitting defeat? They still want to fight again. Could it be that Source Knight still has some trump card? You all look at the Guardian state. It seems to be a bit off. The current Zhang Jian entered a kind of mysterious state. Yi Yuan was too familiar with this state. It was precisely the selfless realm that he had entered twice. A dangerous aura hit him head-on, making Yi Yuan feel a chill run down his spine. No wonder he dares to claim to be invincible in the same realm. He can actually enter the selfless realm at any time. Yi Yuan exclaimed. But at this time, Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. This isn't the perfect state selfless realm. It's just a critical state between the selfless realm and reality. Furthermore, this state is only applicable to battles. It can let the martial artist unleash strength beyond normal levels when fighting. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath, not expecting that there was still such a martial technique. This is his 100% combat power? Indeed powerful. Yi Yuan muttered. This move is developed by experiencing endless tempering before one can fuse a trace of heavenly Tao into their own heart realm. It has to be someone with great fort. 1, 2 to achieve it. This person was definitely a powerhouse whose fame shook a region when he was alive. Dustless said. Even with Dustless's high standards, he viewed Zhang Jian in a different light too. Although this person's talent in martial arts could not compare to Yi Yuan's, it was also not far away. It came so fast. Yi Yuan was alarmed inwardly. Zhang Jian turned into an afterimage, charging over towards him. Two short swords resembled two sharp fangs, bearing its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws and charging over towards Yi Yuan. Origin magnetic field, open. Misty sword art. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. The misty sword art was displayed once more. At the same time, a powerful gravitational field instantly descended. This came suddenly. Zhang Jian's figure suddenly stopped, becoming much slower all of a sudden. Clank, clank, clank. The two people exchanged several dozen sword moves. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Swiss. Plus Zhang Jian's short sword suddenly accelerated. SLAs. Plussing a wound on Yi Yuan's arm. Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. But Zhang Jian was unrelenting, following after. The origin magnetic field that had never failed actually only had an effect for one breath, and it was cracked by Zheng Jian. His sharp sword light directly tore a gap in the origin magnetic field, slicing the force field into pieces. Zheng Jian's power of laws was too strong, far from what the current Yi Yuan could compare to. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan exhausted all of his strength, his figure shuttling through S.P. C nonstop, and could only barely protect his vital areas. But the wounds on his body were increasing continuously. Zheng Jian, who was under the state of the selfless realm, was too strong. That kind of battle instinct was virtually unleashed by him to the limit. This had an all-round increase to his combat strength. This kind of feeling was like when Yi Yuan dealt with the clone back then. After he entered the selfless realm, the clone completely became the target to trample on in front of him. So strong. That guardian is simply akin to a different person than from before. When the world happened, clearly still the same sword art, same movement technique, but why is it so strong? Bot 2 said in horror. In this place, those who could slightly observe the two people's battle traces were just the eminent Orchid's 6 sons. Bot 2, they all watched the projection with unmoving eyes, not daring to miss anything. Because as long as they were distracted momentarily, they would not be able to keep up with the two people's tempo anymore. But he could feel that Zheng Jian's strength suddenly soared, becoming a fighting madman. Yi Yuan's situation was becoming worse and worse. Fan also watched very close and said in a solemn voice, "He seems to have entered a kind of strange state. Seems like the selfless realm." Bot 2's expression changed, and he said in shock, "Selfless realm? This is impossible, right? The selfless realm can be encountered, but cannot be hoped for. Can one casually enter it?" Fan's expression was solemn as he said, "Selfless realm naturally can't be casually entered. But I heard that going through special training, one can train fighting instinct to a critical state. Under this critical state, it practically has the effect of selfless realm and can magnify one's strength infinitely. Most likely, that guardian is in this state." Batu was dumbfounded with shock when he heard and said in alarm, "There's actually still such a thing? If disregarding that the people who know this kind of training method are extremely few, just this training's terror is what ordinary people can't bear at all. Out of 1,000 people, it's already very impressive to have one survive. This round guardian must have been a madman back then too." Fan interrupted Batu's words and said solemnly. Batu drew a cold breath when he heard. This kind of training method was truly too terrifying. Looks like Source Knight is somewhat in danger. Now, even if he wants to stop, it likely won't work anymore too, Batu said emotionally. The pangs of sharp pain coming from his body made Yi Yuan even more awake instead. "Selfless realm, is it? Why don't I give a try too?" Yi Yuan had the experience of entering selfless realm twice before. There was also nearly entering selfless realm one time. A genius who understood the selfless realm more than him. One probably could not find a second one in this world. Now, he was forced by Zheng Jian to the limits. Even the origin magnetic field was instantly disintegrated. The only method he could think of to resolve it was to enter the selfless realm. But selfless realm could not be entered at will. Entering the selfless realm required very harsh timings. The last time, Yi Yuan only narrowly entered selfless realm under the state of imminent death. At this time, Yi Yuan completely opened up his mind, carefully savoring the state of entering selfless realm the last 2 times. This way, he would not be able to focus fully on dealing with Zheng Jian's attacks. The injuries on his body became more and more concentrated. Heavenly Tao. Selfless realm was conforming to Heavenly Tao. How could it only conform to Heavenly Tao? Yi Yuan emptied himself, adjusting his state of mind bit by bit under this kind of extreme state. Source Knight can't hold on anymore. Within 100 moves, life and death will likely be decided. Fan's words carried some melancholy. After all, Source Knight's talent broadened their horizons. He did not expect that Yi Yuan screwed himself over. 100 moves sounded a lot, but to Yi Yuan and Zheng Jian, it was merely several breaths of time. Their attacks were too quick, swift to the point where ordinary people could not catch it all. "You're dead." Zheng Jian's voice was akin to a death-hastening talisman, sounding in Yi Yuan's ear. Although he was in a critical state, he still retained his consciousness. This voice was announcing Yi Yuan's death. Zheng Jian's short sword was akin to a bolt of lightning, stabbing toward Yi Yuan's heart. Swiss. H. Plus Zheng Jian only felt pain on his body. He was actually hurt. Zheng Jian's heart sunk. This was Yi Yuan's first time striking his body. His certain kill blow was actually dodged by Yi Yuan, and he even left behind a scar on his body. Zheng Jian suddenly felt something in his heart, his gaze revealing great astonishment. Selfless Realm. Chapter 1525 revealed True Self. Chapter 1525 revealed True Self. When the fake selfless realm ran into the real selfless realm, the result was tragic. Zheng Jian discovered to his dismay that his short swords could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves anymore. On the contrary, Yi Yuan caused considerable damage to him from time to time. Under Yi Yuan's persecution, it was hard for Zheng Jian to maintain the state of understanding strike anymore. Under this trade-off, their position directly reversed. At the outside world, when the group of geniuses saw this scene, they immediately felt baffled. It's not right. D-Fan, the two of them have long exchanged 100 moves already. Why hasn't the victor been decided yet? D-Fan? D-Fan? Batu turned around to look at D-Fan, but he discovered that D-Fan had his eyes glued to the projection, shock written all over his eyes. Hey, when the world happened? Batu nudged D-Fan. D-Fan abruptly startled awake and said with shock, "Selfless Realm." Batu said in puzzlement, "I know that it's the selfless realm. Didn't you say it just now that Guardian is in a critical state?" D-Fan said, "It's the true selfless realm. That Source Knight, he entered selfless realm." What? Got to be kidding. Is selfless realm so easy to enter? Batu jumped up all at once, yelling at the top of his voice. When the others heard this, they all revealed shocked expressions, all staring at D-Fan, wanting to hear his explanation. Among these people, only D-Fan's strength could see through some clue. Same moves, same realm, everything hasn't changed. But Source Knight is now completely Cruce. H.I. Plussing the Guardian. Only the selfless realm can accomplish this. D-Fan said in shock. Apart from selfless realm, he seriously could not think of other possibilities. Selfless realm. This Source Knight's talent is truly a bit too freakish, right? His talent in alchemy is already extreme, heaven-defying. Even a group of Fiend Lord powerhouses are very respectful towards him. Didn't expect that he's actually so freakish in martial arts too. Does he still want people to live? When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. When you compare people, people have to die. This guy really doesn't give people a way out. It's said that as long as one enters the selfless realm, stepping in a Fiend Lord realm is virtually a sure bet. Really envious of him. The group of geniuses either gasped in admiration or envied. They were all existences with many admirers around them in each capital city. But in front of Yi Yuan, they were like goods on a roadside stall. This kind of strong contrast made them very uncomfortable. Even facing the eminent Orchid's 6 sons, they also did not feel that they were too lofty beyond reach. But now, they had a feeling that even if they worked hard for all their lives, they could not see the back of Yi Yuan's feet too. This feeling of setback truly made people despair. If let them know that it was already Yi Yuan's 3rd time entering Selfless Realm, no idea how they would feel about it. Under Selfless Realm, Yi Yuan was unprecedentedly powerful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wounds on Zheng Jian's body became more and more. Finally, he had his head pierced by Yi Yuan with one sword. Death. When Zheng Jian's body condensed and formed once more, the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with were full of shock. He who was undefeatable back then was actually defeated by a grand completion fiend general millions of years later. This was an utter defeat. He could not even find an iota of reason to defend himself. At this time, He felt that the arrogant remarks he said to Yi Yuan previously seemed so ridiculous. Invincible in the same realm? He was leapfrogged and defeated by someone. Yi Yuan had yet to recover from the state of selfless realm. The Yi Yuan, under selfless realm state, finally thoroughly mastered the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's third-level cultivation method. He was going to start breaking through. Rumble. The entire hall was quaking. The commotion caused by Yi Yuan's breakthrough was truly too great. Suddenly, Difan's expression changed. Hang on, this aura. It's human. Yi Yuan could use the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon to imitate fiend essence. But when breaking through, he must recover to the human race state. His Chaos Divine Essence was many levels higher than fiend essence. It was impossible to break through according to the method of fiend essence. Hence, at this time, Yi Yuan finally recovered to the state of a human. Yi Yuan's breakthrough aura broke the fetters of S.P.A.C., transmitting into the hall. Difan finally saw through a trace of inkling. How is this possible? This Source Knight is actually a human. This is impossible. How can a human disguise so flawlessly? There were so many Fiend Lord powerhouses outside. Could it be that not one of them saw through it? This is too terrifying. This guy toyed with all of us fiends in the palm of his hand. The others also detected the abnormality, all incomparably shocked. They were truly unable to imagine that a human could actually disguise as a fiend so perfectly. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus, just as everyone was in a state of disbelief, beams of light fell down in the hall. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and they disappeared from the hall. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch. My B-U-T-T. Wails sounded everywhere. They were actually directly transported out of the ancient ruins. A group of fiend lords looked at the geniuses who fell to the ground rather surprisedly, not understanding what had happened. Difan, what's going on? You all failed the rounds? The Imperial City's Blood Yamahal envoy directly found Difan and asked. But Difan did not answer him right away, but looked around, seemingly looking for some figure. The Blood Yamahal's envoy frowned and said unhappily, Difan, what are you looking at? Difan scanned around and indeed did not discover Yi Yuan's figure and could not help revealing a disappointed look. He let out a sigh and said, Something big happened. Where's Elder Dian? Right then, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Dian's figure appeared. Difan, what happened? Dian said. Difan's expression was solemn, recounting the events that happened inside the ruins. When the group of fiend lords heard, each and every one of them revealed great astonishment. Especially Ihan. Her expression became incomparably pale. What did you say? Source Knight he is a human? That's impossible. An old man gripped Difan's arm, nearly cruise. Plussing his bones. Arg, I'll let go of me. Difan wailed miserably. When the Blood Yamahal's envoy saw that the old man actually became violent, he could not help saying in a great rage, Insolence. Let him go. Heavenstar glared fiercely and shouted, Get lost. The strength of Fiend Lord Ninth-Layered Heaven suddenly erupted, giving everyone a big fright. Fiend Lord Ninth-Layered Heaven. Who is he? Everyone exclaimed. Brat, tell me that what you said earlier is nonsense. Heavenstar said in a cold voice. Difan's face was contorted in pain and could not even speak. At this time, Batu hurriedly came forward and said, Your Excellency, Difan he didn't lie. So many of us saw it with our own eyes. If not for that Source Knight breaking through realm and could no longer conceal it, we'd still be kept in the dark. Yeah, Your Excellency, we all thought that he was a fiend. But at the final juncture, he broke through to Origin Deity realm, revealing the aura of a human. Otherwise, we'd still be unaware until now. Another person spoke up. Heavenstar knew that he was likely really deceived. Chapter 1526, Some Experience. 1526, Some Experience, so angry. The Blood Yama Hall went through great pains and expended countless material things to actually benefit a human. Dian and Heavenstar exchanged a glance, virtually about to break down. Suddenly, Heavenstar's gaze turned to look at D-Fan and said viciously, "You said that he's currently breaking through right now." D-Fan nodded and said, "That's right. He entered the selfless realm and directly broke through the human race's origin deity realm bottleneck. That's how the clue appeared." When Heavenstar heard this, he seethed with killing intent and said, "What a terrific human race lad, to actually dare toy with this old man in the palm of your hand. This old man will see how you see." Finished talking, Heavenstar directly took out several dozen soul-refining lamps and started casting the Blood Soul Curse. Inside the ancient ruins, Dustless suddenly felt something, a hint of a sneer revealing at the corners of his mouth. The soul-suppressing pearl came out of the body and suspended above Yi Yuan's head, emitting a dark red light. Looks like those fiends know about Yi Yuan's human race item. One tie already. That old punk actually still dares to cast the Blood Soul Curse, simply seeking death. Don't need to hold back anymore this time. Let you eat a big loss." Dustless said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan was currently fully focused on breaking through realm and was completely oblivious toward this. On the soul-suppressing pearl, the dark red light became stronger and stronger, gradually forming a vortex, absorbing soul force crazily. Previously, Dustless was afraid of Heavenstar detecting and intentionally exercised restraint. But now, since the other party already discovered it, he naturally would not be overcautious anymore. Heavenstar activating the Blood Soul Curse was initially because he was in a great rage and wanted to put Yi Yuan to death. But he discovered something wrong very quickly. His soul force actually poured out frenziedly involuntarily, as if being pumped out by someone to draw water. Heavenstar was greatly shocked in his heart and wanted to stop the Blood Soul Curse. But he discovered to his dismay that he could not do it at all. Inside the array formation, Heavenstar surged with vitality, looking incomparably fearsome. Quite a few fiend lords and geniuses were all exclaiming with regard to Heavenstar's powerful strength and did not discover the slightest bit of abnormality. Such a powerful soul force. This lord's strength is likely also in the upper echelons in the Blood Mahal, right? TSK. I wonder what curse this lord activated. Most likely, at this time, that Source Knight is feeling very awful, right? Humph. He actually dared to toy with all of us in the palm of his hand. Serves him right to be cursed to death by his excellency. Heavenstar was shouting frantically in his heart, but he was currently already brought into the gutter and could not even shout. One had to know that his opponent was an Empyrean spirit treasure. Heavenstar's face revealed a savage look. At this rate, his entire person would be sucked dry. Mn. Dian's brows furrowed, finally discovering something amiss. Bang, bang, bang. His fingers flicked. Several dozen streams of light fired out, directly shattering those soul-refining lamps into pieces. Woo-woo-woo. Countless ghostly wails reverberated inside this valley, incomparably shrill and forlorn. Noisy, Dian flicked his sleeves grandly, directly killing all of those fierce ghosts. Poowork. Heavenstar directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person seemed to have had a great illness, feeble to the extreme. Dian looked at Heavenstar and said with slightly furrowed brows, "What happened?" Heavenstar said weakly, "Do not know. The other party is like a black hole, continuously devouring my soul force. Couldn't stop even if I wanted to. If you didn't make a move, my fiend soul would likely be directly sucked dry." Dian's expression was slightly dark. To be able to suck a fiend lord 9th layered heaven powerhouse's fiend soul dry, how formidable the strength did this require? This brat is peculiar. Most likely, there is quite a bit of secret on him. No wonder he could hide from all of us. Dian said. Heavenstar nodded his head feebly and said, "I was utterly played by this brat. Probably, he didn't get hit by the Blood Soul Curse at all. No wonder when I cast the spell back then, it would expend large amounts of soul force each time." Heavenstar recalled the situation at that time and discovered that he was probably fooled right from the start. At the thought that even the profound yellow cauldron was cheated by Yi Yuan, Heavenstar's heart was dripping blood. This trip was really a double loss. Dian's brows furrowed, and he said in a clear voice, "All disperse. Ihan, you stay?" Ihan's expression became fearful, knowing that this calamity likely could not be escaped. The other hall masters knew that they could not poke the bull at this time, all taking their leave, leaving behind just Ihan alone. "Ihan, the matter was caused by you. Now, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Guard here. When that punk comes out, you can only leave after catching him, understood?" Dian said solemnly. Ihan hurriedly said, "Lord Dian, rest assured. Even if Ihan needs to watch until the seas dry up and rocks decay, I'll capture this brat." Dian nodded his head and said to Heavenstar, "Let's go back. The secrets on this kid's body might be even more valuable than these ancient ruins. As long as we catch him, everything can be discussed. In order to make provisions for contingencies, I'll send someone else here and lend you a helping hand." Ihan bowed and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." Breaking through to origin deity realm made him have a feeling of peerlessness. At this time, Yi Yuan's divine sea expanded more than 100 times from before. It was just that inside the Dantian S.P. a sea, it did not seem like a sea, but like a region of starch paste. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he communicated with Dustless. "Senior, is my direction wrong? Why is the divine essence in my divine sea already almost became a pile of starch paste?" Yi Yuan discovered that even though his divine essence was incomparably thick, it became stickier and stickier, completely different from ordinary people's divine essence. Dustless said this, "You're walking a path that predecessors have never walked before. It's not easy for me to judge, but your situation I've indeed never seen before. However, when you created the cultivation method, it could trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon and resonance of the Heavenspan mountain. Presumably, this direction wouldn't be wrong." Yi Yuan could not figure out after racking his brains and was very depressed in his heart. His cultivation method was completely derived according to his understanding of the lesser Heavenspan mountain. That was a logical derivation. But Yi Yuan's cultivation method clearly contravened common sense and was vastly different from ordinary people. This unwittingly made him somewhat lose confidence. Because origin deity to divine lord was an extremely huge chasm. If the cultivation method that he derived was wrong, and he was unable to open up a small world, then all of his efforts would turn to naught. This was a very crucial step. Even Yi Yuan could not avoid thinking in terms of gains and losses. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Forget it. A shot arrow cannot be recalled. If I'm really unable to break through to Divine Lord Realm, we'll talk again at that time." Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and discovered that Zheng Jian was using a very shocked gaze to look at him. "You won. Congratulations. You can obtain the Purple Extreme Hull's true inheritance," Zheng Jian said, somewhat lost in deep reverie. His pride was trampled to the ground by Yi Yuan today. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, Senior Zheng." Zheng Jian hesitated for a moment and said, "How did you do it?" Yi Yuan froze for a moment before realizing that what Zheng Jian was referring to was Selfless Realm, and said with a smile, "That's nothing. Before this, I've already entered it twice before. So, there's some experience." Zheng Jian was speechless. Chapter 1527 Instantly Understand. Chapter 1527 Instantly Understand, even if trampling others. People should not be trampled like this. This was trampling completely, and then still driving a roller to crush a few more times. Zheng Jian felt that his world view was collapsing. When did the selfless realm become a cabbage, easily found? Back then, in order to master the understanding strike, he had narrowly escaped death no idea how many times, but never entered the state of selfless state once before. But he entered 3 times. 3 times. Selfless realm. Entering once was a Civ jackpot. This guy actually entered 3 times. Furthermore, it seemed like there was a trend of becoming smoother and smoother. Was this still humanly possible? Zheng Jian felt that he was simply a joke. That joke that transmigrated through time and S-P-A-C, genius? In front of this guy before his eyes, the word genius was so laughable. After a long time, Zheng Jian suddenly changed his face and was no longer arrogant and no longer considered everyone and everybody beneath his notice, just like a wise man who had seen through worldly affairs. Looks like I indeed had a limited outlook. Your talent is unprecedented since time immemorial. I'm already submerged in the long river of history, while you're destined to give off brilliance. Go on. At this moment, Zhang Jian actually smiled. That 10,000-year-old corpse face actually revealed a smile. That was a smile of relief. He seemed to have understood something. Then, his figure gradually dissipated and turned into nothingness. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred, and he arrived in the hall once more. The current hall already switched scenes. Those arenas had all disappeared, appearing much more empty. Congratulations on your success in challenging the Purple Extreme Sect's 18 geniuses, becoming the Purple Extreme Sect's successor. Your reward is this hall. The old voice sounded out once more, making Yi Yuan very surprised. Wasn't it said that every 6 rounds had a reward? Why did it become this hall? Yi Yuan had a strange look as he said, "This hall, I can't move it away too." Want it for what? Who said that the hall can't be moved? This hall itself is a spatial flying type, true G. O, D mystic treasure. It can be big or small. When big, it can become a magnificent palace. When small, it can become a grain of dust. It can even travel as far as hundreds of millions of miles in a day. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to have sufficient divine essence stones. A thin and bony old man's phantom appeared and said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, "So incredible." The old man snorted coldly and said, "More than incredible. Back then, my Purple Extreme sect devoted the entire sect's power to forge this true G. O, D mystic treasure, wanting to immortalize our legacy. There are extremely powerful killing arrays inside this hall. As long as you have sufficient divine essence stones, even eradicating true G. O, DS can be done." It sounded very impressive. Eradicating true G. O, DS. Thinking about it made people excited. TSK, I seem to have picked up a treasure, Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. The old man said, "I'm running out of time. Now I'll impart you the Purple Extreme Sect's supreme cultivation method. You have to cultivate well and bring my Purple Extreme Sect to greater heights." Yi Yuan froze for a moment and said, "Cultivation method? No need. My cultivation method is pretty good. I don't plan on changing cultivation methods." Got to be joking. Supreme cultivation method? In front of the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, it was nothing. When the old man heard that, he said in sullen anger, "You obtain my Purple Extreme Sect's inheritance. You must cultivate the Purple Extreme Sect's supreme cultivation method. Otherwise, I'll blot you out." Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. This old man was also too unreasonable, right? After a pause, the old man continued. "Furthermore, cultivating the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is also saving yourself. There are 3 fiend Lord powerhouses standing guard outside. If you don't cultivate the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, you won't be able to refine the Purple Extreme Hall. When this old man dies, the Purple Extreme Hall's array formation will dissipate, and they will rush in." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart turned cold, and he immediately changed expressions and said, "Then still waiting for what? Come on." The old man smiled slightly and took his time to say, "The Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is divided into a total of 6 levels. It can help you cultivate all the way to true G. O, D 9th layered heaven, even the realm of half-step heavenly empyrean, the pinnacle most existence among grade 6 divine Tao cultivation methods. As long as you cultivate this cultivation method's first level, you'll be able to refine the spirit source crystal soul. Except the speed will be very slow. As long as you refine a part of it, You can control the grand array and stop those fiend lords from entering. While talking, a milky white crystal appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said, which is to say that the higher level I cultivate the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, the faster the speed of refining the spirit source crystal soul, right? The old man said yes. But the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is extensive and profound within a short time. The old man had not finished talking and was cut off by Yi Yuan. Then still waiting for what? Bring out the first 3 levels for me. The old man choked and said, Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Your foundation needs to be solid. Otherwise, Yi Yuan said speechlessly, I say, Senior, did you say that time is limited? Can you hurry up or not? The old man choked again. But this time he still brought out the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra. However, just the first level cultivation method. Countless divine inscriptions appeared in front of Yi Yuan, making people blurry-eyed. However, Yi Yuan just swept a glance and said coolly, Where's the second level cultivation method? The old man still took his time to say, Young man, you only browsed over it once and want to cultivate the second level cultivation method? Better not to reach beyond your grasp. Why did this old man have so much bulls? I plus T? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him and started revolving according to the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra's method. Purple light radiated on Yi Yuan's body, dazzling to the extreme. It was precisely the hallmark of grand completion first-level cultivation method. Why you are already at grand completion? Could it be that you cultivated the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra in the past before? This isn't possible. The thin old man had been taking his time all along, neither too fast nor too slow. But this time, he was visibly moved and even started stammering when speaking. How powerful this Purple Extreme Heart Sutra was, the thin old man was all too clear. Even immensely talented genius disciples had to expend 100 years back then before they could master the first level too. Yi Yuan was an origin deity expert. Cultivating another cultivation method naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Even so, he at least had to spend 2 to 3 years' time before he could master the first level too. However, he instantly understood. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, I say, Senior, time is urgent. Can we stop wasting time? Quick, bring out the 2 levels of cultivation method at the back, and let me take a look. Although Yi Yuan had the Chaos Heavens Band Cannon, he could only cultivate the first 3 levels right now, too. As for the back, his realm was not there yet, and naturally could not understand it, too. With this, the old man finally released the entirety of the 2 levels of cultivation method at the back. After Yi Yuan swept a glance, he directly came before the spirit source crystal soul and started refining. Watching Yi Yuan refine the spirit source crystal soul with the 3rd level Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, the thin old man was full of shock. Just what kind of situation was this? Seen before photographic memory with one glance, but never seen before success with a glance. With just a glance, he mastered the extensive and profound Purple Extreme Heart Sutra. Was this guy a monster? How in the world did he do it? Ha ha ha, truly, heaven doesn't want my Purple Extreme sect to perish. Plus didn't expect that after countless years, it actually let my Purple Extreme sect find such a heaven-defying successor, said the old man with a big laugh, as his turbid eyes suddenly became bright. Chapter 1528, Huge Fortune. Chapter 1528, Huge Fortune. 3 months later, Yi Yuan finally refined a portion of the spirit source crystal soul. This great hall's information directly poured into his sea of consciousness. What Yi Yuan controlled right now was just 1/3 of this hall. If he wanted to further control the Purple Extreme Hall, he had to cultivate the follow-up cultivation method. This divine essence stone expenditure is also too terrifying. Yi Yuan was left speechless with wonder. Unleash Plusing an attack that eradicated first-layered Heaven Divine, Lord once needed to expend 50 million low-grade Divine Essence Stones. This was practically equivalent to a first-layered Heaven Divine, Lord Martial Artist's entire net worth. Because Yi Yuan had the item. 1. Tie of an alchemist, and his strength was extremely daunting. That was how he easily had several tens of millions of low-grade divine essence stones on him. Ordinary martial artists, like Yi Yuan's realm, to have several hundred thousands of divine essence stones were already pretty good. One had to know, martial artist cultivation required the help of divine essence stones. Purchasing cultivation resources also needed divine essence stones. This was a Civ consumable and could not be saved. This was still just first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more horrifying the resources consumed. Additionally, the resources required for flying was also very frightening. The divine essence stones expended for a day's flight at full power would reach 1,000,000 divine essence stones. TSK, this is totally something for rich people to play. Yi Yuan lamented. However, it's indeed a good thing. Dustless praised. Senior, is there a way to save this purple extreme sect, Senior? Yi Yuan asked. No way to salvage. Even a more powerful existence can't withstand the ravaging of time too. That's merely a wisp of divine sense. After being sealed for countless years, it's already almost dissipating. Dustless said disconsolately. Like that, huh? That's too bad. Yi Yuan said regretfully. When Yi Yuan returned to reality, he discovered that the thin old man was currently sizing him up with a curious look on his face. Senior, many thanks. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The old man smiled and said, the one who should be saying thank you is me. This old man has been sealed for countless years, and it's you who freed me. To be able to encounter a successor like you is my purple extreme Hull's blessing. This way, this old man can also go in peace. Yi Yuan said in surprise. Senior, the old man smiled and said, the meaning of this old man's existence is to find a suitable successor for the purple extreme Hull. Now that you've appeared, this old man naturally has no need to exist anymore too. This old man's meaning was that he wanted to end himself. According to what was said previously, he had at least a few years to live. But now, he did not want to live anymore. While talking, the old man's figure gradually dissipated. Kid, what's your name? The old man asked. Yi Yuan said respectfully. This junior is Yi Yuan. The old man laughed loudly and said, good, very good. Yi Yuan, you won't disappoint this old man. Remember, this old man is called Nie Sheng, the Purple Extreme Sect's last sect master. Today, this old man can finally atone for my crime. Yi Yuan watched the other party turn into countless light particles, gradually dissipating. He heaved a sigh and said, Senior Nie Sheng rest assured, this junior will definitely bring the Purple Extreme Sect to greater heights. Hearing this, Nie Sheng's face revealed a look of relief and departed with satisfaction. Yi Yuan's mind stirred, appearing in ASPAC inside the Purple Extreme Hall. Looking at the celestial deity artifacts that piled up like mountains, Yi Yuan had a feeling like he was dreaming. TSK, am I considered to be an upstart now? A sex treasure trove is all here. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, celestial deity artifacts, divine essence stones. These cultivation resources were stored inside this SPAC into categories, making Yi Yuan have a feeling of walking into a treasure vault. Just the low-grade divine essence stones were as many as 5 billion. Of course, this was definitely not the original reserves. Although the Purple Extreme Hall had always been in a sealed state, this did not mean that it did not consume divine essence stones. This expenditure was very small, but it could not stand up to the pious sage of time. Presumably, back then when Nie Sheng sealed the Purple Extreme Hall, the number of divine essence stones controlled was definitely rather terrifying. Now, this 5 billion was likely just a fraction of back then. With this 5 billion, it could at least eradicate 100 first-layered Heaven Fiend Lord existences. Of course, the prerequisite was to lure the other party into the Purple Extreme Hall. The Purple Extreme Hall's killing array could only be activated inside the hall. TSK, No wonder the Blood Yamahal went through so much trouble. 50 to 60 low-grade, divine, Lord Mystic treasures. If this news was known by the outside world, that would be explosive. Inside a miniature S.P.A.C., 50 to 60 low-grade divine Lord Mystic treasures were quietly suspended, stirring people's hearts. It was also just a yuan. If it were others, they would probably go crazy. Incomparably valuable divine Lord Mystic treasures. There were 50 to 60 articles the moment they came. This was simply an astronomical figure. The value of one divine Lord Mystic treasure was at least 10 billion too. Yi yuan was equivalent to having a wealth of 560 billion all at once. This was not even counting the value of the other cultivation methods and martial techniques. And this was still just the market price. Who would be silly enough to take divine Lord Mystic treasures out to sell? Hence, the price of a divine Lord Mystic treasure tended to be several times higher than the market price. Yi Yuan was still feeling satisfied because of obtaining the profound yellow cauldron previously. But he did not expect that in a blink of an eye, he fell into a divine Lord Mystic treasure ocean. However, these divine Lord Mystic treasures were mostly sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, mainly these weapons. There were even a small number of auxiliary types. But there really wasn't medicinal cauldrons. Divine Lord Mystic treasure medicinal cauldrons were a scarce item in the first place. This was simply a priceless treasure to alchemists. Furthermore, each and every alchemist was extremely wealthy. Hence, the price of medicinal cauldrons could not be judged with common sense at all. The profound yellow cauldron simply had demand, but no supply. Yi Yuan carefully investigated these divine Lord Mystic treasures. His mind stirred. A long sword flew into his hand. Jinyi sword, not bad, it's you. Yi Yuan played a bit and was very satisfied with this sword. The evil extermination sword was already somewhat of a hindrance to the current Yi Yuan. When battling with some geniuses, quite a number of people all use celestial deity artifacts. Yi Yuan was at a very big disadvantage. Yi Yuan looked through these divine Lord Mystic treasures. Only this Jinyi sword was the most suitable for him. With this Jinyi sword, Yi Yuan's combat strength would still soar to a higher level. After all, even among divine Lord Realm powerhouses, there were barely any who could afford to use divine Lord Mystic treasures. You still can't fully refine the purple extreme hall right now. The truly good stuff should be in a higher level S.P.A.C. This bit of treasure is just a speck to a peak true G. Oh, D-Sec, Dustless said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, makes sense. However, does the Heavenspan world have sex, this kind of existences, before? Dustless shook his head and said, this I don't know. The time that the Heavenspan world has existed is far too long. Body knows what the ancient times look like at all. Perhaps before forming the current arrangement, the Heavenspan world might have had sex stand in great numbers. This kind of thing, perhaps only transcendent heavenly emperors and Tao ancestors, those kinds of existences would know. Like that, huh? Then the matter of establish. Plussing a sect would likely have some difficulties, Yi Yuan said helplessly. If Yi Yuan started a sect now, it was undoubtedly shattering the existing order. At that time, he would definitely become the target of public wrath. Within a short time, the promise that he made to Nie Sheng likely could not be carried out. Chapter 1529, The Power of the Purple Extreme Hall. Chapter 1529, The Power of the Purple Extreme Hall. Ihan, it was all thanks to you. Now, you caused me to be dispatched here together with you. A rugged fiend lord was currently grumbling to Ihan incessantly. Ihan had an indifferent look and did not refute it either. She knew that whatever she said now was all wrong. But could this be blamed on her? Even Lord Heavenstar and Lord D and could not see through the flaws. How could she see through? Who would have thought that a human could actually disguise as a fiend perfectly? Emohan looked at this scene with a gloating face and did not talk too. He offered to stay behind. Emohan's grudge toward Yi Yuan was extremely deep. Thinking of that incomparably arrogant appearance of Yi Yuan's, he was unwell from head to toe. Now, He could finally make Yi Yuan kneel in front of him to beg for mercy. How could he let this chance slip by? All right, Zi-chun, you stop complaining too. Want to say who hates that kid the most right now? It's younger sister Ihan. Don't you agree, younger sister Ihan? Imohan suddenly spoke up. Ihan looked at Imohan rather surprisedly and said with a nod, "What Brother Imohan said is right. I wish that I can devour his raw flesh right now to vent the hatred in my heart. As long as that punk comes out, I'll let him know what's called a fate worse than death." Just as she was talking, Ihan felt something and looked in the direction of the ruins. Imohan got a huge shock too and said, "The array formation vanished." The three people were first startled, then immediately revealed ecstatic looks. Inside these ancient ruins, there were clearly many treasures hidden. Even if they only obtained a fiend Lord Mystic treasure, it was a tremendous harvest too. Suddenly, Ihan's brows furrowed and she said, "Something's amiss." This array formation was fine, so how could it disappear? Could it be a scam? Imohan also felt that it was rather somewhat odd. After ruminating for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Most likely, the inheritance in this ancient ruins is already acquired by Source Knight, that punk. That's why the array formation would disappear." Talking up to here, he laughed savagely and said, "As long as we capture that brat, all of the treasures will all belong to us." The other two people's eyes also shone, revealing incomparably scorching looks. They knew that D-Fan only made it through 8 rounds and already obtained a low-grade divine Lord Mystic treasure. Yi Yuan made it through 18 rounds and also stayed inside for 3 months. The inheritance obtained, just thinking about it made people feel excited. Ihan suddenly said, "My 2 elder brothers, if the treasures are very few, Ihan doesn't want anything. If there are many treasures, Ihan only asks for a fiend Lord Mystic treasure to be by my side. The rest will all belong to the 2 elder brothers. Is that okay?" Ihan was very smart, making concessions in order to gain advantages. She already lowered her ATT, toed very low, and only asked for 1 fiend Lord Mystic treasure. This request was really not considered overboard. Otherwise, if the 3 people had a dispute, she probably could not even scoop up anything. Imohan 2 people exchanged a glance and said with a nod, "No problem. This request isn't overboard. If there are many treasures, we can't get a single one either. All of them have to be presented to the hall. If there are many, there's no cause for much criticism for us to keep a few pieces in private." "Then let's rush in now," Zi-Chen said. Imohan smiled and said, "Rush in for what? Isn't it fine to sit and wait here? That brat obtained the inheritance. Could it be that he still won't come out?" Zi-Chen's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "That makes sense." The 3 people exchanged a glance and smiled, immediately vanished. Plussing from where they stood. Not long after, a figure slowly appeared at the hall's entrance. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? After coming out, Yi Yuan appeared very cautious, pulling out the Junyi sword with a vigilant look. When Ihan, 3 people hiding in the void saw this scene, how could they still endure? They directly revealed themselves, surrounding Yi Yuan. "Master Source Knight, long time no see," Imohan said with a smile that was not a smile. But Ihan said coldly, "Source Knight, you tricked me so bitterly. Today, I'm going to make you regret having been born in this world." Yi Yuan's expression changed. His figure moved swiftly, directly speeding over into the abode. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ihan's mouth, and she said, "Running? Can you run?" As she said, Ihan waved a hand. A powerful world power instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up. She thought that Yi Yuan did not have the leeway to resist in front of the world power at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually directly ignored her power of the world and dashed into the ruins? The 3 people's expressions changed. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so troublesome. "Chase him." The 3 people exchanged a glance, immediately making a decision. With this alerting of the enemy, Yi Yuan probably would not come out anymore. Either way, the array formation already disappeared. What did they still have to be afraid of? Swuz. H. plus Swuz. H. plus Swiss. H plus 3 figures followed closely behind Yi Yuan, sweeping into the ruins. The 3 people followed Yi Yuan, their speed swift to the extreme. Suddenly, there was a blurry scene before their eyes, arriving inside a great hall. This great hall was a dead end. Yi Yuan had nowhere to run anymore. Ihan sneered and said, "Run? Aren't you very capable at running?" And Mohan also smiled and said, "Master Source Knight, we haven't seen each other for 3 months. Isn't coming out to reminiscence about old times good? Run for what?" But Zichen's expression turned dark, and he said, "Kid, hand over all of the treasures you obtained, and I'll make it painless for you." But entering the hall, Yi Yuan changed expressions. The original tension and vigilance had all but disappeared. What replaced it was indescribable calmness. The calmness of being in control of everything. Reminiscing about old days outside. That isn't the way to treat guests. Therefore, I invited the 3 of you in. Now, we can talk about the old days, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. The 3 people's expressions changed, and Ihan said in a cold voice, "What do you mean? Trying to scare us? Kid, with our current distance, as long as I move my finger, you're dead." And Mohan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Is that so? I don't even need to move a finger, and you'll be dead." When Mohan heard, he could not refrain from bursting into laughter and said, "This hall master really grew up being scared. Then I want to see whether you not taking action is faster, or me making a move is faster." Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of fear and said with a faint smile, "Then your meaning is no need to reminiscence about the old days anymore." And Mohan's expression suddenly became savage, and he shouted fiercely, "Reminiscence your uncle. This hall master will tear you into pieces right now." Finished talking, a horrifying aura spread out. And Mohan really extended a finger and pointed at Yi Yuan. But right at this time, an even more horrifying aura suddenly filled the great hall. 3 streaks of flowing light descended from the sky, directly falling towards the 3 people. And Mohan's power of the world had yet to condense. Under this horrifying stream of light, he did not have the slightest strength to resist and was directly annihilated without even crying out. 3 mighty fiend lord powerhouses were obliterated by the purple extreme hall, just like this. Yi Yuan looked at this scene expressionlessly and said with a sigh, "My 150 million divine essence stones, how many spirit medicines could this purchase? Forget it, can't stay in this place for too long, better leave first." Rumble. The incomparably colossal ancient ruins actually shrunk rapidly, making the mountains tremble. Finally, the purple extreme hall turned into a grain of dust and whirled away in the direction of the human race. Chapter 1530 Guide. Chapter 1530 Guide. Outside of the ruins, 2 figures quietly appeared. These 2 people were precisely D.N. and Heavenstar, who left and returned. After several months of rest and recuperation, Heavenstar's injuries were a little better. But the damage that the soul-suppressing pearl caused to him was too great. Without 30 to 50 years, he could forget about recovering. The 2 people appeared here because they lost contact with Ihan and the others. Looking at the empty mountains, the 2 people's eyes revealed extreme shock. "I didn't expect that these ancient ruins themselves are the greatest treasure." Dian's eyes were filled with regret. If he had long known this was the case, he would guard here without moving a step and absolutely not let the purple extreme hall escape. The corners of Heavenstar's mouth also kept twitching, and he said with gnashed teeth, "That kid has obtained no idea how much benefits. I wish to crush him into dregs right now." The one with the greatest losses was Heavenstar. The blood-soul curse that he had spent an immeasurable price to nurture was already completely destroyed now. He even subserviently gave the profound yellow cauldron to Yi Yuan in order to ingratiate himself to Yi Yuan. Finally, he even had his soul force devoured by the soul-suppressing pearl, almost Paris. H.I. Plusing. Now, he also discovered that Yi Yuan moved the entire ruins away. How could he not be furious? Poor work. Thinking of the detestable aspects aggravated his injuries. Heaven Star spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Dian gave him a glance, rather pitifully, and said with a sigh, "There's some trouble now. There's totally no way to find out this kid's origins." Source Night, this name appeared very suddenly too. Now he's gone. We also don't have any head or tail if we want to track him. Hearing Dian's words, Heaven Star almost spewed out another mouthful of old blood. Nothing was more sorrowful than this. He actually did not even know who his opponent was. Could it be that we're going to let him off just like this? Heaven Star said unwillingly. Dian smiled coldly and said, "Let him off? How is that possible? Suffering such a huge loss. Do you think that Lord Hall Master will let him off? Relax, even though there isn't his news for the time being. A genius such as him. The light can't be hidden. How can an alchemist capable of triggering great, Tao heavenly melody be buried in the dust?" The imperial city's prosperity was far from what capital cities could compare to. Not anybody had the qualifications to enter too. Entering the imperial city required paying divine essence stones. Yi Yuan looked at the clearly marked prices on the city gates, and the corners of his mouth could not help twitching too. 10-day temporary token, 500 low-grade divine essence stones. 1-year temporary token, 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. 10-year temporary token, 50,000 low-grade divine essence stones. 100-year temporary token, 500,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Permanent token, 50 million low-grade divine essence stones. Inside the imperial city, people without ident. 1. Tai tokens would be directly blotted out. When the token expired, people who remained behind would be directly annihilated. This price, ordinary martial artists could not afford at all. An origin deity realm martial artist's entire net worth was merely 1 million low-grade divine essence stones. This was also to say that an origin deity realm powerhouse, spending all of his sets, could only stay in the imperial city for several hundred years. Several hundred years of time were merely a snap of a finger to an origin deity realm powerhouse. Furthermore, spending so much divine essence stones, it was also just buying an ident. 1 Tai token. Want to survive in the imperial city, one still needed to find a place to stay. That was also another considerable expense. Hence, wanting to stay in the imperial city, one needed to keep making money continuously. But even if it was so expensive, there were still countless powerhouses that flocked here like ducks. Imperial city and capital city were two entirely different concepts. At the beginning of each imperial city's establishment, enormous spirit-gathering formations would be set up underground. The spiritual energy in imperial cities was extremely plentiful. Staying here, even you did not deliberately cultivate, the growth rate of divine essence could also compare to capital cities. Hence, even if this ident 1 Tai token was more expensive, people would still yearn for this place. And the divine essence stones collected each year by the imperial city's city lord manor was an astronomical figure. Next, the city guard selling tokens said lazily, "A 200-year ident, 1 Tai token." Yi Yuan said coolly. That city guard's eyebrows raised, looking at Yi Yuan with some surprise. Rich, when purchasing temporary ident. 1 Tai tokens, most were 1-year or 10-year periods. A 100-year period was seriously too expensive. The average person could not afford it all. Yi Yuan could feel the richness of the imperial city's spiritual energy. This made him rather moved. If he could, he planned on settling down here. 1 million divine essence stones were just a light drizzle to the Yi Yuan who was in possession of 5 billion. TSK, no idea which capital city's young master this is, so rich. Sigh, the life of a magnate always makes people envy. Comparing people to people is indeed odious. If I had so much money, how good would it be? The city guard gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and handed 2 tokens to him. Yi Yuan received the token indifferently and left. Another hothead. Reckoned that a few days after entering the city, he'll be toyed to death by people, the city guard said with a laugh to his companion. Haha, that isn't something that we have to worry about. As long as it doesn't cause too much trouble, it's fine, his companion said with a laugh. The two people's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan leaving had a gloating look. Yi Yuan had just entered the city gates, and a bunch of men by the roadside came up to greet. Ah, this little brother looks very unfamiliar. First time entering the city, right? Want a guide or not? I'm called off for. Not that I'm bragging to you. This heavenly Eagle Imperial City's major streets and small alleys. There isn't one that I'm not familiar with. One day just needs 10 pieces of divine essence stones, equally honest with the elderly and young children. Little brother, don't listen to him talk nonsense. I, Hussein, am a know-all here. Little brother, let me be a guide, guarantee your satisfaction. A group of men clamored to get a word in, directly surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. The Imperial City's boundary was too big. It was not what can be familiarized in 2 or 3 days. Many people were only very familiar with a small region after staying here for a year. Therefore, it gave birth to being a guide, this occupation. When newcomers entered the city for the first time, they did not know their way at all. Yi Yuan came to find little Fatty. Without a guide leading the way, he would probably have to take quite a few detours. Yi Yuan swept a glance and directly threw 10 pieces of divine essence stones to that offer and said coolly, "You then, bring me to the myriad treasure tower." This offer looked very slick. His reaction was very sharp too. With him leading the way, perhaps it could save considerable trouble. Hence, Yi Yuan chose him. Offer received the divine essence stones and said with an excited look, "Okay." Finished talking, Offer led Yi Yuan away. The other guys all revealed disappointed looks. But after the two people went far away, they started discussing. What a big fat sheep. Didn't even bat an eyelid, taking out 1,000,000 divine essence stones. Offer this punk is too crafty. A moment of carelessness, and he took the lead again. Done with this job. Offer this kid probably doesn't need to come out and work for a while. Yi Yuan already left and naturally could not hear these people's discussions. Offer was currently introducing to Yi Yuan the Imperial City's local customs and practices, with spittle flying everywhere. Chapter 1531 Chill at the BLLS. Chapter 1531 Chill at the BLLS. Little brother really has a sharp eye for discerning people. I, Offer, am a famous living map in the southern city. The matters in heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there's none that I don't know. Offer's saliva flew everywhere. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, "Then you tell me about this heavenly Eagle Imperial City situation." Offer had an excited look as he said, "This isn't a problem." Offer started to spew things unceasingly, introducing the heavenly Eagle Imperial City structure. The heavenly Eagle Imperial City was divided into a total of 5 major regions: north, south, east, west for cities, as well as the inner city. Within the Imperial City, ranks were extremely stringent. The people of the 4 cities were prohibited from entering the inner city without getting permission. Those who disobey were killed without amnesty. And the prime requirement for entering the inner city was to possess the ident. 1. Tie of a permanent residence, which was also the permanent token. 50 million divine essence stones made the vast majority of the people shrink back. North, south, east, west for cities could be said to be the commoner areas. Dragons and carps mingled together. The region that Yi Yuan was at right now was the South City. The South City was ruled by 6 major factions: the Dongfang family, Zhao family, Sun family, 3 great families, as well as the Dragon Slaying Gang, Silver Feather Gang, as well as the Sun Moon Gang, 3 great gangs. The 3 great families monopolized the South City's economic lifeblood, while the 3 great gangs dominated the market. The 3 people chatted as they walked, and already pious, said through quite a few streets. The streets bustled with heavy traffic, very flurries. Plus-ing. Whose? Plus the 3 people were currently walking when a large group of people rushed out all of a sudden, surrounding the 3 people. When a neighbor saw this scene, quite a few people all gathered together, seemingly already accustomed to it. The Dragon Slaying Gang is bullying newcomers again. This kid is also unlucky. Why did he find Offer? This kid has refined features and bright eyes. Looks like a young master. One look, and it's clear that he hasn't seen much of life. No wonder he would fall for it. Hope that this kid is more sensible. Saves himself about a beating too. There was a scar on the face of the person in front, looking very ferocious. He sized Yi Yuan up and down, just like a greedy wild wolf. "For this fat sheep that you brought this time looks pretty good," said the scar-faced man with a smile. For went up to greet subserviently and said smilingly with an arched waist, "Master who? It's more than pretty good." This kid spent 1,000,000 divine essence stones without even furrowing a brow. The scar-faced man's brows raised up, and he said delightedly, "Yo, it's really a big fiss. Plus four, you did a good job this time. Later, you'll get 5,000. The moment four heard, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Many thanks, Hall Master who? Many thanks, Hall Master who?" Yi Yuan looked at this scene rather interestedly and said coolly, "So, you're not planning on bringing me to the Myriad Treasure Tower, are you?" The moment the scar-faced man heard this, he laughed loudly and said, "Myriad Treasure Tower? Ha ha ha, we are. Leave behind all the divine essence stones on your body. Grandpa who won't care where you go." Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I say no?" The moment the scar-faced man heard this, he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Every newcomer is very stubborn when they enter the city. But later, they become even more obedient like the dog at my house. I didn't tell you how strong this South City's dragon-slaying gang is? And I'm the dragon-slaying gang's Azurewood Hall's Hall Master, who Azurewood." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Dragon-slaying gang? Truly a fine name." Yi Yuan was born as half of the dragon race. This bunch of guys actually named the gang Dragon-slaying Gang. Wasn't it coming to slay him? Who Azurewood laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Is that so? I also feel that the name Dragon-slaying Gang is very domineering. Haha. But even if you curry favor, it's no use too. Hurry up and hand over the divine essence stones on you. Otherwise, your grandpa who will teach you how to behave properly today." A cold light appeared in Yi Yuan's eyes, his figure suddenly disappearing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Who Azurewood had yet to react to what happened, and Yi Yuan stood in front of him once more. His expression turned dark, and he pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "Brat, what are you playing at?" Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, and said to Long Zhan, "Let's go. Bring him along." Long Zhan nodded and directly reached his hand out and grabbed toward Afor. Afor was merely Heaven Glimpse realm cultivation. How was he Long Zhan's match? Long Zhan knocked him out with one slap, then dragged him away like dragging a dead dog. "Want to go? Have you asked your grandpa who?" Who Azurewood shouted loudly and was about to make a move. Suddenly, he felt a chill below his crotch. Ha ha ha. The surrounding neighbors all started roaring with laughter. Turns out that the moment these dozen over people made their move, their pants all fell down. Now, they only felt a chill at their else. Laughing at what? Laugh again, and we'll smash your shops. Who Azurewood, a big grown man, was plussing scarlet red at this time. But his prestige still had an effect. Everyone indeed did not dare to laugh anymore. It was just that each and every one was stifled until their faces were bright red, very uncomfortable. He hurriedly picked up his pants and said with a livid look, "This kid's realm isn't high, but his strength is actually so strong. If he wanted to kill us just now, we'd all be dead men now." Who Azurewood was a middle-stage origin deity expert. The subordinates that he brought even had 5 or 6 initial stage origin deity. This level of strength already could not be ignored in the South City. Who knew that they were brought down by a young man with one sword. Who Azurewood did not see clearly how Yi Yuan drew his sword just now at all. A look of horror appeared in Who Azurewood's eyes. He, a middle-stage origin deity, actually could not even see how an initial stage origin deity drew his sword. This was too scary. The sight of a dozen over burly men picking up their pants and running on the streets was very spectacular. Afor slowly woke up. Seeing the ferocious Long Zhan with malice written all over his face, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. Spare me. Your Excellency, spare me. This lowly one. This lowly one was compelled against his will too. Alfor knelt on the ground and begged with snot and tears running. I asked around earlier, the South City doesn't have a myriad treasure tower at all. The heavenly Eagle Imperial City's myriad treasure tower is in the inner city. Yi Yuan said coolly. Alfor trembled all over and said, I have a way of contacting the inner city. I'll definitely help Your Excellency contact the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, talking with smart people is effort-saving. It's just too bad that your judgment is too poor. Alfor cried bitterness when he heard that. How could he have thought that a kid who had just entered Origin Deity would actually have such formidable strength? When Yi Yuan attacked with his sword, he only felt a gust of wind blow past and did not see anything at all. This kind of speed was simply too terrifying. Origin Deity realm powerhouses attacking, Alfor had naturally seen before quite a few, but he had never seen before such terrifying sword arts. If he had long known it was like this, lend him a few Gauls, and he would not dare as well. Your Excellency, it was all Alfor who had eyes, but couldn't see. But Your Excellency rest assured, Alfor have never thought of harming Your Excellency's life before. Hall Master, who they all are only seeking wealth and won't harm lives, Alfor said with a trembling voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, if you all have killing intent aroused, then it wouldn't be as simple as pants dropping. Alfor shuddered all over, only then, knowing that he had already made a trip to the gates of L, and back. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, let's go. Alfor froze and said, go where? Yi Yuan said coolly, bring me to the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters. Chapter 1532, Your Esteemed Gang. Please change name. Chapter 1532, Your Esteemed Gang. Please change name. While away, Your Excellency. Just spare me. When they see that it's me who brought you over, they will kill me. Getting closer and closer to the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters, Alfor's legs went soft and could not walk at all. Long Jean carried him like carrying a little chick. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and smiled broadly and said, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Alfor's eyes saw black, and he directly fainted. In this imperial city, a heaven-glimpse realm martial artist like Alfor was a small character, with only the share of running errands. How could he dare to offend one of the 6 great factions, the Dragon-Slaying Gang? As one of the 6 great factions, the Dragon-Slaying Gang's headquarters was very grand. On the door plaque, Dragon-Slaying Gang, 3 big words were written using a domineering font, very eye-catching. Outside the headquarters front door, 5 to 6 peak heaven glimpse martial artists were standing guard, giving the impression to deter strangers and giving warning to stay away. Seeing Yi Yuan draw close, even though they discerned that Yi Yuan was an Origin Deity powerhouse, the few people did not take him seriously at all and reproached him. One said, didn't you see what place this is? Get lost. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Raising his hand, it was a slash. Crack! The plaque that had Dragon-Slaying Gang, 3 words engraved, immediately turned into a pile of dust. Those few guards got a huge fright, suddenly startling awake and saying with an angry roar, Punk, are you courting death? Do you know what you've done? They naturally did not dare to attack Yi Yuan, but they still dared to threaten. Normally, they were all used to playing the tyrant. Yi Yuan swept a glance over them and said coolly, get your leader out. I'm finding them to discuss some matters. The 6 people opened their eyes wide, looking at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool. This guy destroyed the Dragon-Slaying Gang's door head and did not think about escaping, but actually still wanted to see the leader. Was this tired of living? P-Punk, you wait. Don't run if you have the guts, said a guard. Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax, I won't run. That guard said to the others, you all keep an eye on him, don't let him run. I'll go and find 5th head over. Before long, that guard led a big man with a stocky and imposing build toward them. Presumably, it was that whatever 5th head. The 5th head had a fierce-looking body, faintly exuding golden light. Clearly, he was a body refinement expert. Fifth head, it's that kid. He smashed our signboard without saying a word when he came over, said the guard and pointed at Yi Yuan. When he saw Yi Yuan, he immediately roared loudly. Hoy! Where did this brat come from to dare smash my dragon-slaying gang signboard? Prepare to die. Chasing thunder heaven, splitting fist. The fifth head was clearly a barbaric man. Giving no chance to explain, he directly smashed a fist toward Yi Yuan. With this, the fifth head radiated resplendently with golden light. His fleshy body actually already reached late stage, third transformation. This level of body refinement strength virtually swept across all in the same rank. Boom! The place where Yi Yuan was standing previously immediately had a large pit smashed out by the fifth head. Humph! Blind and reckless brat became a meat pancake now, right? Come in, clean it up. The fifth head patted his hands and said lightly, Fifth head, be behind. The guard had an expression like he saw a ghost and said quiveringly. The fifth head suddenly trembled, turning around to look. He discovered that a sharp, long sword was currently pointed between his eyebrows. The power of laws leaking out on the tip of the sword made the fifth head palpitate. Such swift speed, a late-stage, third transformation golden body actually could not keep up with an initial stage Heaven Glimpse's speed. This was too terrifying. A powerful physical body did not mean being impervious to swords and spears. The head was clearly still a vulnerable spot of a body refinement powerhouse. As long as Yi Yuan's divine essence urged, he would take flight to the land of immortals. The fifth head broke out in a cold sweat and said stammeringly, Little brother, if there's anything, we can sort it out. Yi Yuan said coolly, I wanted to talk nicely. It was you who didn't give me the chance. Finished talking, Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there. The fifth head's heart turned fearful. An initial stage origin deity actually had such daunting strength. Could it be that this guy came out of the inner city? In the fifth head's view, only those peak geniuses in the inner city had such terrifying strength. For a moment, many thoughts flashed across in the fifth head's heart. The muscles on the fifth head's face twitched several times, and he said with an awkward smile, This, little brother, you tore down our signboard the moment you came up. It makes it very hard for Meng Hua. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'm very understanding, so you're not dead yet. The fifth head, Hadnambara, said look and said, Little brother, I wonder what you tore down our signboard first. Could it be that our dragon-slaying gang offended little brother? Which B? A-S-T-A-R-D was it? As long as little brother says it out, I'll definitely beat that B. A-S-T-A-R-D to death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, There was indeed someone who blocked the road to commit highway robbery, saying that it was to teach newcomers. Meng Hua's expression turned stiff and said, In newcomer? You didn't come out of the inner city? Yi Yuan said, It's my first day entering the city today. Didn't expect that I encounter your esteemed gang's preferential treatment. Meng Hua was speechless. Robbing rich newcomers, this was something that all of the gangs would do. He did not expect that they actually kicked a metal plate this time. The strength of this kid in front of him, even though the dragon-slaying gang did not fear him, he reckoned that it at least needed the third head to take care of him too. But speaking of it, it was coincidental. The first few heads went to discuss matters with the Silver Feather Gang today and were all not around. But I didn't come here today for this matter. Yi Yuan continued talking. Meng Hua was stunned. Not this matter? Little brother, feel free to say what you have. Our dragon-slaying gang still has some power in the South City. As long as we can do it, we definitely won't refuse. Meng Hua patted his chest and said. While Meng Hua was rash, he was not stupid. Yi Yuan had such terrifying strength at a young age. At least in this South City, few people could do anything to him. As long as he was willing to join any faction, that was a hegemon of a region. These kinds of people were not good to offend. At least before the boss returned, they could not offend. He could not suppress this kid. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a smile, That's good then. I want your esteemed gang to please change name. Meng Hua was stunned. His expression suddenly turned dark, and he said, Punk, The name Dragon Slaying Gang has already been used for several thousand years. You're deliberately finding fault? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Nay, it's just that your name has violated my taboo. Meng Hua's face turned dark, and he said, What a joke. Who the Hell are you? Violated your taboo, and we have to change name? If I say no. Meng Hua was a man with a hot-blooded nature too. It was impossible to change names because of a word from Yi Yuan. Moreover, this was also not something that he could make the call on. But changing names, this kind of thing, had too much impact on the gang. The few heads absolutely would not change the name easily. Moreover, even if they really changed the name, it also could not be changed because of a brat. If this were to spread out, how would their dragon-slaying gang still keep a foothold in the South City? Yi Yuan said indifferently, Give you guys 3 days to consider. After 3 days, I'll come again. If you guys are still not willing to change that name when the time comes, then all of your branches will be eliminated. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and give it a try. Chapter 1533, I am not here to compete. Chapter 1533, I am not here to compete. Amen? Change name? Just an initial stage origin deity? Oh well, fifth, are you teasing me? The dragon-slaying gang's boss, Yu Qingfeng, looked at Meng Huo with a suspicious look, incredulity written all over his face. An initial stage origin deity making the dragon-slaying gang change name. Oh well, fifth actually did not slap him to death with one slap. Furthermore, why do they have to change their name? Dragon-slaying gang, it sounded so domineering. Meng Huo's expression was very ugly. He did not wish to admit that Yi Yuan's strength was greater than him. That was too shameful. A late-stage, third transformation golden body actually lost to an initial stage origin deity realm. If this incident were to spread out, he would become the entire South City's laughingstock. You don't know, big brother. This kid's movement technique is very fast. A moment of carelessness, and he slipped past. Even though our headquarters isn't afraid of him, it's hard to say for the branches below. Meng Hua's eyes swiveled around, changing to a roundabout way of saying things. The people who saw this incident, he sent down a gag order. Either way, if that punk dared to come 3 days later, it was also death. Big brother Yu Qingfeng was a half-step divine lord powerhouse. Even if that punk could go to the heavens, boss could also smack him down. But Yu Qingfeng waved his hand and said, Ignore him. A little brat. How big a wave can he stir up? The day after tomorrow, we're going to negotiate with the Silver Feather Gang about the jurisdiction of the Qianting 3 streets. That's the major matter. Qianting 3 streets. That was the juncture area of the Dragon Slaying Gang and Silver Feather Gang, 2 great gangs, and also the wealthiest 3 streets, collectively known as the Qiantian 3 streets. Both forces have been playing games all along. For the sake of these 3 streets, they had come to blows no idea how many times and had never decided on the owners. I plus P of these 3 streets. Today, Yu Qingfeng brought people to go and negotiate. It was in order to settle the Silver Feather Gang. But the result was very obvious, parting on a sour note. The moment Meng Huo heard this, he also came around and said solemnly, Why didn't agree on it today? That bunch of grandsons, got to give them a good one this time. Yu Qingfeng said, Now, the conflict lies with the Qianning Middle Street. The Silver Feather Gang, that bunch of BASTARDS insists on monopolizing the Qianting Middle Street. Qianting Middle Street, they occupy 2 at once. They really dared to open their mouths. The moment Meng Huo heard, he was greatly enraged and said, The Qianting 3 streets were originally our territory. They still went from bad to worse. Boss, let Meng Huo go and take the charge this time. I will beat all of them down. One should not look at how Meng Huo just had a late-stage, 3rd transformation golden body. His strength was actually very formidable. Facing off with a grand completion origin deity, he could also rely on his powerful physical body to forcefully contend. It was just too bad that who he encountered was Yi Yuan. His speed was crushed until not even dregs remained in front of Yi Yuan. A hint of fierceness flashed across in Yu Qingfeng's eyes, and he said, This is also the last negotiation. If they still continue to pester with unreasonable demands, the negotiations the day after tomorrow will be when we lose all decorum. Yi Yuan entered an inn and asked for 2 rooms. One for himself. Long Zhan brought four to stay in the other. The intestines of the four who just woke up turned green with regret, feeling like the entire world was collapsing. Why was he blind? To provoke such an ominous G.O.D. Even if he could escape the calamity this time, the dragon-slaying gang, that bunch of fellows, would not let him off either. Because he still had to bring Yi Yuan to go and wipe out the dragon-slaying gang's branches. Counting on the dragon-slaying gang to change names? Better save it. As for Yi Yuan, he let Ah-4 bring him to purchase a batch of rank 3 spirit medicines in the South City, and plunged into the great undertaking of researching 3-star divine pills. Along the way, Yi Yuan had long already fully digested 3-star divine pills' theoretical knowledge, and also purchased many spirit medicines along the way. Regarding 3-star divine pills, Yi Yuan could be said to improve at G.O.D. speed. Yi Yuan discovered that ever since triggering the great Tao heavenly melody the last time, his alchemy Tao seemed to have entered a brand new realm. Regarding the cultivation of 3-star divine pills, Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than before instead. Now, with the purple extreme hull, this flying sharp weapon, Yi Yuan could spare even more time to understand alchemy Tao. Flying for several years along the way, Yi Yuan spent several decades inside the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. His current alchemy strength was already sufficient to insta-kill a group of 3-star alchemy G.O.D.S. But regarding research of alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan never knew exhaustion. These 3 days' time, he did not plan on wasting it either. Hence, he entered the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. to cultivate again. 3 days later, Yi Yuan slowly went to the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters by himself. It was still those few guards. But when Yi Yuan saw them, he discovered that these guards all had very fluid tiered expressions and could not help being somewhat perplexed. His strength was not to the extent of making the dragon-slaying gang panic like this, right? Hey, I came again. Go and get your boss over. Just say that the one who asked you all to change names came. Yi Yuan said coolly. One of the guards had a panicky look and immediately went in to report. Before long, 2 leader-like middle-aged men came out of the headquarters. Third brother, it's this kid. Meng pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Third head frowned and looked at Yi Yuan and said with anger on his face, Kid, you're tired of living, right? To actually dare make fun of our dragon-slaying gang? Yi Yuan gave the third head a glance and looked at Meng Hua again, saying, Then your meaning is that you're not changing it? Change your head. Your grandpa fan is currently P.I.S. said today and has nowhere to vent. You kid, knocked onto the spearhead. I will twist your head off right now and let you know the outcome of making fun of my dragon-slaying gang. Third head gave a loud roar and directly brandished a large broad blade, hacking down towards Yi Yuan's head. Yi Yuan's brows raised up. He noticed the injuries on this third head's body did not seem to be light. Clank! The third head's endlessly howling blade actually hit nothing. Third brother, be careful. He's behind you. Menghua cried out in shock. The third head got a big shock and hurriedly turned around and swung his blade. Clank! 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 A series of metal class. H.I. Plussing sound made everyone dumbfounded. An initial stage origin deity actually fought with the grand completion origin deity third head until neither could gain the upper hand? What did this kid pop out from? The more third head fought, the more alarmed he got. He actually could not quite keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. This kid's movement technique was erratic like a ghost, coming and going like a shadow. Clearly looked like the sword was still very far away. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Too bizarre. He was still scolding OL, fifth useless previously. Only now did he know this kid's terror. Stop! Third head shouted loudly, pulling apart distance from Yi Yuan. Boy, you're very strong. But if I wasn't injured, you wouldn't be my match at all. The third head said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, I'm not here to compete with you. I'm here to get you guys to change names. It looks like you guys take my warning to be like water rolling off a duck's back. Very good. Starting from tomorrow, have your branches be prepared. I'll go and tear them down one by one. The third head's expression turned stiff and was really quite scared in his heart. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too scary. Even if he was not his match, if Yi Yuan wanted to leave, he could not stop it either. Right at this time, a guard suddenly ran out and shouted, Third head, fifth head, second head, he's almost on his last legs. Chapter 1534, Offended People. 1534 offended people. The third head and the fifth head's expressions changed drastically at the same time, turned around, and was about to enter the headquarters. Kid, Grandpa Fan has no time to reason it out with you today. My bro is going to die. Whatever there is, talk another day. Third head said a sentence to Yi Yuan and turned around, going to enter inside. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. It looked like this dragon-slaying gang seemed to have just experienced a great battle. No wonder the injuries on this third head's body were not light. He ruminated a little and suddenly spoke up. Hey, why don't I go in and take a look too? I'm an alchemist, my standard is still okay. Yi Yuan was afraid that the other party did not like him and added a sentence, blowing his own trumpet a bit while he was at it. The third head was stunned and said angrily, Punk, I don't have time to waste with you here. Scram further away from me. Yi Yuan smiled without any care and said, Going to die either way. You just treat it as a Hail Mary effort. If I can really save him, but you don't let me save, then your second head will also be angry until he climbs out of the grave to scold you if he dies. The third head choked and did not have time to think too much, and said vigilantly, Punk, I'm warning you, Big Brother is inside too. He's a half-step divine Lord Powerhouse. If you dare to play tricks, I guarantee that I'll die until not even dregs remain. Yi Yuan smiled and followed the two people in the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters. On the bed, a burly man was on his dying breath. It was evident that his hours were numbered. Master Wu Feng, could it be that there's really no way? My second brother, in order to block this arrow, otherwise, the one who's dead should be me. Master Wu Feng, as long as you can save me, I can agree to any terms. A middle-aged man had very red eyes and was currently pleading to an old man for help. This middle-aged man should be the dragon-slaying gang's boss, that half-step divine Lord Powerhouse. Master Wu Feng shook his head and said, Everyone should be aware of the thunder chasing arrow's prowess. The second head's heart meridians have already been severed. Furthermore, there's the crimson firebone corroding poison on the arrowhead. This old man has already tried his best. Chief Head, please restrain your grief and accord with inevitable changes. The moment these words came out, the Chief Head's eyes revealed a look of despair. Tears actually already welled up in his eyes. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being slightly surprised. This scene did not seem to be fake, but true sentiments flowing. It made Yi Yuan give rise to some favorable impression towards this dragon-slaying gang. Why not? I give it a try. Yi Yuan glanced at the second head lying on the bed and suddenly spoke up. The moment he spoke up, everyone looked over. Who is he? The chief head's gaze turned intent and said suspiciously. The third head's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, Big Brother, he's that punk who wants us to change names. The chief head's expression turned dark and he said with a cold shout, Messing around. Right now, everyone was overwhelmed with grief and indignation, but he let an enemy enter inside here. Was this trying to be funny? The chief head felt a wave of irritation in his head. Lifting his hand, it was a palm, striking toward Yi Yuan. The palm of a half-step divine Lord Powerhouse. The commotion was extremely shocking. He could not find a venue to give vent under his violent rage, and just nice used Yi Yuan to vent. But Yi Yuan was immovable like a mountain as he opened his mouth and said indifferently, Hey, if you kill me, he's really going to die. The chief head's palm wind abruptly stopped, and he said in a solemn voice, You can really save me? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Of course I can save him. But I have a condition, you know it. Chief Head's expression turned stiff. A strange expression involuntarily surfaced on his face. Did the name that was used for several thousand years really have to be changed? The Chief Head's expression turned dark as he said, "If you can really save my brother, what's the harm in changing names?" At this time, Wu Feng suddenly spoke up. Chief Head is truly laughing it off too easily. This kid is merely initial stage origin deity. Could it be that he can still compare to this old man in alchemy? Even this old man is at his wit's end. What method can he have? The Chief Head's expression changed, and he thought, yeah, this guy wouldn't be intentionally making a fool out of him, right? Master Wu Feng was a high-rank 3-star alchemist. In the land of the South City, there was none who was more powerful than him. Even he was helpless. Could this kid still ascend to the heavens? Brat, you dare to mess with me? The Chief Head's expression turned sullen, his gaze staring at Yi Yuan sternly as he said those words. The Chief Head gave a cold snort and was just about to fly off the handle, but heard the third head say, "Boss, why not? Let him try. This kid is peculiar." The Chief Head froze, revealing a look of surprise. He knew that OL Third was prudent and would not shoot his mouth off. Could it be that this kid really had some skills? Wu Feng snorted coldly and said, "Third Head, you're insulting this old man here. Forget it. Since you guys don't trust this old man, then this old man is also making a fool of myself by staying here. Goodbye. Also, since you guys believe a brat who's still wet behind the ears and be willing to believe this old man, then in the future, don't come and find this old man anymore." Finished talking, Wu Feng flicked his sleeves and left. The moment Chief Head heard, his expression could not help changing drastically. Wu Feng's status in the South City was unmatched. Saying that he was the South City's #1 alchemist was also not over the top. His calling power was extremely strong. In order to build relations with Wu Feng, the dragon-slaying gang had to spend a large amount of divine essence stones every year to be able to invite him. Otherwise, how could Wu Feng be what the average person could invite? Offending this great deity, the dragon-slaying gang's days in the future would be tough. The Chief Head hurriedly chased after and said, "Master Wu Feng, we were also worried about second brother's life. That's why we would be like this. We really didn't have the intention of disrespecting Master. Master, please don't get angry." Wu Feng gave a cold laugh and said, "That's your business. What has it got to do with me? Do you think that alchemy skills can be learned in a day or two? It's already not bad for such a kid who's still wet behind his ears to be able to refine medicinal pills. Still want to save people. Ho ho. This old man will leave my words here. If he can save your second brother, this old man will pluck his head off for him to kick like a ball." Humph. Finished talking, he did not care about the Chief Head either, directly flicking his sleeves and leaving. Who was he, Wu Feng? That was a golden signboard of the South City. The dragon-slaying gang's decision was simply slapping his face. He had just sentenced the second head to death. In the end, this bunch of fellows found someone to save me. Furthermore, it was even a little kid. This was simply preposterous. The Chief Head's expression was ugly to the extreme. He turned around and glared furiously at Yi Yuan and said, "Kid, it's all thanks to you. If I find out that you're messing with my dragon-slaying gang, I'll pluck your head off and go apologize to Master Wu Feng and ask for punishment." Yi Yuan gave the Chief Head a glance and said with a smile, "When most people talk to me like this, they will be put into the blacklist by me. Even if you were kneeled down and beg me, I won't agree to save him either. But looking on the account of your brotherhood, this young master, I won't fuss about this." The Chief Head's face turned black, gloomy to the extreme. This kid was too pretentious. He nearly believed it. Why would OL Third believe this kid? He needed to ask him properly in a while. "Go, prepare a clean basin for me. Fortunately, this young master is carrying quite a few spirit medicines on me. But the spirit medicine's cost, you guys have to pay." Yi Yuan said to the Chief Head. Everyone's faces choked up. Was this kid reliable? Chapter 1535, if it's severed, just join it back. Chapter 1535, if it's severed, just join it back. The Chief Head and his brothers exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. Why did saving people need a basin? OL Third, what is this kid doing? The Chief Head asked softly. At this time, Yi Yuan was already diagnosing the second head's pulse. The third head had a baffled look and said, "How would I know? If I were to know, I can already save second brother. F***ck me. You're also too irresponsible here. You found him." The chief head's eye, S went wide, and he said, "Feels like this kid is very unreliable." "What the H? L is wrong with you, to insist on letting him try." The third head said, "I exchanged blows with him outside just now. I fought to a draw with him." The chief head's gaze turned sharp, revealing a shocked expression. An initial stage origin deity fought to a draw with OL third? No wonder OL third said that this kid was peculiar. Third head continued talking. He said, "To have such terrifying strength at a young age, I guess that this kid's origins background is definitely powerful. So, maybe he really has a way to do it?" The chief head's gaze looked at Yi Yuan with a glimmer and stopped talking. Before long, a clean basin was brought over. Yi Yuan also slowly stood up and came to the basin. It was only to see him knead a seal with his hand. A pile of spirit medicines appeared in the basin. Yi Yuan's palm shook. Those spirit medicines were directly shattered into dust. Stalks of spirit medicines became a pile of powder. The chief head glanced at the second head, his eyes slightly red, and asked Yi Yuan, "That? Little brother, Master Wu Feng said that second head's heart meridians are already severed. Can he really be saved?" Everyone there was a cultivator and naturally knew what heart meridian being severed meant. Even for deity realm powerhouses, once the power of laws severed the heart meridians, it was certain death too. This kind of damage was irreversible. Hence, that was why Wu Feng said that there was no way. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "If it's severed, just join it back." Join it back? If the heart meridian is severed, it can still be joined back? The chief head had never heard before that there was actually still such a miraculous method. While talking, Yi Yuan placed both hands in the basin. Those powder adhered to his hands. Yi Yuan came before the bed and pressed both hands on the second head's chest. A surge of divine essence undulation lit up on Yi Yuan's body. Clouds of mist gradually appeared at Yi Yuan's palm area. Before long, Yi Yuan stood up again, sucked up some more powder, and rinsed and repeated. This, doing what here? No idea. Never seen before this kind of healing method. Shouldn't it be feeding medicinal pills to second brother? This kid wouldn't really be messing with us, right? Just using divine essence to steam a little like this can bring second brother back. The few brothers all chimed in, very pessimistic about Yi Yuan's approach. They naturally could not tell how delicate the work of Yi Yuan's hands were. Yi Yuan organically fused together the spirit medicines on his hands with divine essence, then sent the medicinal strength into the second head's heart meridians through the pores. The second head's heart meridians were already severed. Even if he consumed medicinal pills, it was also not possible to make a full circulatory cycle. But Yi Yuan could help the second head to absorb the medicinal strength using this kind of method. And this would repair the already severed heart meridians unceasingly under Yi Yuan's catalyzing. Yi Yuan slowly expelled the power of laws that were wreaking havoc in the heart meridians with these spirit medicines, then carried out repairs. The requirement towards divine essence manipulation was exquisite to the point where it made one's hair stand on end. Ordinary alchemists, even 4-star alchemy G.O.D.S., could not possibly do it to Yi Yuan's extent too. Yi Yuan's method of manipulating divine essence came from endless tempering. In Yi Yuan's view, the path of medicinal pills was never just for finding pills. Time slowly trickled by. The bottom of that basin of spirit medicine powder could be seen very quickly. See, cough, cough, cough. Suddenly an intense bout of cough came out of the second head's mouth. When the few brothers saw this scene, each and every one of them roused themselves up. Really brought back to life. My G.O.D. This kid's level is actually even more formidable than Wu Feng's. The third head opened his mouth wide and could not close his mouth for a long time. Pooh! Wu Feng's standard isn't even fit to carry shoes for this kid. That Wu Feng said it like he's oh so important, and even said what pluck his head off to kick like a ball. I want to see whether he really plucks his head off or not. Oh well, Fifth, Minghua said. Too magical. It's still my first time seeing that someone could still be saved when their heart meridians are severed. This master is really too amazing. The chief head also exclaimed in wonder. Seeing the second head wake up, the self-reproach in chief head's heart also lessened considerably. This arrow was too sneaky. If not for second head blocking it for him, the one lying here right now would be him. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up. The few brothers immediately gathered over. Master, how's my second brother? Chief head asked anxiously. Yi Yuan said coolly, the arrow wound is already fine, heart meridian is already joined up. But this poison is a little powerful. Prepare a room for me. I want to refine pills. Don't let anyone come and disturb me. In addition, my spirit medicines and medicinal pills are very expensive. On the account that it's our first time working together, I'll charge you guys 3 million divine essence stones then. 5 million divine essence stones. Why don't you go and rob? Menghua's eyes went wide. He was taken aback with fright by this price. Ordinary 3-star divine pills. The price was also just between 300,000 divine essence stones to 1 million divine essence stones. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, it was 5 to 10 times the price. The other brothers also felt their flesh hurt. But Chief had only furrowed his brows, then said, Oh well, Fifth, shut up. What price master wants to put? That's how much it is. 5 million divine essence stones. We'll pay. Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's still Chief Head who is gallant. When you all see the medicinal pill, you'll know that it's worth the money. After Yi Yuan left, OL Fifth said indignantly, Big brother, he's clearly demanding an exorbitant price here. OL Third also said, Yeah, big brother, we can give him 5 million divine essence stones, but our gang's name can't be changed. Chief Head snorted coldly and said, Is OL Second's life just worth a mere 5 million? MN? Any one of your lives is priceless in my eyes. What does a mere 5 million count for? With his cold snort, everyone did not dare to speak anymore. At this time, the OL Second on the bed finally woke up. OL Second, you're awake. That's really great. Chief Head said with an excited look. The second head's eyes were a little dazed as he struggled to say, I got hit by the chasing thunder arrow and actually didn't die. Meng Huo laughed loudly and said, Ha, you were originally dead for sure, but ran into an incredible master who brought you back to life. A hint of surprise flashed across in Second Head's eyes, and he looked at Chief Head. Chief Head nodded and said with a smile, What OL Fifth said is right. OL Second, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, Big Brother's life will probably be done for. This life Big Brother owes you. Second Head forced a smile and said, Big Brother, do we brothers still have to say this sort of distant words? Chapter 1536, Conferring Name. Chapter 1536, Conferring Name, Yi Yuan, making people not disturb was not really because he was afraid of people disturbing, but that his medicinal cauldron was too shocking. Once the matter that he had a divine Lord mystic treasure on him leaked out, what he would face would likely be the frenzied pursuit of divine Lord realm powerhouses. In this heavenly eagle imperial city, where divine lords walked everywhere, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless. After 2 hours, a newly refined detoxification pill was completed. This was the detoxification pill that Yi Yuan developed himself. It was very different from the rank 3 detoxification pill in the world. Divine grade. When the chief head saw the pill, his 2 eyes gave off rays of brilliant light. A rank 3 divine grade divine pill. This was not what anybody could refine. Wu Feng was known as the South City's #1 alchemist. At the very most, he could only refine superior grade divine pills. Just this even needed a Civ burst of luck. But this young man in front of him, the moment he made his move, it was divine grade. The chief head drew a breath of cold air, endlessly shocked as he looked at Yi Yuan. But he discovered the problem very soon and could not help saying puzzledly, Master, what medicinal pill is this? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, detoxification pill. What medicinal pill can it be still? Could it be that I'm letting him eat a medicinal pill to increase cultivation right now? Not eating? Get back to me if not eating. The chief head's hand hurriedly shrank back, and he said awkwardly, "And Master, I didn't mean that." Master might not be aware, the crimson fire bone corroding poison is very powerful. Ordinary detoxification pills can't cure it. Only by prescribing the right remedy for it one can cure the poison. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was just about to lose his temper when the chief head directly came to the bedside subserviently and stuffed the medicinal pill down the second head's mouth. He only questioned it instinctively. After all, the crimson fire bone corroding poison's power was rather famous. But he discovered very quickly that his doubts were totally unjustified. The master even joined back the heart meridians. Could this medicinal pill be a bluff? Furthermore, it was a divine-grade medicinal pill. Sure enough, the second head, whose complexion was black, took a turn for the better very soon. The medicinal pill's efficacy was amazingly good. What a powerful detoxification pill. This, just how long has it been, second brother's poison is actually gone. Yeah, even the crimson fire bone corroding poison's detoxification pill doesn't have such a fast effect too. What detoxification pill is this? It's too exaggerated. Compared to this, those detoxification pills on the market are simply dross. Plus, the few brothers cried out with exclamations, all stunned by Yi Yuan's detoxification pill. These gangs live a life on the edge every day. Getting injured and poisoned was all too normal. If there was such a medicinal pill, who would still be afraid of getting poisoned? Thud! After the second head got up, he immediately knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and said respectfully, "Many thank for Master's life-saving grace. Zhu Yong won't ever forget it." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Don't need to thank me. I didn't treat you without conditions." As he said, his gaze looked towards the chief head and said, "Chief head, don't forget our agreement." Chief head was also forthright, nodding and said, "I, Xing Guan, am a man of his word. Since I promised Master Yi, I naturally won't renege. But this Xing has a presumptuous request." Yi Yuan thought nothing of it and said coolly, "Tell me about it." Chief head said, "I heard that Master Yi has just entered Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. I wonder if you have a place to go to?" Yi Yuan froze and said, "Place to go? There is. It's just that it seems like I can't go in right now." These few days, he already had offered to take care of this matter, but it seemed like it could not be resolved in a short while. The difficulty of entering the inner city seemed to be even greater than he imagined. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City made clear distinctions. Inner city and outer cities were like two different worlds. Inner city was the place where the Imperial City's elites were located. Chief head said, "Since that's the case, Master Yi needs a place to stay as well. Why not? Join our dragon. Our gang, how's that?" "Master, rest assured. All of your expenses will be borne by us." Yi Yuan gave Xing Guan a glance with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You all bear it? Do you know how much divine essence stones are needed to raise a 3-star alchemy God?" Chief head's expression could not help choking up, revealing a blush. He was just harboring the thought of giving it a try. Indeed, it could not work out. Master Ye's level was much more formidable than Wu Feng. How could he take fancy on the dragon-slaying gang? Even though alchemists were very rich, they burned even more money. If they could afford to raise, they would have long raised one. Why would they wait until now? Those capable of raising alchemists were just the 3 great families, this kind of major families with deep foundations. Even though their 3 gangs were part of the 6 great factions, compared to the 3 great families, they were still much worse. The streets that the 3 major gangs managed, those were all side streets that the 3 great families did not take fancy on. The truly prosperous areas were all controlled in the hands of the 3 great families. Chief head had an said look as he said, It was this Xing who was rash. Hope that Master Yi doesn't take offense." How could Yi Yuan not know what idea Xing Guan had? They offended Wu Feng to the core this time, and was afraid of being suppressed by Wu Feng. That was why he would hope for him to stay. Wu Feng was known as the South City's #1 alchemist. He naturally had immense summoning power. If he could not treat the second head, then forget it. Xingguan, they all going to admit their mistake and gift some divine essence stones. Only then they could resolve the issue. But he treated the second head. Wu Feng definitely would not spare any effort to suppress the dragon-slaying gang for the sake of his face. At that time, their situation would be awkward. Wu Feng, this kind of existence, was what any party wanted to rope in. Hence, the current dragon-slaying gang situation was very pessimistic. The current Xingguan could not bring out the air of a half-step divine lord in front of Yi Yuan at all. Alchemists were this awesome. Even if his realm was not as high as yours, you did not dare to offend either. Especially when Yi Yuan was the dragon-slaying gang's only hope now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Letting me stay behind, it's also not impossible. But I won't join in your gang's struggles. In addition, you guys prepare a shop for me." Xingguan's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. The other few brothers similarly had stunned faces. Their eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of incredulity. They agreed just like this? Originally, they already lost all hope. They did not expect that Yi Yuan did a 180-degree turn and actually agreed to it. Immediately, their faces revealed a look of wild elation. No problem. Whatever you need. Master Yi, feel free to open your mouth." "Oh, right. Since Master requests us to change names, then why not confer a name?" Xingguan said with great joy. Yi Yuan, agreeing to Xingguan, naturally had his considerations. He discovered that wanting to enter the inner city was really a very difficult thing. That Four probably could not be counted on. The Myriad Treasure Tower was probably a first-rate major force in the inner city too. For this kind of small fish, how could he get in contact with that kind of existence? Since that was the case, he might as well find a place to settle down first. Although this dragon-slaying gang was of lowly status, they were faithful and loyal to friends, and also quite trustworthy, making Yi Yuan feel pretty good. Since he was unable to enter the inner city, let the Myriad Treasure Tower come find him then. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, a sudden clap of thunder out of the blue. "Why not? Use the name Thunderclap Gang then."